this wonderful event, Our Oceans 2023 in Panama. It's a privilege to spend another day with you here at the Convention Center. My name, as you already know, is Paloma Avila. I'm a journalist, and it's a great honor to be the host for this event. This has been more of get together with friends from all over the world who share a passion and honest apprehensions for how we will look into the future of our species and the way we inhabit this blue planet we call home. We had a great meeting yesterday. We spoke about plastics, marine protected areas, climate change, and we listened to the different commitments of governments, foundations, also from the private sector. Our common goal is blue. We hear it yesterday, so we need more ambition, more work. We need to be faster and take action to rebuild, care, and have a future for our species and all the species we live with on this strange rock, blue, the Earth. We would like to invite Her Excellency Gilda del Carmen Otero, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs and Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Welcome.
Buenos días. Seré muy breve, pero quiero dar una cordial bienvenida a sus excelencias, ministros y viceministras, invitados especiales, damas y caballeros. Hoy, con gran entusiasmo, comenzamos el segundo y último día de la jornada de la conferencia Our Ocean, Our Connection. Luego de una ardua jornada en el día de ayer, en la que debatimos sobre los retos que representan la contaminación marina y el cambio climático, también conocimos más sobre la importancia de asegurar la protección de nuestro océano, ampliando las áreas marinas protegidas. En ese sentido, la firma del decreto ejecutivo que amplía el área protegida de Banco Volcán es una muestra más de nuestro compromiso renovado como líder azul para la gobernanza internacional del océano. Hasta ayer, durante esta octava conferencia, se presentaron 337 compromisos, estimados en 19.9 mil millones de dólares. Esto debe motivarnos a seguir trabajando por el futuro de nuestras generaciones y la salud del océano, y los animamos a que todos sigan aportando más compromisos. Es por eso que todos nuestros esfuerzos deben ir hacia esa gobernanza del océano y llevarlos a la acción. En este momento, mientras nos reunimos en Panamá, muchas de nuestras delegaciones se encuentran en Nueva York en un esfuerzo extraordinario para establecer un instrumento internacional legalmente vinculante sobre la biodiversidad marina en áreas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional. Por esto, destacamos la necesidad de finalizar estas negociaciones, ya que el éxito de las acciones que estamos proponiendo en el marco de la conferencia Nuestro Océano, Nuestra Conexión, también depende de la protección y uso sostenible que hagamos de alta mar. Finalmente, esperamos que durante esta última sesión, último día de Our Ocean, Our Connection, podamos inspirar soluciones conjuntas y presentar ambiciosos compromisos para proteger el océano, lograr espacios de entendimiento, compartir más experiencias y buenas prácticas con un único objetivo: proteger nuestro océano y conservar su biodiversidad. Muchas gracias, suerte en sus sesiones y les deseo a todos un día muy productivo.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your words. Now, please welcome, and let's see the screens for a special message from Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, General Director from the World Trade Organization.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first let me thank the organizers for the opportunity to address this very important 8th edition of the Our Ocean Conference. At the WTO, ocean sustainability issues are increasingly important, and last June, we achieved a historic breakthrough when our ministers adopted our new agreement on fisheries subsidies. The Our Ocean Conference is a very important event for the world's collective efforts to restore a sustainable ocean and create a sustainable blue economy. We know that the statistics on marine fisheries are grim. Up to 50% of global fish stocks are in an overfished condition. Harmful government subsidies amounting to about $22 billion per year contribute importantly to this problem. The binding Global Fisheries Subsidies Agreement fulfills SDG Target 14.6 by both disciplining such harmful subsidies and committing our members to develop additional disciplines. The agreement is a major step for the WTO and for multilateralism, especially in these difficult times. Members are now aiming to agree on additional disciplines on outstanding issues less than 1 year from now at our next ministerial conference. I call on all WTO members to engage seriously and purposefully in these negotiations so that we meet this important negotiating target. But agreeing to new rules is not enough. The rules must enter into force to deliver benefits to the ocean environment and to people. For this, 2/3 of WTO members must formally ratify the agreement. Members kicked off the ratification process early this year, and we expect to see more members sending in their acceptances shortly. So let me thank all WTO members for their efforts and encourage them to accelerate their domestic processes to the maximum so they can deposit their instruments in the coming weeks and months. Finally, to assist developing and least developed country WTO members to strengthen their fisheries engagement capacities and their management capacities and implement the rules in the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement, the WTO has a new funding mechanism to support these efforts. This is available to members once they've deposited their instruments. Before concluding, let me emphasize that it's not just governments that can help the new Fisheries Subsidies Agreement deliver on its promises. Both the private sector and civil society organizations can make a big contribution by putting the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement as a priority issue in their interactions with governments on ocean sustainability, with the goal of ratifying it, implementing it, and concluding the remaining negotiations, and yes, supporting the fund. I wish you the most success in your deliberations. Thank you.
Continuing with this important topic, I would like to introduce an important matter, preserving the ocean, sustainable fisheries, finding answers. The panel will be divided into subtopics. The first is responsible fishing, sustainable and certified, and will be presented by the panelists, Her Excellency Carmen Evelise Van Dunem do Sacramento Neto dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources from the Republic of Angola. Welcome. Edgardo Diaz Ferguson, Executive Director from Coiba Scientific Station. Werner Kien, Chair of the Board of Directors from the Marine Stewardship Council, Juan Corrales, CEO of Tri-Marine Group, and the moderator will be Manuel Baranje, Director of Fisheries and Aquaculture Division at FAO. Let's welcome everybody with a big applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ministers, Vice Ministers, Excellencies. It is my great pleasure to be moderating this important panel. As you have heard, my name is Manuel Baranje. I'm the Director of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division at the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Welcome to this first panel on responsible fishing, sustainable and certified. But before I introduce my distinguished panelists, let me contextualize a little bit the complex topic that we are talking about. We all know why we must improve the sustainability of fisheries. We have 800 million people undernourished in the world today, a number that is growing. Without sustainable aquatic foods, this crisis can only get worse. The FAO is a UN agency mandated to monitor the state of global fisheries. Two figures for you. 1 in 3 exploited marine fish stocks is overfished. And second, 82% of the fish that reaches the market by volume is from sustainable sources. What do these two figures tell us? It means that smaller fish stocks with less market value are lagging behind more valuable stocks in terms of their ecological sustainability, with implications for biodiversity, for food security, and for livelihoods. Certification is a market-driven incentive that can improve sustainability because it facilitates access to markets from fisheries that meet specific ecological or social sustainability standards. Certification is particularly relevant where the perception is that regulatory frameworks are not achieving expected outcomes and is increasingly demanded by consumers and retailers. There are many different types of certification schemes depending on the issues considered, their objectives, the stage of the value chain they target, and whether they are business-to-business or business-to-consumer schemes. There are now FAO normative guidelines for these schemes to ensure their diversity, complexity is well understood by those requesting certification and those certified. It's important to note that certification schemes are voluntary, although they can become de facto compulsory if they are used to allow or deny market access. For this reason, it's important to recognize that there are downsides to certification as well, especially in relation to small-scale and developing country fisheries. Certification costs can be prohibitive, the data demands difficult to serve, and as a result, they may generate unfair barriers to trade, to market access from producers that have a sustainable product, but they cannot prove it. At present, 30% of the seafood production, excluding plants, is certified or rated globally, with an additional 12% currently being assessed. Consequently, 54% of the production, both in capture and culture fisheries, is either not assessed or there is data deficiencies for certification. To discuss these issues and share experiences and best practices around certification, I have a very distinguished panel with me to answer two generic questions. The first one, sustainability and traceability are important issues in any supply chain management process. With increasing consumer concerns, how can new technologies improve consumers' trust in fisheries products? And second, we live in the information era and more data is becoming available. What is still missing, according to you panelists, to achieve full sustainability in our fisheries? My panel is Professor Carmen Evelise van Dunem do Sacramento Neto dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources of Angola. Bem-vinda, Ministra. Dr. Edgardo Diaz Ferguson, Executive Director and Scientific Coordinator of the Coiba Scientific Station here in Panama, and the panelist that had to cover less air miles to get here. Mr. Juan Corrales, CEO of Tri-Marine, one of the largest global tuna traders and part of the Bolton Group, and Dr. Werner Kiene, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Marine Stewardship Council. Our time is tight, so I will ask each of you to make statements of about 5 minutes, and I will set up an alarm to warn you if we think that we are over the time. Professor Sacramento Neto dos Santos, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for these invitations, and I try to do the expectations with my presence here. Gostaria de dizer buenos días e dizer que estou muito agradecida por estar aqui e que espero que ustedes me compreendam e me sigam. Agora vou falar em português, que é minha língua materna. Estou um pouco cômoda a falar em português. Meus colegas de painel, se não entendem português, poderiam pôr a tradução. Então eu gostaria de agradecer por estar aqui neste painel e dizer que é com grande honra que aqui estou presente e que com vocês vou transmitir um pouco a nossa experiência, a experiência de Angola, África, nestas matérias da sustentabilidade das pescas. Angola, como um país africano que tem uma grande extensão da costa, as pescas têm sido muito importantes como fonte de alimento, nutrição, emprego, o comércio, cultura e muitos benefícios económicos que traz a pesca para nós. Esta pesca que nós temos feito, ela é subdividida em 3 grandes setores. A pesca industrial, muito industrializada com barcos grandes, a pesca semi-industrial, que ela corresponde a um conjunto de barcos mais pequenos, que vão até 20 metros, e depois a pesca artesanal. A pesca artesanal é a pesca que é, digamos, com maior número de barcos e que são barcos mais pequenos que vão até 14 metros. E quando nós olhamos para o conjunto de impactos que esta pesca faz, nós pensamos que, efetivamente, se há um setor da pesca que precisa de um olhar de atenção nos nossos países que estão em vias de desenvolvimento, é a pesca artesanal, porque é a pesca que tem trazido, no caso de Angola, uma melhor abordagem para o combate à pobreza, a promoção do desenvolvimento, mas, acima de tudo, traz a segurança nutricional. Angola tem uma população que tem um consumo de 20 quilos per capita por cada pessoa, portanto, e a pesca artesanal alimenta todo esse conjunto de pessoas. Por que que eu trago este assunto? Trago este assunto porque se trata de olhar em todo o mundo e, designadamente, para os países em desenvolvimento, trata-se de olhar para uma certificação da pesca, trazendo a sustentabilidade dos recursos em todo o mundo. Sabemos nós que os oceanos, eles estão interligados e essa interligação leva-nos a uma sustentabilidade como um formato de gestão em todo o mundo. A questão de nós olharmos para os nossos recursos localmente, ela tem que hoje ser olhada para o contexto de que tudo o que fazemos num certo local vai ter impacto mais à frente, noutro país, noutro sistema oceânico, noutro continente. mas na realidade, sendo os oceanos a nossa forma de conectividade, esta questão de olharmos em conjunto, todo o mundo, sobre as pescas é muito importante. E aí introduz o conceito da certificação das pescas, porque é o que nos foi pedido como proposta-chave da nossa abordagem. A certificação, sim, vai trazer-nos uma regulamentação das pescas, tendo em conta a necessidade de baixarmos a pesca que é hoje corrente no mundo inteiro. É uma forma de combate à sobrepesca. Mas quando falamos de propostas mais técnicas, nós temos sempre que olhar para a realidade de cada um de nós, para a realidade de cada país, trazendo experiências dos países que estão mais avançados para os nossos países que estão na construção de políticas assertivas para a gestão e regulamentação da pesca. Há um aspecto comum a todos, que é o que nós agora consideramos a sistematização das políticas de pesca no contexto de uma economia azul, no contexto da regulamentação, olhando para os diferentes usos que cada área, cada setor, cada cluster faz sobre os oceanos, mas sempre pensando que no final do dia a conservação dos ecossistemas, a conservação dos recursos biológicos, dos recursos aliêuticos que todos nós precisamos de ter como base de trabalho, ela deve ser um fator-chave que nos traz para a nossa avaliação outros pressupostos, outras influências. E não podia deixar de dizer que estas influências, há uma que está muito patente, que são as alterações climáticas, que elas influenciam de uma maneira extraordinária estes aspectos de disponibilidade da pesca. Angola está a alinhar-se com o mundo, está nas suas políticas internas a abordar esse aspecto do crescimento azul, trazendo a sustentabilidade para os seus instrumentos de gestão das pescas, sem esquecer a necessidade de proteção, a necessidade de organização do sistema mais frágil no conjunto das pescas, que é o sistema de pesca artesanal. Julgo ter respondido, mas coloco-me à disposição na continuidade deste nosso painel. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Ministra, por a sua experiência de ministra e de professora de universidade. For her experience, thank you for her experience as not just as minister, but as a university professor that she is. My second panelist, Edgardo Diaz-Ferguson, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the Oceans Organization Committee for the invitation and to be among these distinguished panelists. I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of traceability, but before that, we need to be clear that we live in the last 20 years where threats to biodiversity, natural resources of marine realm, and impacts in the ocean health are increasing. 60% of the fisheries in the world are overexploited or exploited at the limit of sustainability, and the other are in recovering for overexploitation. Saying this, we also live in the last 10 years where fishery demands for consumers has increased to a historical record or 18.5 kilograms per capita per year. The seafood trade commodity is the highest trade commodity between the food industry right now. But those challenges that our fishery industry is facing right now is nothing compared to fishery transparency. We need fishery transparency to avoid illegal, unregulated, and unreported fisheries, and to avoid unregulations and also lack of governance, and sometimes for making track of these unreported fisheries. Also in certification, there's a need for traceability, and most of the lack of information and certification come from developing countries because in some cases they don't have the technology to do this certification the way it's supposed to be. And turns out that 60% of the certification come from developing countries. So we need to work in a method, in a scientific method, and enforce that method, like traceability, to make a better management of fisheries, not only in developing countries. So what is traceability? It's defined by the ability to trace historical applications an item, which is called trace resource unit. It could be a box, could be a fish, or could be a group of fish catch in a net. But we need to know where they come from and what species are. And the main issue with this is that it's unregulated because we don't have the information of all the data that we have from a catch. Because tariff codes are using for multi-species groups. We need species-specific tariff code to make a safe exportation of our natural resources from areas that are banned, that we don't know, or species that are not supposed to be because of their conservation status must not be fished. So how we do this traceability? Traditionally, we have physical methods like physical tags, electronic device, or chemical methods. But molecular traceability is the only method that provides the information of binomial species nomenclature. That means every single species could be tagged. Since 2001, that FAO promotes traceability. Most efforts have been done in chemical and physical traceability. But with developing of molecular markers and non-human forensic techniques, we can use this method to track our fishes and our natural resources. Besides that, molecular traceability gives you information about the conservation status of the populations, the stock as a unit, and also information about migration, connectivity, and patterns of commercialization of the species that we're using. So, in Latin America, the legislation is starting to include traceability. We basically are using as a model the European traceability model, the law 2005, 2008, and the 1224, 2009, that mentioned that traceability must be done in every single step and point of the critical point of the traceability chain and supply chain. So in Panama, I guess our government made the first step, making a new fishing law in 2021 that includes traceability. And that's a very important step forward. But we need to enforce this legislation to make it effective using the right methods. COIBA Scientific Station, supported by the National Secretary of Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Republic of Panama, SENACIT, working together with ARAP and universities, and with the support also of Conservation International and Marviva, we're working in developing a pilot program of molecular traceability. So far, we have a list of 35 bony fishes already tracked. We have 15 species of sharks and rays included in this molecular traceability pilot program. But we're also moving a little bit forward and trying to figure out what is in our traditional fish dishes, like ceviche, and trying to make the list on the composition of species that are uses for this dish. In addition, we're building capacities and infrastructure, human resources, and creating opportunities for students to work on molecular traceability. So we thank our donors, our fundings, and thanks SENACIT not only for funding science, but also for finding human resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diaz-Ferguson, for first clarifying the difference between traceability and certification. There's no certification without traceability, but it's not the same, and the role of science in achieving that traceability. My third panelist, Dr. Kin, your floor is yours.
Sure.
Thank you, Manuel. Excellencies. The chairman has asked me to ask myself to answer two questions. One was, how do fisheries benefit from MSC? And the second question, how can more fisheries be helped to get the benefits that MSC certification brings them? Now to the first question. Fishing is a way of life. Fisheries, those in fishery, fishermen, fisherwomen, they want to continue and seek continuation of this way of life. They want their children to have the opportunity to do what their parents, their grandparents have done. So that's an important benefit if you have a way of increasing sustainability and the ability of these fisheries to find fish for fishing and catching them in the future. MSC certification has shown that this helps them. The second is fishermen, fisherwomen run a business. You run a business and you produce or find something that you have produced, you want to sell it. So MSC certification has helped fishermen, fisherwomen, fisheries to have access to markets and also, in many cases, get preferential kind of treatment through the pricing mechanism. MSC has shown that the certification works that way. Over the last years and up till now, and currently we have about 19% of all wild catch that comes from fisheries either MSC certified or in assessment towards MSC certification, 19%. Evidence that these fisheries manage stocks better and more sustainably has accumulated over the years, and we think that it worked that way. 19% of catch is a lot, but it is not enough. Many fisheries are not able to avail themselves of the benefits. They really need to have additional assistance to avail themselves of these benefits. There are, as we know, many fisheries, many fishing folks that are left out, they're left behind in order to be able to improve the management of their stocks or operations. So the second question then of Manuel's was, what can MSC do to enable these fisheries? MSC has been concerned about this problem for a number of years now. You know, we have considered ourselves to be in this certification space and lead it to some way. We analyzed the impediments that would prevent these fisheries or more fisheries from doing what MSC standards require. We have seen that there's a particular need to do this analysis in the developing countries, in situations where there's a weak institutional environment, where there's a lack of capacity even to consider this kind of certification and the knowledge to do something about getting the certificate. There's also a considerable lack of resources for this initial investment. We should not forget that what MSC has been able to do over the years really was partnering with fisheries that had a strong interest, but also had a strong financial base to really do these initial investments which are needed. There's also a need to develop a new methodology or adapt a methodology to deal with these fisheries that so far have been left behind or left out. MSC has developed pilot programs through the help of many who helped us to do this, which we call a pathway program, pathway to sustainability. We identified a number of locations where this could be tried out, and so far we have experience with about 30 fisheries in 18 countries. these pilots have shown that it is possible, but it's not the same that we have been doing in the past. We think we are now ready for scaling up these efforts, and that's really the future that we will expand, or that direction. So we have experience in what we call the certification space, but there is a need to develop similar experience in the pre-certification space, before you even are at a level that can be certified. Those of you who know the standards know that a fishery has to have at least 60 point score in our system, even to get into our system of certification. To move up takes a lot of effort. Many of the past fisheries have had this. The fisheries that we are trying to address now and insight do not have this capacity, neither financial nor know-how. So we thank our partners, some of them are here in the room, foundations and others, that we could make this pilot. We will need more of this help. The tools that we developed for this pre-certification space are available to all. It's not just something that we have some proprietary right to it. Everybody can use it. Many of our colleagues in the fisheries improvement programs have used it. So the tools are really helping us to go through this process. The tools are a pre-assessment tool, an action plan template, a very important benchmarking and tracking tools. So we go through these steps in these pilots. We will expand it in the future for more. So have a pre-assessment, have an action plan implementation strategy, and hopefully move then to full assessment. But it should be known that not all of our pathway projects need to go into MSC certification. But we want to make sure that they are aiming for improvements of their management practices. That's very important. If they are not showing improvements, we are not continuing and able to continue to support them. This is something important also in our dialogue with fisheries improvements programs, where we see that many are well-intended, but there's a lack of discipline to make sure these fisheries go and improve. We want to make sure that the programs that we are doing really have this discipline. So there is a concern that we have, and we want to be partners with many for more discipline and for more time-bound work. So we are now expanding this type of program into a new type of pilot, which we call in transition to MSC, ITM, we always have short words, till 2024, we continue with our pilots. We've received quite some support for this, and we will need support for this in the future. We need your help for this, because these are programs that should lead eventually to a certification. Maybe not all through MSC, but we have a 5-year limit for these efforts. We just cannot go on and believe in the principle of hope. There has to be a change towards more sustainability, more improvements in the fisheries. So we use these pilots now to expand our horizon, and of course we will need not only financial support, but we will also need to apply these new tools. Important is the fisheries will, after 5 years, have to be certified by a conformity assessment body, an independent body, that they have made progress, that they are ready to enter the MSC certification program. So I mentioned first pathway projects, and now at the end I mentioned this in transition to MSC projects. We will not be alone. We want to have partners in this in order to increase the amount of catch that eventually is certified by MSC from the current 19% to a future of 30% or more by the year 2030. We need your help. We want to be good partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And my apologies for being a ruthless moderator, but I have to be, right? I can think of few people that have the experience in development agencies at national level and international level, and now in the private sector certification schemes, as Dr. Wiener, to talk to us about this topic. We've heard about government, we've heard about science, we've heard about the certification schemes, and my last panelist, Juan Corrales, is from the private industry. So what is the view of the private industry on the issues of transparency and certification? And I believe we have a presentation, so perhaps if we can put the presentation on the screens.
Yes, hello everyone, and thanks Panama for having us here. It's a pleasure to be here, and then thanks colleagues for having me here. No? The topic is complex. It's fishing, sustainability, traceability, and we have 5 minutes, so I'll try to do my best here. No? I am from a little town in the north of Spain who has been fishing tuna for many years. My family has had a canning business in 1887, so it's 135 years now since the business was there. So we, the industry, and the ones which are here are the ones which are more interested in having this going through for many more years. No? So for us, sustainability and the certifications as a way of showing the markets that we are doing the right thing is a proper thing to do. Trimarine is a global tuna trader, and we've been in these markets for many years, 50 years, saying and connecting dots in all over the place. No? When we look at fishing, as it has already been said, is fishing when properly managed is not a problem, it's part of the solution. No? We have an amazing protein, cheap product with low carbon footprint, and the truth is that it's a very healthy protein. When we look at who are these Bloomberg life expectancy countries, the ones which have the highest life expectancy, Spain, Japan, Iceland, Italy, all of them have in common high consumption rates of fish and seafood. And the reality is that it's good for people and has to be accessible for many. No? Then good management works, and good fishery management works. It has been proven, and then when it comes to tuna, more or less 88% of the tuna catch worldwide is coming from abundant stocks. 30% of that is already MSC certified, and there are many more fisheries which are in assessment, as we were seeing here. And the truth is that what we have said and seen, and Trimarine has been part of this for many years, is that putting together all the dots and managing properly the fisheries, a lot can be achieved. We have been doing with ISSF, which is the International Seafood Foundation, was industry plus the scientists plus WWF in how to improve the fishery. Because in tuna, there is no two-tier sustainability. Either the whole thing is sustainable or it is not. So it's more complex to move everyone in the same direction, but at some stage we are being able to improve and to do things. It is true that we are always looking at some sort of the limits. We are catching the MSY, the maximum sustainable yield, which is to try to catch as much as we can without compromising the future. And sometimes we go over the limits, and that has to be managed. But then what we know is that good management works, and in every fishery we have been achieving some possibilities of improvement. When the good management has been done and all together have performed into that, it has worked perfectly all over the place. Another thing is the people matter. No? So this is an industry who is probably giving food and livelihoods for something like 4 billion people all over the place. No? And then we have very highly dependent communities. We have people who have a strong legacy, and in their countries or in these ports and places there's not much more to do. And we really need to thank them for what they do and appreciate them. The reality is that in many countries already, it's not easy to find people who want to go fishing. Everyone has better things to do, to go on a boat. And same thing with working on tuna plants and working on places all over the place. So when we talk about fishing, we really need to appreciate the legacy of all those many people who have been all around the place giving us food. You know? And then there's a lot of also measures that have been taken there in trying to improve and to have clarity in the certifying of the work condition on board of those vessels. No? And then when it comes to the traceability, the reality is that for many years we have been talking about blacklist of vessels. In reality, we should be talking about white lists. Forget about the blacklist. Let's talk about the whites, the ones who are behaving, which are transparent, which are performing, are communicating, and let's work on that. Not only on boats, but also on small scale fisheries, where we should be able to concentrate and create a census of production per boat, per small scale fishery, so that we can at some stage create a balance of masses between what it is being produced, what is being marketed. And then that would be the final point of achieving a total traceability. The truth is that consumers do not want to pay more for something which is sustainable. They have always said that what they want is to be sure that whatever they are eating or whatever they are buying is the right thing to do. And then that's for the brands, for the companies, but also for the states to be sure that whatever is entering their markets is something which is properly done. And then that's a common effort who has to do by many. No? And with that, I think I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corrales, for your presentation and for your wise words as of the other panelists. To me, it's important to understand when we have panels of this nature, the different places where they all start, what the governments think, what science thinks, what third-party certification schemes think, what the private sectors think. It's important because we all have different objectives that need to be aligned and need to be connected. So what's left for me is to just bring a few points to conclude the panel. First of all, I'll start by saying that I think that it's very clear to everybody that sustainability matters, and everything that helps us in the path towards sustainability matters too. We exploit more than 3,000 species of fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and algae in the world. The sustainability fight never ends. There's always a stray one. So when you work on sustainability, you know at every year the fight starts again. Standard certification is common in many food industries, and fisheries is not an exception. It is clear that certification has led to improvement in certain fisheries sustainabilities, but the examples really are quite patchy. Not all certification schemes are equal, and there are clear trade-offs between objectives, robustness, risk management, and costs. And it is okay to have a diversity of certification schemes because fisheries and aquaculture are very complex sectors. It's not the same to certify a tuna caught in one continent and sold in another through multiple value chains than to certify a local catch destined to local restaurants. To ensure fairness, certification requirements must not penalize small-scale producers that have limited financial and technological capacity to demonstrate traceability to specific standards. That, for FAO, is a non-negotiable principle. Despite their potential, we have also to recognize that market-based certification programs are not a panacea. Expectations need to be managed, as there are just no simple solutions or shortcuts to the challenge of sustainability. As FAO continues to say, in a conference where there are a lot of figures and numbers and targets being thrown about, is that for us, we need to place 100% of fisheries under management, because management works. This is complex and is costly, but it is the principle on which any certification scheme is built on. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias por su participación y les deseo una buena jornada. Gracias, ministra.
Thank you.
Obrigado,
Obrigado.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you, Werner. Thank you. I'm glad that you're okay.
Thank you very Thank you very much to all of our panelists. We will have a photography so we can remember this panel also. We are finishing the treatment of the first subtopic to our distinguished panelists. Very interesting interventions, and special thanks to our moderator, Manuel Barand. Thank you very much. It's time to go to the second subtopic, innovation, technology, and traceability, key tools to guarantee transparency in fishing. Our moderator will be Tony Long, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Fishing Watch, and the panelists will be Her Excellency Anne-Beth Twinerheim, Minister of International Development of Norway, Julio Moron, CEO from the Organization of Producers of Frozen Tuna, Brad Wiley, Policy Officer and Regional Office at the Regional Office Coordinator of Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, Valeria Merino, Founder and Advisor, Entrepreneurial System and Chair of Fisheries Transparency Initiative. Mr. Long, the floor is yours.
Thank you. He wanted to be on the end so he could look down one direction. So I'm very conscious of time. Good morning. Welcome to the panel discussion on sustainable fisheries. Thank you very much to Panama for hosting this year's Our Ocean Conference and inviting me to moderate the panel today with a kind of key theme of the conference. As mentioned, my name is Tony Long. I'm the CEO of Global Fishing Watch. Global Fishing Watch is an international NGO that's working to advance ocean governance through increased transparency of human activity at sea. And as we've heard at this conference, our ocean is under immense pressure. As ocean resources can be shared across jurisdictions on the high seas, in protected areas, within EEZs, quite often these resources are out of sight. Ocean governance presents particular challenges to decision makers, and you cannot manage what you can't see. Shining a light on human activity at sea is resource intensive, and often the burden can fall to those with the greatest biodiversity but the least capacity to manage it. An increasing number of ocean governance stakeholders recognize that transparency can offer a progressive approach to managing our ocean. All fisheries decision makers, the policy makers developing legislation, the body authorizing fishing vessels to operate, the managers operating in marine protections, and the scientists trying to calculate what can be taken and what cannot, need transparency to understand what is happening. Transparency is the act of making specific ocean and vessel data, as well as the policies and decisions that surround them, both available and accessible to those who need it. And these policies and data to inform action in a transparent way offers a modern, cost-effective way that is scalable in order to drive forward fisheries governance on a global scale. Today, we will discuss innovation, technology, and transparency initiatives that are key tools to guarantee good governance in fisheries in the future and support the use of transparent data to inform policy shifts and government actions to inform the policy shifts and government actions that we need to secure sustainable fisheries. So we're very fortunate today to be joined by a fantastic panel. My first challenge is in pronunciation. First, Anne-Beth Twinerheim, the Minister for International Development of Norway. As a Minister of International Development, she is responsible for international development efforts in countries outside of the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, and Afghanistan. She's also responsible for the development of cooperation under the auspices of the United Nations system, the World Bank, regional development banks, and other global funds and programs. And in addition, she's the Minister for Nordic Cooperation, responsible for the development coordination under NORAD, the exchange of people and experience cooperation under NOREC, and the North Fund, which helps create jobs and futures in developing countries. We also have Julio Moron, the CEO of the Associated Producers Organization of Large Tuna Vessels. And since 2007, he's been managing director of the organization of this association and of the Association of Large Freezer Tuna Vessels. Previously, he was the deputy director of OPAG, where he highlighted his role as scientific advisor of the aforementioned organization in the different tuna management commissions, ICAT, ITC, CTOI, WCPFC, the abbreviations will come clear in a moment, as well as his work in negotiations of fishing agreements within EU and private entities. Also Brad Wiley, the Policy Officer and Regional Officer Coordinator in the International American Tuna Commission. Brad Wiley joined the ITTC in 2013, originally within the Bycatch program, but focused on policy issues. He has previously worked in the Office of International Affairs at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for the National Marine Fisheries Service. And Valeria Marino, the founder of Systems Entrepreneurs Advisors and the chair of the Fisheries Transparency Initiative. Valeria has been a leading social systemic change for nearly 2 decades. She has led the design and implementation of public policies at a national and global level in areas related to strengthening democracy, the rule of law, and transparency into civil society. And Valeria was a member of the Transparency International for almost 20 years. I think you agree that this panel offers a depth and breadth of knowledge and experience that's going to make this discussion quite interesting. So, before the first speaker takes the stage, we're really looking at 2 large questions here. A key element of monitoring and control that we rely on in fisheries management is vessel tracking. The implementation of vessel monitoring systems to track the international fleet has proven to be of great support and importance in the effort to reduce illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. But this system is not applied to the same effectiveness in every jurisdiction or indeed in every fleet, especially in the artisanal fleet. What recommendations can you give for the application of other types of technologies to monitor these fisheries? We'll ponder that as we look into this today. And also, many fisheries management approaches have been in existence for many years, and it's more urgent than ever that we take action. Are there new and innovative tools, technologies or approaches to fisheries management that you're excited to see and that become more widely adopted? So, with further ado, we'll invite Minister Svennerum to the podium. I'd just like to point out at this stage, we are running a little late, and the Minister has to leave directly after her comments to continue on with Norwegian engagement elsewhere. So immediately now, just offer apologies that we will see the Minister leave. So Minister, please take the podium. As the Minister takes position, Norway has led the way for many years. Back in 1946, Norway became the first country in the world to establish a Ministry of Fisheries. And with this solid experience in marine research and fisheries management, how has increasing transparency and technology helped Norway to maintain healthy fisheries, especially considering that Norway's fisheries encompass everything from small one-person boats to the large trawlers and purseaners? The floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you so much, Tony. And dear friends, thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's an important panel, it's an exciting topic. It's truly inspiring because we all know what the problem is. But we also know that there are so many innovations, so much new technology that can actually help us to solve the problem if we get our act together and get all hands on deck. You know, my starting point as a Minister of International Development is the fact that over the last 7-8 years, we have witnessed an alarming decline in global food security. Hunger is on the rise. And for the first time in modern history, we might actually be facing a situation where there will not be produced enough food to feed the world. That's a totally that's a total game changer. Food security is a fundamental obligation and challenge, and food security is also my top priority as Minister of International Development. And to improve food security for the poorest of the world, sustainable fisheries have a key role to play. Now, we all have the responsibility to manage our fish resources sustainably, and together with Palau, Norway co-chairs the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. The panel recommends that coastal states manage their national water sustainably through sustainable ocean plans. This is a key tool to ensure sustainable management of all marine resources, including fisheries. And we encourage all coastal and ocean states to have this in place by 2030. In my country, in Norway, fisheries has been the lifeline for coastal communities for centuries. And by the mid-20th century, the development of new fishing technologies and increased fishing capacity started to challenge the sustainability of Norwegian fisheries. The Norwegian spring spawning herring was severely depleted in Norwegian waters in the 1960s, with dire consequences for our coastal communities. That event led to the gradual development of a coherent Norwegian policy to prevent overfishing and secure long-term sustainability of fish resources. So you can really say that Norway learned this the hard way. A range of new management tools were developed and made effective. Internationally, the extension of the economic zones to 200 nautical miles and agreements on the sharing and management of joint stocks with other countries were crucial elements. Norway places great emphasis on resource control and the need to secure information on catches of fish within the jurisdiction of the Norwegian waters. A whole new profession of fisheries inspection has been developed. We now have a system of close collaboration between scientists, fisheries managers, and stakeholders, each with a distinct role in preventing overfishing and securing sustainability. Transparency and technology have been central for that development. And the scientific knowledge about the resources is obviously the basis for that management. Now, as we all know, fish don't respect national boundaries, so successful management plans very often need to be developed and enforced in collaboration between 2 or more countries. And we find it very important to contribute to that understanding also in other countries by sharing our experiences in the north. A central part of Norway's International Ocean Initiative is the EAF Nansen program. Some of you might know it. It has provided scientific resource, information, and contributed to strengthening management capacity in developing countries since 1975. At this year's Our Ocean Conference, Norway is proud to announce a commitment to extend that program until 2028 with a focus on food security. As part of the Blue Justice Initiative, Norway, together with UNDP, will organize an international conference this year with a particular focus on digital tools and innovative solutions to strengthen cross-sectoral and international cooperation against fisheries crime. In closing, innovation and technology have crucial roles to play in ensuring sustainable fisheries. But this is only part of the solution. Political priority, political will is essential. Ensuring food security for the most vulnerable populations is of vital importance, and sustainable fisheries have a key role to play to achieve that. Thank you for allowing me the floor, and as Tony mentioned, my apologies for having to leave the podium. I wish you a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So as we ponder those comments, I'll bring Mr. Brad Wiley to the stage. The Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission maintains 100% policy on observer coverage of the Passein fleet. And given your experience in compliance, I wondered if you could share with us what are the advantages of the electronic observer programs versus traditional observer programs on board, and how do you see technology advancing in the future of electronic observers? Thank you, Brad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for the question. And before I start, I want to thank, of course, Panama for hosting this very informative conference and for the wonderful accommodations that have been put forth here. I think it's really impressive. The Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission and its staff, and I think probably all RFMOs in general, see enormous potential for the application of electronic monitoring in fisheries as complementary or supplementary to the work of human observers. Although there are both pros and cons when comparing the two, in response to the question that's been posed, I'll focus here really just on the advantages of electronic monitoring relative to human observers. So first, and probably most importantly in the context of tuna fisheries, EM provides the opportunity to have the observation of fisheries where the deployment of human observers is difficult from the standpoint of either safety or logistics. For example, placing a human observer on a large purse seine vessel with dozens of crew members and quite a bit of room aboard is a fundamentally different proposition than placing human observers on, say, a small purse seine vessel where you have much fewer crew, much less space, and in order to fit a human observer on, you would probably the vessel might have to essentially reduce the number of crew by one, and it makes their operation more challenging. It can also be very, very challenging to find a safe space for a human observer to observe fisheries operations on a small vessel like that. So EM offers the ability to work on smaller vessels. Similarly, on longline vessels, there are a number of challenges that exist in terms of limited space, working conditions, and even just the difficulty of getting human observers on and off of vessels that may stay at sea for months or in some cases even years. So the biggest advantage to EM is that it offers the possibility of expanding coverage rates in fisheries that currently have little or no human observer coverage, and thus improving the quality and quantity of data available to the regional fisheries management organizations for both scientific and compliance purposes. Electronic monitoring will enable the collection of data that is representative of all fisheries and all fleets for the use in the scientific evaluation of the target stocks, non-target species, bycatch species, and ecosystem, which in turn will lead to the adoption of more robust conservation and management measures for the same. Additionally, EM also holds a tremendous promise for the monitoring, control, and surveillance, and improved assessment of compliance by vessels. For vessels that don't carry human observers or those that carry observers strictly for scientific purposes, the main opportunity for compliance-related inspection and assessment occurs at the first point of landing or when the fish is transshipped. And this is necessarily more limited in scope in terms of what it can be assessed and may give little or no indication about a vessel's behavior relative to, say, operational requirements that apply while vessels are fishing, such as those that may have been adopted to protect species of special elevated concern, threatened or endangered species, etc. Additionally, some behavioral studies have suggested that the mere presence of EM equipment on vessels increases compliance with measures to begin with. So thus it provides an additional conservation value aside from the increased ability to assess compliance remotely or after the fact. Another advantage of electronic monitoring is the ability to observe more than one aspect of a fishery operation and to obtain information that's not available to a single human observer. For example, so you can put multiple cameras in multiple places. A human observer might simply, on a purse seine vessel, for example, might be on deck and is watching essentially the operation of the fishery in relation to what's happening next to the boat and what's coming on. The addition of cameras allows you to observe either from a higher perspective what's going on in the total set. You may also have cameras below deck that are able to see what's happening as the fish are sorted and loaded into wells. So there's just much more information can be collected than if you have a single human observer on board. Similarly, with longline vessel operation, one of the challenges for human observers is to assess the species identification and other relevant data of animals that are being brought along board but which are not going to be brought on board because they're either not commercially viable or because there is a prohibition on retention of a species, say certain species of sharks, sea turtles, what have you. And so a camera placed in a strategic position on a longline vessel can help gather data about that vessel's interactions with species that aren't actually brought on board during fishing. So that's important as well. I'd also like to mention that human observers and electronic monitoring need not be strictly an either-or proposition. Putting aside the matter of cost, which is not insignificant, there's also the potential role for both human and EM deployed observers simultaneously on a vessel. Such arrangement could, for example, free up human observers to conduct additional tasks, such as the collection of biological samples, which is something that's difficult to ask a human observer to do while they're focused on collecting the fisheries data that's the main focus of their job. So while there are some tasks and types of observations where human observers and electronic monitoring might outperform each other, having both on board might allow for a more thorough or expanded collection of data, and it could also potentially allow for the cross-checking of data from what are essentially independent sources. The final advantage I guess I'll touch on right now is that EM doesn't need to rest. Human observers need to operate under humane conditions. They necessarily can't be on board topside on a vessel 24 hours a day. They have to sleep, they need to rest, they need to eat. That's not the case for EM. So if fishing, for example, during a longline set, sometimes the set takes so long that it's not possible for the observer, human observer, to observe the entirety of the set. Electronic monitoring solves that, potentially. Similarly, with purse-seine vessels, sometimes you may have fishing-related activities that might occur in the evening or at night when the observer isn't topside, such as the deployment of fads or the fad tendering or other fishing activities that might be of interest for the commission in terms of data collection, but it's not possible with a human observer.
Thank you, Brad.
We might also find that...
Start to sum up.
Okay. I'll skip over the potential economics of scale, and that the electronic monitoring may become actually even more cost-effective than human observers eventually, and just say that answer the question of where is EM right now and when are we going to see it? And the answer to this, I believe, is now. It's happening right now. Many RFMOs, tuna RFMOs, are in the process of developing electronic monitoring programs. My RFMO is certainly doing that. We're in the process right now of hosting a series of multiple workshops to help educate our stakeholders on the aspects of EM and our members, so that when we get around to negotiating an electronic monitoring program that everybody understands. I'm honored to be facilitating those conversations, but then our RFMO has also created a new electronic working group, which is going to be in the middle of negotiating an electronic monitoring program for IATTC in the future. And the other tuna RFMOs are in the same place. So this is happening now. The time for this technology has arrived, and holds a lot of promise.
Thank you, Brad. I do appreciate the challenge. We're trying to deal here with sustainable fisheries and ocean governance, and to expect someone to explain the benefits of electronic monitoring and everything that one of the RFMOs is doing in the space of 4 minutes is quite a challenge in itself, so I appreciate those words. I see the slides are ready for Julio, so please take the stage. So, Julio, innovation and technology have supported industry in increasing efficiency in fishing, and many progressive industry groups have embraced transparency and data sharing as a way to demonstrate their compliance with the relative regulations. What changes do you think are needed to enable the industry to make this transition at scale? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tony. Antes de nada, agradecer a Panamá, al Gobierno de Panamá y darle la enhorabuena por este fantástico evento, por invitarme y poder hablar en nombre de los pescadores de atún que represento. Well, I'm going to reply directly to the question that Tony put on me, but before I would like to put you in context who we are. We are a group of ship owners based in Spain I believe we are the only group in the world fishing in the 4 RFMOs in the 3 major oceans. We have a total number of 48 bersainers catching 400,000 metric tons of tropical tunas. And as Mr. Weiner said before, fishing is a way of living. And we are fishermen, and we live for fishing, and we are the first interested in maintaining this. So this is the fundamental reason behind the whole exercise that we are doing that here. What are the technology that we apply on board the vessels to be able to monitor and control? And what are the new advances that are bringing us more transparency in the exercise, to keeping the social license to fish a common stock like tropical tunas? So of course the vessel monitoring system that we have on board the vessels 24/7. We have the fisheries management centers in every country where we operate. We have more than 8 countries where we have our vessels operating, and every country has the responsibility to monitor our fleet. And the electronic reporting system is something that is now mandatory in the EU, but is also applied to different fleets that we have. And also the electronic monitoring, the electronic observers. Those are the 4 fundamental pillars on which we can base our control of the fleet. And we use all that basically to give guarantees to the market about what we are doing is right. So we have been working in the integral sustainability of our fishery, working with the INOR Tuna from Responsible Fisheries standard that I will explain later. Then we started back in 2015 the Fisheries Improvement Project that led to the MSC certification. Back in 2017, we presented in this conference a commitment in the Malta conference to achieve the integral sustainability of our catch. Now, we are happy to announce that we are about 75% to accomplish that. And because we got all the vessels certified with the INOR certification that calls into the social responsibility standard, is basically first talking about IMO requirements, insurance requirements, and protection and indemnity requirements. So that's marine security standard. So you need to have a vessel that is classified and complies with the minimum standards for insurance that is like a second social contract. Then we follow the good practices that we established back in 2012 with 100% observer coverage. And this is where many people, many of the ship owners, instead of having human observers, they decided to go and develop. And in fact, we have been helping the different suppliers to develop the electronic monitoring system on board our vessels. We have been using that since 2016. And we had 100% observer coverage, just to certify that what we are doing, we accomplish with the code of good practices. Then, of course, the control system by the flag country, that is fundamental, is based on the Spanish standard, with all I mentioned before. Then the sanitary conditions of the fish that we catch, that is following the EU standards for the sanitary conditions. And the most important of this standard is the labor conditions that are fundamentally based on the ILO Convention 188. This is the fundamental convention that regulates employment in fishing, and this has to be applied. It's a legal instrument that was applied. It was adopted in ILO in 2007, and is now entering into force, and is in ratification for many countries, so we are applying that directly. And finally, we had the MSC certification that we start with the FIP, with the Fisheries Improvement Project, that continue with the certification of Marine Stewardship Council. We got, as I mentioned, half of our catches. So we use the technology to certify what we are doing is right and to demonstrate that sustainable fisheries is possible and is the only way to go ahead. As Juan Corrales mentioned before, fishing is not a problem, it's part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the challenge of trying to explain all those intricacies in just a few minutes, I really appreciate the line diagram to help us understand that. I'm going to introduce Valeria Marino to the stage. As she heads towards the podium, we're looking at a significant portion of fish that the global population consumes comes from coastal fisheries. And yet these fisheries are often very data poor. And added to the fact that the fishermen are often the last to access the innovative tools and technologies, how can innovation and technology increase the data we have about these fisheries and support the small-scale fishermen themselves to ensure that their livelihoods and sustainable their livelihoods are sustainable for the long-term future? Over to you, Valerie.
Thank you very much, Tony. I want to start by thanking the government of Panama for inviting me to participate in this panel. I have had a very energizing 2 days in which fisheries sustainability and the role of transparency in it has been at the top of mind of many people. That data is extremely important in relationship to fisheries, and technology plays a very important role in how we obtain and manage such data. Everyone agrees that sustainable management of fishery resources can only be achieved with increased transparency and participation of all stakeholders in decision-making. In turn, transparency in fisheries, as understood by the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, can only be achieved if governments collect and make public data that is comprehensive, complete, up-to-date, trustworthy, and usable or accessible. The Fisheries Transparency Initiative has produced the FITI standard, which describes which data is critical to collect and make public. Technology can make it easier and scalable to collect, process, store, share, and utilize fisheries information. IT systems and tools can help reduce overfishing and enhance sustainability by improving data analysis, promoting more selective fishing practices, enhancing monitoring and enforcement, facilitating communications and collaboration among stakeholders, increasing transparency and accountability in the supply chain, and public trust. Nevertheless, one has to keep in mind that a paper-based, inefficient fishing management system designed to allow overfishing, when technified, will continue to be bad. A fool with a tool is still a fool, says the quote. Indeed, the sustainable management of fisheries requires careful monitoring of fishing activities, setting clear and enforcement catch limits, and ensuring that fisheries practices are environmentally sustainable and free of human rights violations. Governments might have a clear policy approach to sustainability of marine fisheries management, and the design and implementation of technology should follow that. Thus, when talking about what kind of technologies will benefit small-scale fisher folk to ensure that their livelihoods are sustainable, governments might have a sustainability policy accomplished in a participatory process in which values, fundamental principles, and sustainable management strategies or frameworks are embraced, and that informs technology development. And I am here not speaking on behalf of a small fishing sector, but as a person working on transparency of fisheries. And among such principles, we can mention, for example, the precautory principle, the intergenerational equity doctrine, etc. The management strategies or frameworks to adopt to ensure fisheries sustainability could be, for example, ecosystem or science-based approaches to fisheries management, and then technology-based solutions must reflect such principles and strategies and incorporate the answers to the following questions. What do these IT tools attempt to accomplish, and how success will be measured? What information must be collected, how and at what level of detail, which is determined, for example, by the FITI standard? Which data will be used to make what types of decisions, and what will be the factors that determine the way decisions are made? Whom should those decisions benefit and why? and what are the possible trade-offs and what considerations will be applied to decide on such trade-offs. When attempting to use technology benefit scale small fishing communities, decision makers must balance the need of those communities against the need of resource sustainability, and also take into account their legitimate concerns about collecting and sharing data that will be via public access. To help with that, the government must do two things. Use a participatory approach to engage with the stakeholders in the design and implementation of technology to ensure that the knowledge and expertise of small fishermen is integrated into management strategies and their concerns and interests are considered. Ensure equal access to information and support collaboration and communication among all stakeholders. Also, the government should assess the human rights implications of the technologies to be used to identify potential impacts and risks. Sustainable fisheries management IT solutions must ensure fisheries management practices are equitable and the benefit of sustainable fisheries management are shared among all stakeholders. There are several innovative IT tools and solutions that can help smaller-scale fishing communities to manage and benefit from marine fisheries sustainability. For example, AI to process data. But nevertheless, although some technologies, especially cellular phones, and increase more accessible and powerful use of data, we must be aware of the IT divide. Efforts and funds must be invested in equalizing the access and capacity of people to have and use technology to manage fisheries sustainably. I want to take the opportunity to invite governments of countries attending our oceans to increase transparency in their fishing sector by voluntarily implementing the FITI standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria. Okay, our 45 minutes are nearly up, and my military background really will not let me run over. So I'm going to sacrifice some of my comments to make sure I give the time back to the conference and the other meetings. But let's just highlight a few areas here. If I'm hearing the panelists correctly, what we're saying is technology clearly has a role to play in order to scale and inform and deal with this problem that is a global problem. However, inequitable access to that technology is not going to help. We have to make sure that that technology is available to all, used by all, and if we have different technologies, they need to be able to talk to each other. The technology itself cannot be the sole answer. We need to bring in the other policy areas in order that the policies are put in place that the technology can be applied. If the technology is not applied, then we're back into the wrong sort of progressive circle we're trying to encourage. And then it's not just the responsibility of governments. They must step forward, and we see governments stepping forward now, but everyone who has responsibility in this chain of command has to take their responsibility, whether it be industry, whether it be communities, whether it be civil society itself. But the governments must lead the way. I think I'll stop at that point, but I'd like you to join me in thanking the panelists for their insights today. The challenge of trying to get that information across in just a few minutes. Please ask them the questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists and Mr. Long for its work moderating this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take now a moment to highlight concrete commitments that have been proposed by various organizations within marine protected areas. So we will first take the picture. Important tradition of this conference. And now we will invite to the stage the Minderoo Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. My name is Chris Wilcox. I'm the head of the Sustainable Fisheries Program at the Minderoo Foundation. Minderoo is an Australian philanthropic organization founded by Andrew and Nicola Forrest that tackles major environmental and social challenges, including ending overfishing and supporting sustainable, responsible, and equitable use of our oceans. Today, it's my pleasure to announce that Minderoo has committed 15 million Australian dollars over the next 8 years towards the Global Fishing Index. And I'd just like to highlight that the question of understanding the status of stocks and having a complete accounting globally is a goal highlighted by many organizations, including our fisheries industry colleagues who were speaking earlier today. So the index is an independent assessment of country-level capacity to achieve UN SDG target 14.4 to effectively regulate harvesting and overfishing and restore stocks to sustainable levels. We're committed to repeating the index at regular intervals throughout the UN's Decade of Ocean Science to achieve 3 things. First, to help generate knowledge in the form of assessing the state of fish stocks globally and understanding the governance and management mechanisms in place to ensure sustainable fishing. Second, to identify focus areas for intervention to ensure that resources, whether financial, administrative, or technical, are directed towards fisheries or locations where they'll have the most positive impact. And lastly, to identify, celebrate, and expand the use of successful actions and innovative solutions for improving fisheries outcomes. We're committed to providing information on stock status, effectiveness of management measures, and estimates of global fishing capacity to support the improvement in livelihoods, nutrition, and economies that depend on our ocean. We'll make this information freely available to the community working to improve fisheries and marine conservation worldwide. And this commitment is part of a larger body of funding that Minderoo is committing. $240 million at this year's Our Oceans conference. It signals our ongoing support for our vision of a future where global fisheries are sustainable, workers' rights are respected, and coastal communities thrive. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you to the Minderoo Foundation. We now can please welcome the government of Ghana.
Thank you. My name is Mavis Hawa Komsen. I am the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development in Ghana. Ghana's fisheries are important for employment, food security, and poverty eradication. If managed properly, they represent a stable source of food and employment for millions of Ghanaians. Under my leadership, Ghana is committed to addressing illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. I am pleased to announce my ministry's commitment to ensure that 100% of industrial vessels licensed to fish in Ghana's exclusive economic zone will deploy electronic monitoring technology, including the use of cameras to monitor and document activities taking place on the vessel. This includes industrial trawl vessels and tuna vessels. We estimate an investment of $2.5 million to fulfill this commitment through partnerships between the ministry, industry, and development partners. Through the development of these electronic monitoring systems, Ghana will ensure industrial vessels abide by our country's fisheries rules and regulations. This requirement will be underpinned by revisions to Ghana's fisheries legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will receive the government of Peru.
Buenos días a todas y todos. Es un honor participar en esta 8ª edición de la conferencia Our Ocean y renovar el firme compromiso del Perú en la protección y conservación de los ecosistemas marinos. En esta oportunidad, a través del concurso de la institución H2 Océanos, se ha presentado el compromiso de preservar y promover el conocimiento tradicional de las comunidades pesqueras milenarias que desarrollan sus labores en veleros artesanales que no usan motor. Los métodos empleados para la pesca en veleros artesanales son sostenibles y ambientalmente amistosos. Precisamente, esta actividad tradicional ha sido reconocida como parte integrante de nuestro patrimonio cultural. A través del presente compromiso, se buscará preservar y fortalecer esta tradición de navegar y arte de pesca, así como las diversas comunidades de pescadores que la realizan, adoptando para ella las medidas administrativas y legales requeridas que puedan seguir realizando sus faenas. Es por ello que el Perú viene impulsando la Reserva Nacional Mar Tropical de Grau. El área propuesta para la creación de la Reserva Nacional Mar Tropical de Grau es un espacio único que se forma por la convergencia de 2 ecosistemas marinos, las aguas cálidas del Mar Tropical del Pacífico Oriental y la corriente de Humboldt de aguas frías y rica en nutrientes. Esta reunión genera una zona de transición con una alta diversidad de especies marinas. Aquí se encuentra alrededor del 70% de todas las especies asociadas a los arrecifes rocosos del litoral peruano, el 40% de la biodiversidad de cetáceos marinos del Perú, el 60% de las especies de tortugas reportadas para el Perú y el 75% de los equinodermos intermareales de todo el Perú y el 22% de las especies de tiburones y rayas en el Perú. Por otro lado, el conocimiento sobre los fondos marinos no es amplio, por lo cual es importante un mayor análisis sobre cualquier actividad en ellos, como la minería submarina. Es por ello que el Perú está analizando un pronunciamiento en favor de la moratoria que varios países vienen promoviendo. Distinguidos delegados y delegadas, sigamos trabajando conjuntamente con todos los actores del sector público y privado, las comunidades locales y la sociedad civil en beneficio de nuestros pueblos y de las generaciones que nos precederán. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we will invite the foundation, the Tuna Conservation Group Tuna Kunz Foundation.
Muy buenos días con todos. Gracias por dejarnos participar aquí en Our Ocean. Y bueno, Tuna Kunz es una fundación para la conservación de atunes conformada por 8 empresas pesqueras que operan aquí en el Pacífico Oriental, dedicada a implementar acciones sostenibles en la pesca de atunes con red de cerco. Tenemos varias iniciativas en desarrollo que las pueden ver en nuestra página web. Un proyecto que venimos trabajando desde hace 5 años es la investigación para transformar los plantados a la deriva que se usan en la pesca, construyéndolos con materiales de origen vegetal para la implementación de plantados biodegradables que consigan reducir los impactos negativos en el ecosistema marino de nuestra zona, habiendo invertido hasta el momento más de $2 millones. Los plantados, como herramienta de atracción de túnidos, han llamado la atención de la comunidad global. Su implementación en la actividad pesquera ha logrado que aumente la productividad y sin duda ha contribuido con la alimentación sana para nuestras poblaciones. Todo esto siempre bajo medidas de conservación que se adoptan en las organizaciones regionales de pesca, que ayudan a proteger las poblaciones de atunes tropicales y las especies vulnerables. Estamos demostrando que el uso responsable y el buen manejo pesquero es posible, cooperando activamente en los proyectos de investigación científica con diferentes organizaciones. Nuestro compromiso es continuar trabajando e invirtiendo en el uso de plantados con materiales biodegradables y apoyar su uso y que se implemente a mediano plazo hasta llegar al 100% mediante la investigación científica para juntos lograr un ecosistema marino sano. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now let's welcome the government of Ecuador. Or not. Maybe we can make it in the afternoon. Now we will receive the to Conservation International.
Buenos días. Voy a hablar en inglés. My name is Sebastian Treng from Conservation International. I'm here with two of my colleagues, Susan Rufo from Ocean Outcomes and Hoyt Peckham from Wildlife Conservation Society. As you may know, artisanal fisheries play a vital role in livelihood, food and nutrition security, supplying nearly half of the world's fish catch. And it employs 90% of the fishing sector labor force globally, half of whom are women who play critical but often overlooked roles in the fisheries sector. These small-scale fisheries and the communities that they support are under threat from climate change, competition with industrial fishing and other high-impact extractive economies, systemic insecurity, political disenfranchisement, gender inequality, and most recently, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're thrilled today to announce that Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, and Ocean Outcomes are signing a tripartite agreement to work with, and most importantly, for small-scale fishers, fish workers, and their communities. The agreement formalizes a long-standing collaboration between our organizations, a relationship that's based on shared commitment, values, and a proven community-driven approach to fisheries improvement. Through this partnership, we commit to provide direct financial and technical support to small-scale fishers, rights holders, frontline fishing community groups, and local NGOs. Small-scale fisheries rights holders are best positioned to drive sustainability and equitable improvements reflective of their own priorities. We will also seek out value-aligned market actors who are committed to equitable market access, and we will work with governments to build strong enabling environments for human rights-based approaches to fisheries governance. Collectively, our teams are already working in more than 40 countries, partnering directly with thousands of fishers and fish workers in some of the most biodiverse fisheries ecosystems on the planet. Leveraging our aligned values, our respective strengths, and our collective global reach, this partnership between Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, and Ocean Outcomes will drive sustainability, resilience, and equity in small-scale fisheries and coastal communities around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We invite now to the European Communion.
Ensuring sustainable fisheries is a key priority for the European Union. Last week, we presented measures to improve the sustainability and resilience of the EU's fisheries and aquaculture sector, which includes an energy transition initiative towards a climate-neutral fisheries and aquaculture sector by 2050. And the package includes as well an action plan on protecting and restoring marine ecosystems for sustainable and resilient fisheries. This plan calls on the EU member states to phase out mobile bottom fishing in all marine protected areas by 2030 at latest. The European Union will continue to implement a zero-tolerance approach towards IUU fishing and to promote the ratification and implementation of the FAO Port State Measures Agreement to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing. To ensure the sustainable management of the ocean's resources and safeguard its biodiversity, the European Union is announcing 64.5 million euros to support regional fisheries management organizations, the FAO and the WTO funding mechanism on harmful fishery subsidies in 2023 and 2024. This includes research on addressing climate change impacts on fisheries and aquaculture and on finding innovative solutions to fighting illegal fish discards. Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the European Union. Now we will receive at the stage the Global Fishing Watch.
Global Fishing Watch is committed to advancing ocean governance through increased transparency of all human activity at sea. We recognise that policy and management shifts and government actions are urgently needed to secure healthy, climate-resilient fisheries and ecosystems and to ensure a sustainable management of related economic activities. It is vital that these reforms are informed by science-based data, and in collaboration with government, industry and civil society stakeholders, we will use technology and transparency to turn data into actionable information for those who govern our ocean. We will support our country partners to increase transparency as fisheries data, information and data used to set and implement policies, legislation, regulations and rules, and inform decision-making processes, and use the data and associated cost-effective and scalable technologies to drive better governance of our ocean. We will assist governments to collect, maintain, and publish key fisheries data on vessel identification, authorization, tracking, and transshipments, and to implement global processes and policies to improve biodiversity protection and governance of industrial small-scale fisheries. We will drive innovation in ocean governance by making ocean knowledge freely available and easy to access by the global ocean community, supporting the science that we need for the ocean and that we want as part of the UN Oceans Decade. We will co-design and co-develop tools and technologies with our partners and stakeholders that have traditional and local knowledge to ensure that our contributions can be part of a global, impact-focused solution to ocean governance. We will facilitate stringent accountability of decision makers by continuing to increase public availability of information on human activity at sea. After all, the common resources our ocean provides must be common knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we invite is the time to welcome the Marine Stewardship Council.
Thank you. My name is Werner Kiene, Chairman of the Marine Stewardship Council. I was just speaking here before, so I want to not repeat what I said. We have made significant progress in engaging fisheries. As I mentioned before, 19% of global catch is engaged by this label and the certification we have. The Marine Stewardship Council commits to engaging an additional number of fisheries to increase the number of fisheries engaged in this kind of certification up to 30%. We will support this expansion through the MSC Ocean Stewardship Fund. This fund is partly financed through our own resources, but it will also be supported through contributions from a lot of partners who, some of them are here. We want to emphasize again the partnership that we seek and thank for your current support and your future support. Thank you.
We invite now the Open Blue Sea Farms. Or in the afternoon. No, you're here, thank you.
Hi everybody. I want to do Open Blue in Spanish. As a local company, I will let know to the world and to our people in Panama what we are committed to do. Open Blue es una empresa 100% panameña. Nos dedicamos a un tipo de industria que se conoce como maricultura. Tenemos nuestras granjas localizadas 11 kilómetros mar adentro, en donde el ambiente es hostil para el hombre, pero es beneficioso para el pescado. En junio del 2022, Open Blue inauguró una planta de reproceso o de rendering en el puerto del Pacífico panameño conocido como Bacamonte. Inicialmente fue diseñada para reprocesar nuestros recortes para ser convertidas en harina de pescado y aceite de pescado. Estas son vendidas a fabricantes de piensos y son utilizados en formulaciones de dietas para otras especies. Reprocesamos un total de 372 toneladas métricas en el segundo semestre del año 2022. Esto nos permitió convertirnos en una plataforma de piscicultura sin desperdicios. Mientras antes necesitábamos contratar a terceros para que dispusieran responsablemente de nuestros recortes o bioproductos del proceso, ahora nosotros podemos reconvertirlos en harina de pescado y aceite de pescado de alta calidad, que vuelve a entrar al ciclo de producción en varios puntos, permitiéndonos eliminar residuos, crear una nueva fuente de ingresos y ayudar a otras especies a limitar su dependencia de la harina de pescado pelágico y aceite de pescado y reducir los residuos que se disponían en vertederos. En el camino hemos acercado a otros procesadores de pescados dentro del país y hemos abierto nuestra puerta de operación para recibir sus bioproductos y así eliminar el desperdicio en vertederos de cielo abierto e incorporarlos en la cadena de producción. Con el aumento de nuestras operaciones de procesamiento nos comprometemos a recibir y reconvertir 2.000 toneladas métricas de subproductos pesqueros para convertirlos en harina y aceite de pescado reutilizable y a la vez ayudar a la industria en este compromiso de elevar los porcentajes o puntuaciones de sostenibilidad al reducir la necesidad de productos pelágicos y alternativas de captura de peces salvajes. Este compromiso tiene un efecto de sostenibilidad de 3 puntas o trivalente. ¿Sí? El primero es reducir los desperdicios de subproductos de la pesca. Segundo, reutilización de nutrientes de calidad en la industria de alimentos para animales. Y tercero, reducir la dependencia de la harina de pescado y aceite de pescado capturado de la naturaleza mediante la incorporación de recortes en nuestras dietas. Open Blue, empresa que represento orgullosamente como panameño, está sumamente ligada y sumamente contenta de hacer estos aportes. Se enorgullece de poder reducir nuestros impactos y ayudar a otros en lo mismo que estamos haciendo dentro de la industria. Lograr una mejor alineación con los objetivos de sostenibilidad global, convirtiéndonos en usuarios de recursos más eficientes, reutilizando la biomasa valiosa y manteniendo limpio nuestros océanos. Muchas gracias.
And finally, we want to receive here Panasí.
Buenas tardes. I am David Grossman, president of Panacea. We are a Panamanian company that is the first and only sustainable sea cucumber hatchery and sea ranching operation in the Americas. I will start with the bad news. Sea cucumbers have been around for 400 million years, and they are a critical element of the reef ecosystem. They help counter against ocean acidification for coral reefs. They help seagrass grow 8 times healthier when they're present. They're even excellent for recycling nutrients for mangroves. The bad news is that over the last 20 years, with the surge in middle class in China, and more people being able to afford this high-priced delicacy, which is also part of Chinese medicine since the Ming Dynasty, sea cucumbers have been overfished virtually everywhere around the world, almost to extinction or at the very least endangered status. Here in Panama, the Smithsonian worked to pass a ban to prevent additional fishing of sea cucumbers. However, the stocks in Panama, just like everywhere else in Mexico, Nicaragua, everywhere throughout the Americas, are dangerously low, so sea cucumbers cannot do their critical job to the reef ecosystem. Imagine this as the equivalent of pulling all of the earthworms out of the forest. It would be quite bad, as you can imagine. Now for the good news. After 5 years and a lot of hard work and support from the Panamanian government and bid labs and our very patient investors, we have essentially split the atom by being the first and only operation to have consistent commercial production of our Caribbean sea cucumbers. We are producing millions of sea cucumbers in our hatchery and growing them in our sea ranching operation. It is triple bottom line. Yes, it is for profit. Saving the world should actually be quite a profitable activity, I would hope. But of equal importance is inclusive job creation, jobs that really give integrity and dignity to the coastal fishing communities where we work, along, of course, with the environmental impact. We are now a commercial venture, thanks to the help of everybody that has supported us, and we are going to begin exporting over the summer. We are also already beginning the repopulation efforts that we're doing alongside with our commercial venture. We've already put 8,000 sea cucumbers for repopulation in the area where we work, in Puerto Lindo, in the colonies of Colón. We will be doing another 12,000 repopulated in the next several weeks, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. We can also focus with other countries and local partners to export our healthy, happy juvenile sea cucumbers for repopulation efforts in other countries, because our species grows from Venezuela up to the Florida Keys. And my friends, this is the key. This is the way to unlock the blue economy. This is how we can make saving the ocean profitable, by using this very, very large force, the Chinese consumer economy that has been enjoying this amazing animal, this superfood, since the Ming Dynasty, and we can give them a sustainable alternative. And of course, we can restore the ecosystem here in Panama, throughout the Caribbean, and it's happening, baby. So thank you very much.
Thank you all these organizations and governments and companies for its commitment. And now we're going to skip the coffee break so we can go faster. Do you want coffee? Maybe we can go and come back, but we will stay here and we will take the last word of our last company, and we will speak about the blue economy. As we already know, and the famous report by Sirparta Dasgupta that maybe you already have read has also enlightened it. The global economy is sustained by nature. This is how the protection of natural capital is a central issue for economic sustainability. So we will speak about blue economy, building better opportunities and sustainable opportunities. Our panelists for this first important theme will be the moderator, Andrés Cisneros Montemayor, Deputy Director of Nippon Foundation, the Nexus Center. The panelists, His Excellency Therese Kofi, Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs from the United Kingdom. Valerie Heike, from the World Bank Global Director for Environment and Natural Resources and Blue Economy. Keki Andrews, Chief of Strategy on the Ocean Conservancy Institution. Antha Williams, from the Bloomberg Philanthropies Environment Team Lead. All of them, please be very welcome at the stage. Thank you very much, all of you. Welcome. Andrés, the stage is all yours.
No, I can't hear you yet. I hear you. Perfect. ¿Me pone el micrófono a mí, por favor?
Bueno. Ese soy yo. Muy buenos días a todos. Voy a hablar en inglés para nuestros panelistas. My name is Andrés Cisneros Montemayor. I'd like to welcome you to this panel. I'm with the Nippon Foundation Ocean Nexus program, and we were all just introduced. And this panel, as you know, is the one on blue economy. And what I'd like to do to set the stage first is how happy I was to see that equitable blue economy was put in there. You know, I think we often think about the blue economy as this exciting new word for like new sectors, emerging, transformation. But the reality is that all over the world, there are many, many people that have very, very strong relations with the oceans, right? The ocean is not a blank slate. And I think we all know that if we don't center equity in a blue economy, it will just become the old economy, right? Which is not working for the environment. And it's certainly not working for frontline and marginalized peoples all over the world. And so I'm very, very happy to see that there. And I was incredibly honored and pleased to be invited to this and be at this panel because as well as being incredible leaders in their fields in oceans and being very committed to this, I can say for each one of our panelists, they also have really strong personal commitments to really acting against inequity, calling it out where it is, and helping people that are at the front lines that really need our help right now. And so the two overarching themes that we'll be covering today are going to focus first on getting a better sense of how we really value the contributions of the oceans to the global economy. And secondly, what types of actions we're taking to make sure that these blue economies are contributing to local communities and to global markets. And so without further ado, I'll take it to Secretary Kofi, if you will. Thank you so much.
Well, that's very kind of you, and it's a huge privilege to be on this panel today with such distinguished colleagues, and an exciting time to be here in Panama for our ocean. I mean, I'm blessed to represent the coastal community back home in the UK, fortunate to travel to low-lying countries around the world with those coastlines, and very conscious of the impact of whether it's about COVID-19, whether it's about the ongoing scourge of illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and of course the theme which is having very real-life impacts of the terrible consequences of climate change, all the while communities around the world are trying to make the most of waters and unlock more of the opportunities that vibrant blue economies have to offer. Now, we know for hundreds of millions of people around the world, the ocean is the single most important source of protein and nutrition, as well as income and employment and jobs. And that includes many of the world's poorest and most vulnerable communities. So we all know how important stepping up our efforts to bolster the resilience of the marine environment is, not only for the marine life, which in itself is, of course, precious, but in turn the economies and communities that depend on it. So I think one of the things that we need to continue to do is to consider the wisdom and understanding of those local communities, and of course including indigenous people, that's been nurtured over centuries, but also to embrace the research, the innovation that we can have and bring to make our efforts even more effective. And that's why, under the UK's presidency, we got the G7 behind the UN Decade of Ocean Science for that sustainable development. And we know that we have to continue to try and take that urgent action at scale to support the pressures, or to try and tackle the pressures that our ever warmer, increasingly acidic, overfished ocean is bearing. So, as I say, whether that's tackling IUU fishing, with a great breakfast this morning, more countries joining our Action Alliance, which is exciting to see from right around the world, working towards the goals of the Paris Agreement, deep cuts to emissions across sectors. There's been some very interesting discussions about shipping as well, recognising the challenges that can bring, as well as, of course, direct investment in carbon-rich, biodiverse marine ecosystems like mangroves and coral reefs. So we all know that nature-based solutions can be effective and cost-effective. I must admit, I'm very keen to see more of it recognised in things like RED Plus and the greenhouse gas inventory and similar, to try and move forward on that. And it's why also the UK, instead of being at the fringe of the ocean being at the fringe of a lot of international meetings, initiatives like Our Ocean, the ongoing negotiations in BBNJ, we wanted to make sure the ocean and nature were at the heart of our COP26 presidency and the meeting in Glasgow, including backing for the world's blue forests, the magnificent mangroves. And that is now embedded in the future. So in terms of thinking through about the coalitions of ambition that we have, I'm very keen that we continue to use our international climate finance from the UK, which is still committed to £11.6 billion and spending a third of that on nature and nature-based solutions. I'm very keen to us spending that money from the 500 million Blue Planet Fund to help some of the most important fragile ocean environments and the communities that rely on them. And that's why we've been funding projects, whether it's in Fiji, Madagascar, the wonderful work that we're seeing between Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador and Panama in protecting over 500,000 square kilometres of the Eastern Pacific Ocean. And further, we want to keep that work going, and I'm delighted to announce the UK is investing £1.5 million through the Asian Development Bank's newly established Pacific Blue Finance Hub. And it recognises that small island developing states steward more than their fair share of the global ocean. And what we hope this will do is help coordinate, accelerate and scale up action across 14 vulnerable island economies. So we can harness the power of nature to protect coastlines, support fisheries and store carbon, and multiply that power through innovative technology like floating solar or satellites to enforce standards for fisheries. And while yesterday I was pleased to say that the UK was the first country, or is the first country, to back the World Economic Forum's brilliant Blue Carbon Action Partnership, again with £4 million, with doing stuff on coral reef and similar. You know, I'm very conscious that there is hard work ahead to bring our shared vision for a safe, healthy, global ocean to life. And we all know time is not on our side. But I'm very keen and looking forward to the contributions of others today and the discussions that you're going to facilitate, because it's that working together, securing new investment from all sources, shifting existing finance in the right direction, sharing those knowledge, ideas, innovation, experience, expertise that we need to make sure we achieve the greatest possible impact as soon as possible. Just 2 months after Montreal, the UK hosted a meeting in London, and very graciously King Charles III hosted a reception to really get that momentum. We're mobilising money, we've got the motivation, we've got to keep up momentum, and I'm really pleased to be here today to share some of what we're doing, but importantly to listen and learn on how we can continue to keep that momentum going. Thank you.
Valerie, please.
Just wait until my mic comes on. And happy World Wildlife Day, everybody. And I particularly want to pay a great debt of thanks to the UK, because the UK has not just made sure that oceans are at the heart of the international development dialogue, but also that wildlife is. And marine biodiversity is, and a big thank you to the UK for doing that. Andrews, one of the things I keep hearing these past few days is around the importance of blue projects and finance for blue projects. Well, I'm here from the World Bank to say we don't want to fund blue projects anymore. Yep, I said it. We don't want to fund blue projects anymore. We want to fund blue economies, because we don't want to continue supporting the start and stop of projects that are only raising expectations and eroding results. And financing blue economies means doing a few things differently. It means we need to focus on policy reform. It means we need to focus on investing in building credible public and private institutions. It means we need to build resilient infrastructure, and we need to make sure that we can unleash a financial sector that keeps the blue economy liquid long after development partners leave. But that means tapping 3 different types of finance that we don't talk enough about. The first is domestic public budgets, which are, at the end of the day, the most important source of finance for any blue economy. But when we talk about domestic public resources, we can't always just talk about repurposing perverse subsidies. There's more to public budgets than that. We need to talk about private capital, but we can't just talk about international capital markets. There's so much noise around the bond markets and blue bonds these days, but that's a tiny sliver of private capital that we need to be talking about. And of course, we need to talk about international public finance, not just grants, but also loans. But when we do talk about grants and international public grants, money from, whether it's the World Bank grants that we get through our donors that sits in a fund we call the Pro-Blue Fund, whether it's the Global Environment Facility or the Green Climate Fund, we have to think about using those grants differently so that we really can unlock a blue economy and not just finance blue projects. We need to start using these grants to finance what the minister from Norway talked about in the last panel, which is sustainable ocean plans. Ocean master plans, they're called in some countries, marine spatial planning processes, because we need to make sure that with countries driving the conversation, every country can decide what they want their blue economy to look like, what they want to invest in where, at what price, at what cost. And what's especially important to use our grants for is to make sure that everyone's around the table when these conversations are happening. Because if Indigenous peoples and local communities aren't around the table, if they're not at the table, their interests are on the menu. If the private sector, and especially the micro, small and medium-sized enterprises aren't at the table, they're not going to put their interests, their influence, or their ideas on the table either. So we need everybody around the table, and that's what we need to start using our grant financing for. We need to use international grant financing for the policy reform and the capacity building that countries can't borrow for, particularly not in an environment where so many countries are struggling with debt distress after COVID. And especially focusing on policy reform, make sure that these grants can be used to create the type of predictability that the private sector needs to invest. And then if we use grants to also create a pipeline of investable deals that private sector can invest in. And finally, we need to start using international grant finance to buy down the price of lending. Because countries do need to borrow. They need to borrow for infrastructure that's going to deliver resilience and revenues. But not every country can borrow at the same price, particularly not at a time when they're in debt distress, interest payments have gone up, and overall inflation is making everything harder in so many countries. So that's what we need to use grants for as well. But there's two challenges that we have that we need to fix to make sure we can use these grants more effectively. The first is fragmentation. Countries and Indigenous peoples and local communities in those countries can't access grant financing when they can't find it. And we're putting money into so many different buckets that you need an incredibly complex roadmap or some sort of Google Maps to find out where the money is. That's not good enough. But fragmentation also means that because the money is scattered, the paperwork to access that money is different in every single pot. And not only is the paperwork different, but it's becoming increasingly a tyranny of technical language that even for those of us who are most steeped in blue finance have difficulty understanding. So we have to simplify paperwork. Of all the requests that I have, can we not fix paperwork? We can't fix a lot of challenges in the world easily. This one we should be able to fix. The second problem actually arises from that first problem. With the over-fragmentation, with the challenge of paperwork, with the challenge of finding where the money is, an awful lot of intermediaries have grown up. A lot of middle agencies, middle organizations. And they were set up with good intentions to help particularly Indigenous peoples, local communities, poor countries and small island developing states find that money and access it, with the intention early on that these intermediaries would stand down as communities and countries stood up, but instead they've remained standing up and created a parallel financing source, which means money trickles through too many places before it reaches the ground and the very people, particularly Indigenous peoples and local community, who need the money now. So those are two problems that at the bank we're really interested in fixing. We're committed to financing blue economies. We're committed to using our entire menu of financing instruments. Our grant financing, our loan financing, our results-based financing in the carbon markets, making sure that blue carbon and those blue forests are eligible for carbon payments. We're committed to simplifying the paperwork, making it one type of paperwork no matter the money you want from the bank. And we're committed to working directly with countries and directly with Indigenous peoples and local communities. And where we need to use intermediaries, we will use them, but with sunset clauses, so that countries and communities can stand up and development partners and the rest of us can stand down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Kathy, please.
All right, thank you. So as Valerie just indicated, the ocean is an economic engine for the world, but it's clear that we must shift to a much more sustainable course across the board, especially in the face of climate change. If we do not get on face of climate change, our economy and our environment is going to be a shambles. So our response to climate change needs to accelerate in a massive way to rapidly transition away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy. But with change comes opportunity. So I want to focus today on the opportunity that exists in the transition to a clean ocean energy future. So like many of you all in the room, I have spent the last 20+ years trying to protect the ocean and the communities and the wildlife that rely on it. I've been part of some great successes, but given the continuing pace of greenhouse gas emissions and the increasing biodiversity loss, we are clearly continuing to lose ground, and we have to do things differently. So let's start with me. A significant part of my career in ocean conservation has been reducing human activities and keeping as much man-made infrastructure out of the water as possible because it is a threat to a healthy ocean. So it is admittedly with some cognitive dissonance that I am calling today to achieve 100% renewable energy in the ocean by 2050, because this will require more steel, a lot more steel in the ocean. I will be the first to admit that I have some discomfort around calling for this, but we are so far down the path toward a dangerous future for our ocean and our planet that we have to do this. Climate change requires that we as a society change, and we can't do it fast enough. So our current model of ocean energy is killing the ocean, and it's harming communities that depend on it. We have risky, dirty offshore oil and gas production in areas of the ocean that time and again have proven inefficient and dangerous. We have a shipping industry that carries and uses dirty fuels. We have frontline communities that are dealing with the impacts of oil spills and who bear the brunt of pollution from petrochemical facilities and from plastic pollution that is made from oil and gas. We have piecemeal efforts to ban offshore oil and gas and scale up clean ocean energy and to reduce the demand for virgin plastics. But those offers are often siloed and disconnected, another form of fragmentation. We need a vision of what the ocean looks like and how people and the economy can benefit if we tackle these things in partnership together. Ocean Conservancy is calling for a cohesive, ambitious ocean energy platform that connects the dots between ramping down dirty offshore oil and gas and scaling up marine renewable energy while protecting people and the planet. This transition must meet 3 criteria. It must be rapid, it must be responsible, and it must be just. Rapid means moving quickly to get rid of offshore oil and gas and scale up renewables. This means there should be no new permits and no new financing for coastal refining, processing, or transporting infrastructure. Let's stop digging our climate hole deeper. And we need to decommission existing fossil fuel infrastructure in a responsible way. There is simply no fail-safe way to extract, process, or transport fossil fuels, and devastating oil spills like the Exxon Valdez or the Ixtoc tragedy are vivid reminders that oil and water simply do not mix. And offshore wind development is moving far too slowly to save the ocean and the planet. We need laws and policies crafted specifically to enable responsible marine renewable energy like offshore wind. The same policies that permitted oil and gas are not going to cut it. This isn't about a few regulatory tweaks. This is about significant regulatory overhaul of our systems. Ocean Conservancy issued a Policy to Power report last year that has over 80 recommendations for improving policies and regulations to responsibly scale offshore wind. Second, it's got to be responsible. This is our duty to the health of the ocean. Speed and scale to save the ocean cannot come at the expense of a healthy ocean. We have been running the healthy ocean balance sheet in the red for far too long, and that needs to stop. To achieve the transition in a responsible way, we need to figure out how can we accelerate a clean ocean energy future that is consistent with an healthy ocean. So what does this look like? We can require, finance, and incentivize the creation and uses of technologies and methodologies to reduce wildlife impact during all phases, siting, construction, and operations. While this will not eliminate all impacts, we must expand marine renewables in a way that is consistent with a healthy ocean. With ingenuity and technological innovation, I am confident we can figure this out. But put simply, to save the ocean requires that we use the ocean, because the cost of inaction for our ocean and the planet is simply too high. Criteria number 3, just. The transition must be just. While solving the climate crisis is an opportunity to address systemic injustices endured disproportionately by communities of color, indigenous communities, poor communities, and others that are historically underserved and underrepresented. Here's a stunning statistic. This is my only statistic of the talk. Aren't you proud? While 115 countries have offshore wind potential, 99% of the offshore wind today is found in G20 countries. That needs to change. We must do better to ensure that the global distribution of the benefits of a clean ocean energy economy are shared by all. This means job opportunities and shifting subsidies and replacing revenue to ensure that critical social services are not disrupted. So what does this mean for the folks in the room? To my fellow nonprofits, we need to work together on a cohesive platform that better recognizes the connected way these issues come together. To the funders, help scale up this work, ensure your grantees are developing a coordinated vision together. To industry, commit to advocate for an ocean and people-first platform and put your shoulder to the wheel to help us get policies passed that are going to lead to a clean ocean energy future. And then to country representatives and decision makers, ensure your regulatory regimes are put in place for a rapid, responsible, and just transition to clean ocean energy, including putting offshore wind goals and funding as part of your national climate plans. In closing, we must make hard choices and do hard things to keep the ocean and planet alive. The ocean has already proven to be our protector from some of the worst extremes of a fossil fuel world, and now it can be our partner in the transition to a clean energy future with a strong and sustainable economy. Ocean Conservancy stands ready to work with all sectors to help realize this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kaki. Antha, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, I'm here representing Bloomberg Philanthropies, and our mission as a philanthropy is to ensure better, longer lives for the greatest number of people. Our founder, Mike Bloomberg, of course, is a three-term mayor of New York, but also an entrepreneur. And so for him, a healthy environment, a healthy ocean, and healthy economies are really two sides of the same coin. I know that's why we're all here, and it's one of the things that inspired Secretary Kerry to launch the Our Ocean Conference when he did that in 2014. And we've heard a lot of the reasons that we're all very familiar with why ocean protection is so important, both for livelihoods and for the planet. You know, it provides the oxygen for every other breath we take. It provides food and ecosystem services and livelihoods for 3 billion people. And when we came into Ocean's work in 2014, we really did that with a focus because of our livelihoods work on fishing and stopping overfishing. And at the time, and I think even now, people can be surprised to learn that 50% of the fish that are caught at the community level, you know, in artisanal fisheries. And we see around the world the incredible stress that many of those fishers are under. You know, the factors that lead to overfishing and to loss of value for those fishers at every step along the supply chain. And so we've been really proud to work with local communities to be able to help organize fishing communities to protect community seas, to act on their own behalf, and then they become the most incredible advocates for national level policies that can change. And so, you know, one recent example that we really liked was with the Wildlife Conservation Society in Indonesia, where their work with 900 fishers, both in house-to-house outreach and on-the-water outreach, to organize on the benefits of community protection and stopping the most destructive fishing practices, led to a remarkable 57% decrease in dynamite fishing. Which is just an incredible win in an incredibly biodiverse area of Indonesia that now provides better longevity and sustainability for the reef, better value for those fishing communities, and of course value for all the rest of us who rely on those healthy oceans for everything we do. And so we really see the work at the local level as a basis for really sustainable ocean protection, but an incredible opportunity for finance and for profit. And right now, I think we all see there's a real disconnect between those community level opportunities and finance at all levels, whether that's local or national government budgets, whether that's multilaterals and bilaterals, whether that's certainly private finance, and I think even philanthropy has been a bit late to the game in this. And so when we think about the role that philanthropy can play, you know, our amounts of money are small relative to government funding, but our founder, Mike Bloomberg, has always been clear that where philanthropy can shine is in taking risks that people with, you know, that are working with public, you know, taxpayer dollars, public budgets might not be able to do, and proving solutions that work that can then be scaled up. And so we've been really encouraged to see some of the innovative models this week with the amazing new commitment from the UK to the Global Fund for Coral Reefs and the Minderoo Foundation yesterday, upping their commitments. And I'm really pleased today to be announcing a brand new commitment from Bloomberg Philanthropies and Arcadia of $51 million to support community work, work with indigenous peoples, non-governmental organizations, and governments to protect oceans and livelihoods under the banner of the new 30 by 30 goal all around the world. It's a really great partnership between Bloomberg and Arcadia and very much built on proven solutions at the community level. And we think it enables us to begin to better connect the dots between these community level solutions and the kind of public and private finance that can work together to leverage the kind of change that we need to see in the water. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for this, and I think if I can take something away is that we really need everyone to come together, and something that's really cool about this is that people are coming at it from really personal places in terms of their commitment to these things, but then that translates through their work and professionally into excellent political leadership and strong financing and really meaningful and fair one. No BS plans, right? Clear goals that we know we need. Yeah, and the support of philanthropies in the private sector that frankly now are more than ever really committed to making sure that our futures are equitable as well as only just sustainable. Right, so I'd like to thank you all so much for being here, and thank you all for your work, as I know a lot of you are doing amazing work locally, globally, in different places. And so keep doing it, because the ocean needs help and communities need all the help they can get. So please join me in thanking our panel again. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you. Oh yeah, great.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you to the moderator. Now we will address the second subtopic, which is tourism and its role in the blue economy towards an equitable, regenerative, and sustainable tourism model. This will be developed by the panelists, Her Excellency Ivan Skildensen, Tourism Minister of the Republic of Panama, Erika Harms, Coastal Health Strategy Director at the Iberostar Group, Mario Gomez, Founder and Director of Beta Diversidad, Frédéric Deray, CEO and Founder, and Noah Regen Onto Special Advisor for Ocean and Climate Action. This panel will be moderated by Daniel Croquet, Director on the Ocean and Climate Blue Marine Foundation. Hello, welcome. very welcome. This stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
You don't have panelists.
I know.
You're Harvey.
Yes.
I didn't introduce you. I only introduced the panel. But I will introduce you. Give me a second. Okay. First, we will have an announcement. Mr. Guy Harvey, who is here, please be welcome in this stage for special remarks. Mr. Harvey is the founder and chair emeritus of the Harvey Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you, Paloma. Good afternoon, everybody. Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Guy Harvey. I'm the chairman of the Guy Harvey Foundation, and we have a long history of working here in Panama, mostly down at Tropic Star Lodge in Piñas, which is about 150 miles from here in the Darien. And we're responsible for a lot of other work on large pelagic species throughout the Caribbean, Central America, and now in the Eastern Tropical Pacific. So we've been working on large pelagics for about 24 years. We're a world authority on sharks. As you can see from this picture, we've done a lot of work on a variety of different species in the Bahamas and Caribbean. Our most notable project was on this species, the short-fin mako. We tagged 140 of them over an 8-year period with electronic tags, very sophisticated, so we can track their movement. And in that time, 30%, that is 30% of our sample were caught and killed. How do we know this? Because the tags end up on land or in a boat. So the shark is dead. This is 10 times the mortality rate ever experienced by any NOAA survey in the Western Atlantic. All the alarm bells went off, and they wanted to change the regulations in terms of retention of this species. Here is one that we've tagged that is they're quite an impressive looking animal with a spot tag on its dorsal fin, which will track the animal to within 5 meters of really where it is. It's very accurate, it's very precise. This shark is a 200-pound male called Tough Guy. Went from the Yucatan, where he was tagged in Mexico, up to Nova Scotia in 3.5 months. Quite an astounding migration. And then the battery died. We use another kind of tag on the sharks too, called a pop-up archival tag, which gives us a very long duration, gives us habitat use, and a lot of other behavior of the animals. So why is this important? It's because we use the same technology on the billfishes that we study here in the Eastern Tropical Pacific. So why do we study them? What is the point? Well, billfish are an apex predator. They're a high-performance animal, and they are the basis of a thriving sport fishery from Mexico down to Peru, and equally on the other side in the Caribbean and Western North Atlantic. These fish are extremely valuable to local communities and the countries through whose waters they swim. Billfish are caught as bycatch, generally in most pelagic longline purseine fisheries, by accident, and they are consumed. And some countries have really targeted them, like Costa Rica and Guatemala. But in 2018, the billfish conservation law was enacted in America to prevent the importation of billfish into America, which is the largest market for this species. You can imagine such amazing animals being turned into smoked fish or pet food. It's quite disgusting, really. And so that loophole was closed. And nowadays, most countries recognize the potential for community well-being in the sport fishing, catch and release sport fishing activity. Especially as sport fishing attracts a very high-end tourist. It's a much higher-end tourist than probably anybody else, I mean, including divers or even bird watchers. So the area that we're studying now, around Panama itself, based at Tropic Star Lodge in the Darien, and without their help, I have to say, and without the help of the Panamanian government, we couldn't undertake this work. They provide food and lodging, they provide boats, they provide expertise for our 2 full-time students down there at tremendous cost, but the owners are very, very keen to learn more about their resource, because this resource, this billfish resource, supports not only their lodge, but local communities in Jaque and Piñas of about 3,000 people directly depend on sport fishing. We've expanded our work now out to the Galapagos. We're working with the Charles Darwin Foundation out there, tagging a variety of different species of sharks. And you all will have heard by now about the excessive Chinese fishing effort in and around the Galapagos 200-mile exclusive economic zone, which constitutes IUU on a major scale. So what are these species that we're studying? We're studying the black marlin at the top there, the blue marlin at the bottom there, and the sailfish. And there are the numbers of fish that we've tagged. The tags, by the way, are extremely expensive. It's a limiting factor not tagging more fish. They're about $5,000 to $6,000 per tag, and they last for a maximum of a year when they pop off the animal, and you can either recover it or recover the data. The top fish, the black marlin, the bottom fish, the blue, and that has a special device on it called an accelerometer with which we can detect minute scale movements, how fast the tail is beating, how deep it goes, what the oxygen content of the water is, the temperature, the light, and it has a camera so that we can film for 12 hours while that tag is on it. The limiting factor about this tag, the orange one, is that when it pops off the animal, you have to go and get it, and that animal may be up to 60 or 70 miles away from where it was deployed. So here are some of the tracks we developed. You can see that the black marlin kind of clustered around Panama itself. We're going to revisit that. The sailfish, which are the green dots, kind of go everywhere, and the blue marlin really travel quite long distances. We've done other tracking work in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Mexico on striped marlin, and we know that these billfish are a shared resource. They travel up and down the eastern tropical Pacific from Peru to Mexico. So in terms of management, you can't isolate the species and say these belong to Panama, these belong to Costa Rica, these belong to Ecuador. It's a shared resource, and so going forward, all you people who make decisions about what happens to these animals are going to have to be collective in your thinking and just come to a consensus, because it is a shared resource. Those are some of the tail beats off the fish that we're able to actually determine their behavior, normal swimming to acceleration to fast swimming. And also, we can measure the rate of recovery of some of these fish. Before I go on to recovery rates, I want to show you a very short video of us tagging a black marlin in Panama here in January, so please play the video there. This is going to be very helpful in showing you the whole process of deploying a $5,000 satellite tag on an animal. That's it right there. So it measures temperature, light, and depth. And you put it into the back of the animal in the dorsal, don't know why we're going so slowly here, in the dorsal meat with an applicator. And here we go. Fish is by the boat. Obviously, you have to catch the fish first on rod and reel, which is the exciting part for the anglers. The fish is released. Sometimes we take the hook out, sometimes we don't. And in the background, there will be a diver to film the release of this animal for our records and to show the safe release of this animal. My daughter there, Jessica, is diving down. She's at 60 feet right now. The fish is swimming off very nicely. You can see the tag is the expensive jewelry is there on the right shoulder. That's about a 300-pound or 150-kilo black marlin swimming off to its freedom. And we can end there, please. So that's how it all works. And we've tagged hundreds of these fish at great expense and got a range of data. Thanks for the video now, guys. And thank you, Tropic Star. So here is another study we're doing out in the eastern tropical Pacific. These are scalloped hammerhead tracks using the same tag as you saw on the mako shark, the spot tag, which is attached to the dorsal fin, caught obviously on hook and line, attached to the dorsal fin and released. And I have to say, by the way, on the billfish that we get about 98% survival. On these sharks, we get about 100% survival. They are really very resilient animals. All those white dots and the lines dividing them are the individual spots, hits from these scalloped hammerheads. But guess what? Look at the proposed expanded MPA boundary in yellow on that. It's like in the wrong place. We're learning how these animals move from the Galapagos around in spite of all the fishing effort by the Chinese industrial fishing fleets. And the proposed expanded MPA doesn't cover even half of their range. So they're exposed, if this was to be enacted, they are still exposed to being caught by high seas long-line fleets. In addition, this is one track of one pregnant scalloped hammerhead shark going from the Galapagos, tagged at Darwin Island, going to the mainland coast of Panama on that track, having its pups and coming back. The return journey. Absolutely fascinating data that we're getting out of these tags. But guess what? Not only are the sharks exposed to illegal Chinese fishing around the Galapagos, but the pups going to the mainland of Central America, whether it's Ecuador, Panama, or Costa Rica, are exposed to artisanal fisheries using gill nets, and so that the little 2- and 3-foot pups are also exposed to illegal and overfishing. And so they're getting hammered at both ends, excuse the pun. They're getting hammered as adults and they're getting hammered as juveniles. And these are things that we as marine scientists can provide local governments to look at and take action to prevent from happening, because you can't kill an animal at both ends of its life cycle and expect them to be there. So dive tourism in the Eastern Tropical Pacific, looking at hammerheads, of course. Anybody who's been to the Galapagos or Cocos Island has seen these. It's the reason you go. You spend a huge amount of money going there. The value of the living animal is predominant, and people expect that by 2037, there's going to be up to $800 million being spent on shark ecotourism, and not a single shark is killed. In comparison, in Punta Arenas, if you've ever been there, right next to the liveaboard dive fleets, you've got the commercial fleets that are killing the sharks. And on the other side of the dock are the people taking pictures of the sharks. It's really quite ironic. I want to tell you about another project, a very exciting project we're involved with in Mexico on both sides, in La Paz and also in Isla Mujeres, where we spend a lot of time on other species. Isla Mujeres is a very special place for our work. We work on sailfish, white marlin, mako sharks, as you saw, and whale sharks. Whale shark diving around the world has become a big, big income generator for all kinds of developing countries' local communities. None more so than here in Isla Mujeres, where annually about 1,000 whale sharks will gather off the Yucatan Peninsula to feed on bonito spawn, that is eggs and larvae of the bonito fish, which is a small tuna, very prolific fish there. They show up every year. They know where to be, when they have to be there, and they show up from May till early September, and you can go out there every single day and go swimming with a guide with these animals. So, how do you study them? You can't expect to catch one on a rod and reel or tie it up to the boat to secure it to put a $5,000 tag on. So our partner, Rafael de la Parra, seen here, swims with the whale sharks. He drills the tag onto the dorsal fin, which takes a while, but they're busy feeding. And once secured, the tag acts, as I said, it's very accurate in terms of positioning the shark. And they spend the entire summer doing rings and donuts and figures of 8 around the Yucatan there before going off into all sorts of parts of the Western Atlantic Ocean. We tagged about 20 whale sharks there. In some days, we can see up to 300 animals in a day out there on a calm day. They have more whale sharks there than any other single place around the planet. And they're now deriving for 3 months of the year tremendous amount of income to people who are really artisanal fishermen who would otherwise be killing animals to make a living. So this is quite a turnaround for the Mexican economy in Isla Mujeres. Here is one of those trucks, animated, just to give you an idea of the extensive range of these animals. And they're doing this on their own propeller, by the way. So that shark, Rio Lady, by the way, has set a new record because we are able to transfer, once the battery dies on the tag, we can put a new tag on, 19,000 miles in three and a half years. We can transfer the tag, put on a new tag, and off she goes again for another couple of years. Amazing technology that allows us to do this. So, just to finish up, I think that the value of a living animal has been severely underestimated in our sphere, in our genre of tropical tourism. There's lots of opportunities for people to go sport fishing if the fish are maintained, if catch and release is promoted, if responsible release is undertaken. And in situations like this, these are bucket list experiences for people who will pay a lot of money to go and do it, and not a single shark is killed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you very much for your work, very interesting work, and it's the perfect introduction for the next panel, that it is about tourism. The second subtopic, as I already said, is tourism and its role in the blue economy towards an equitable, regenerative, and sustainable tourism model, which will be addressed by the panelists. His Excellency Iván Esquildicen, Tourism Minister of the Republic of Panama. Erika Harms, Coastal Health Strategy Director at the Iberostar Group. Mario Gómez, founder and director of Beta Diversidad. Frédéric Degré, CEO and founder of NOAA Region and Special Advisor for Ocean and Climate Action. This panel will be moderated by Daniel Croquet, Director of Ocean and Climate at the Blue Marine Foundation. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, everyone. You'll have to bear with me a bit. I'm so excited about seeing everyone that I'm kind of losing my voice. I'm Dan Crockett. I'm a director at the Blue Marine Foundation, a London-based charity focused on restoring a healthy ocean. Firstly, huge congratulations to Panama for their leadership. I can imagine Edward Wilson smiling down or up at yesterday's announcement. Half the ocean protected is something for all of us to aim for. As a child, I was drawn to the ocean. My parents used to carry me off the beach because I didn't want to leave. And as a tourist and surfer, I fell in love with kelp forests, and that's what drew me to work in conservation. We're all tourists to some degree, and as tourists, we vote with our dollars. As John Kerry said yesterday, this is all about choices. If we make good choices, we support an equitable, regenerative, and sustainable future. There is a huge opportunity for tourism to underpin this transition. Tourism is a conservation that involves every sector: transport, hospitality, local communities, government, civil society, the finance and insurance industry. Must all work together. It is a conversation that includes regenerating biodiversity, supporting communities, using less and better energy and water. On this panel, we have representatives of government, of industry, of finance and civil society to consider the impact of sustainable and regenerative tourism on the growth of economies and development. We will talk about the challenges and opportunities of recovering from the pandemic. I'd like to introduce our first panelist, His Excellency Iván Esquildicen, the Ministry of Tourism for the Republic of Panama. Maybe to the...
Plan B. All right. So we'd like to share a bit of what we're doing in Panama. If we can still put up our PowerPoint presentation, a few slides to share with you all. First of all, as the Minister of Tourism of Panama, on behalf of our government, welcome to you all. You are all being part of history in the making, and as all the previous presentation keynote speakers and everybody has shared, we all know that we have little time to act, so we hope that we can all come out of this conference with firm commitments and actions for the future that we all need. So on behalf of Panama, we would like to share on what we're building as a case study on the Panama Sustainable Tourism Model, which we're focusing on as an open source template for the future. The idea of the Panama Sustainable Tourism Model is to especially focus on host communities that are able to offer tourism experiences to be at the center of the tourism experience. This is what our Sustainable Tourism Master Plan focuses on, and in this case, our country has approved in the year 2021, for the first time ever in our country, a Sustainable Tourism Master Plan on behalf of the President and our Cabinet. For a bit of context, the tourism economy in Panama represented about $7 billion in income in the year 2019. We are getting very closely to recovering our pre-pandemic tourism levels right now. And in this case, what we're facing right now, and the main challenge in our Sustainable Tourism Master Plan, is the fact that so far our tourism economy has been very centralized. How centralized? 20,000 out of the 30,000 hotel rooms in the country are based in Panama City, and as you all might be aware, Panama is a crossroads of amazing biodiversity and cultural diversity in all of the country. More than 80% of the resources are really located outside of Panama City, and especially we have a really important challenge, as we do in the rest of Latin America, because we have a terrible income distribution in all of the country. So this is where the role of tourism comes in, because so far what happens in many rural communities is that young people have to migrate to Panama City, either to receive a better education or to have an opportunity to have a better means of life. And what happens usually is that culture slowly becomes eroded, and these communities are, many of them, becoming diluted as far as their culture is concerned, and also some have had to go to unsustainable economic practices in order to maintain a living. So tourism, in this sense, becomes a powerful tool to empower local and indigenous communities in order to be able to continue preserving nature and the culture, as well as to improve their means of life. In the image you can see one of the 7 indigenous peoples of Panama, the Guna, which you might have heard in this conference, that is actually the first documented case of communities that, because of climate change, they are island communities that are now having to move towards the dry land. So we are definitely working with them so they can, through tourism, continue to have a sustainable means of life. So how are we working with these communities? We have a program which is focused on working with these host communities on a market-ready model, where we identify through our technical team what are the most attractive communities for tourism experiences based on the richness, on the diversity of their nature and their culture, and work on a training program with these communities, as well as alliances with either NGOs and as well as other government entities to support the communities, to improve their infrastructure, as well as to develop alliances with tour operators that can start marketing and promoting these experiences in the local communities once they reach the market-ready status. In the image you can see one of the communities we have been working on, Isla Cañas, in the province of Los Santos. This community, just so you all have an idea, 20 years ago was lived off selling turtle eggs to earn a living, right? So in time, they understood the importance and the opportunity there was through ecotourism to earn a sustainable income now by taking people through guided tours and watching the beautiful experience of watching the turtle hatching and the turtle nesting experience, which if any of you have lived it, you understand that it's one of the most beautiful things you can see. So this community now is one of the pilot communities that has reached the market-ready status. We have tour operators now promoting these experiences, as well as we have also the fact that this community is now training more tour guides. So we have more and more of the local community members participating of this new economy, so they don't have to migrate to Panama City, and that they also can also continue preserving their local culture. So this is one of the case studies we have been focusing on. The other important thing is that our government and President Cortizo in our country leads a program called Plan Colmena, which is focusing on 300 of the poorest communities around the country. And in this case, tourism is one of the areas where we're focusing on to generate income to support these communities. So this is one of the communities that is part of this institutional support to these communities. Also important is that we're now beginning an initiative to also scale up the potential to generate more alliances in support of these communities. We have a portfolio of around 35 communities around the country that we have selected based on the wealth and diversity of their nature and their culture, and we are seeking for funding support on behalf of NGOs as well as private sector. We have been able to attract already an interesting amount of investments to help these communities attract more visitors by either having local lodging. So, for example, a community such as this one, if they can attract a day trip, that's an X amount of dollars that they can attract to the community. But if they have lodging, community lodging, they will be able to increase the economic impact and thus be able to make more sustainable the economic activity of tourism. And basically, through this host community with tourism experiences program that we are implementing, our flagship project is that we are calling 1,000 kilometers of trails project, where around the country we are aiming to develop 1,000 kilometers of terrestrial, aquatic, and subaquatic trails nationwide by the year 2030. Most of you, or probably all of you, have maybe gone through terrestrial trails. Those are the most common. But we're also implementing aquatic and subaquatic trails. What do we understand by aquatic trails? For example, the kayaks you see in the picture are in the Isla Cañas community that I just mentioned before. And actually, through a grant, we were able to support Isla Cañas with these kayaks so they can have not only income through the 6 months where the turtles come for the turtle nesting and hatching, but throughout all the year around the beautiful mangroves they have. So in this case, this is an aquatic trail, a trail around the route that they have developed through the mangroves. And they have identified each species of mangroves, and they are now developing an audio guide also for so that visitors can learn more on the scientific part of the mangroves. And subaquatic trails are basically, as the word says, underwater. So by diving or snorkeling, you usually have a route or a path around a coral reef or around a particular underwater attraction. So this is the next stage that we're undergoing, and this year we're doing the pilot project for the subaquatic trails. So by 2022, last year, we had developed 64 of the 1,000 kilometers of the trails. By this year, we should have completed 189 kilometers of the 1,000 kilometers of trails. So far, together with our Ministry of Environment, we have under execution over $5 million in the development of this project. And in this case, this is part of the funding we're also seeking. We are in the portfolio I mentioned with the 35 communities, we are profiling the trails that can be developed in each community, especially identifying what is the central attraction. Why would a visitor want to go to a community and have the time of their life? So we don't want visitors to go to these communities only because they want to support communities. We want them to really be an attractive tourism experience. And by the way, you are supporting a community, you are doing a purposeful activity by supporting a community and by allowing this community to become a true guardian of the earth and a true guardian of their culture. So in a nutshell, this is a case study where we're working in Panama. We truly hope to show within the next 16 months that we have left in President Cortizo's administration to achieve a powerful case study that can be replicated as an open source model in the rest of Latin America. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Frédéric Degret, the founder and CEO of NOAA Region. Frédéric, the question for you is, how can economic trade policies and agreements contribute to the implementation of sustainable tourism?
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. I'm going to do it in English if it's not a problem. So yeah, my name is Frédéric Degret. I'm the founder of NOAA Region. NOAA is the acronym of Network of Ocean Ambassador Headquarters, Region for Regeneration. I'm a scientific and also a nomad traveler, so it's just a great match to be here. And alongside my activity with NOAA, I'm special advisor for the United Nations World Tourism Organization. So I'm very happy to be here and happy to talk about the way to scale up opportunities of sustainable tourism. It's all about, I believe, an holistic integration of tools that enable new economy. This is what we offer. We help governments adopting climate emergency legislation to unlock the potential of new revenue sources and to reinvest it back into the circular economies of the transition. So for sure, tourism here is one of them, one of the opportunity to be scaled up. As an example, here in Panama, we are under MOU with the Tourism Ministry and also with the Environmental Ministry to unlock the potential of blue carbon credits. So blue carbon here in a country like Panama is totally game changer. It is the way to quantify the carbon sequestrated below the water and to make it a new revenue sources. We estimate the potential on multi-hundred million of dollars for the country, and then we plug on top of it a blockchain, low consumption blockchain platform to trace those assets, to monetize it, and to reinvest it back into the circular economies of the country, part of it into a sustainable tourism program. We are doing an example here with a program called NOAA Resort. That time the NOAA is Nomad Off-Grid Augmented Habitat. So I'm going to talk about my personal experience. I am a nomad traveler. For the last 15 years I've been changing country every year to visit the world because there's plenty to offer. So I'm a kind of nomad digital traveler. I travel with family, so we are developing NOAA resorts such as long stay tourism, opportunities for nomad to travel in family, with alternative school included, with co-working, with fully off-grid communities producing their food organically, producing regenerative habitat, onboarding the local community within circular economies processes. So this is an example that we are trying to develop, and why not doing one in Panama with pleasure. So I think it's, I'm happy to answer some question later on if there is.
Thank you, Frederick. Next up is Mario Gomez, the president of Beta Diversidad. Mario, what steps could be taken to integrate sustainability and conservation criteria into trade and development strategies?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panama, and all the audience that are here listening to us. Thank you for your interest. I'm gonna get up a little bit. Do you hear me well? You do. Thank you very much. We found that the biggest threats for the ocean, at least in my country, in Mexico, are maybe three things: the fishing industry, the deep sea mining, and there is another monster coming, which is also an opportunity, and it's tourism. So unregulated tourism is therefore a big threat, especially in a country like mine, where we have around 50 million tourists per year that are moving from sun, beach, and golf into biodiversity tourism, into tourism related to nature, and we should, or probably we must be calling it conservation tourism. So we're trying to do, well, first of all, 8.8% of the gross domestic product, of the gross national product in my country comes out from tourism. It's a huge amount of money that comes into Mexico through that concept. That income, as I said, is mainly related to building, promoting a lot of the tourism related to sun and beach. And with the pandemic, things started changing. Thank you. Sorry for the back. So one of the things that we decided, and the world by itself, they wanted, right after the pandemic, to be around nature. And that is a beautiful opportunity for tourism, but as well a threat. We are trying to do a designation in Baja California Sur, my state. This is the peninsula of Baja. It's in the northwest part of my country. And we've been working with artisanal fishing communities, 25,000 fishers that are threat by fishing industry. And fishing industry is taking most of the fish away from it. So the fishing industry is related to tuna, to sardine, longliners, and of course also shrimp fisheries, shrimp vessels there. The size of the monster is not really that big, but are 40 vessels related to tuna, 90 vessels to sardine, and 1,150 vessels related to shrimp, and 60 longliners. But they are taking a lot of sardine away from the ecosystem, and if they take away sardine from the ecosystem, we will not have probably the species that are related to tourism, to sport fishing, and also related like whales, like marlins that somebody talked in the conference before about the relationship of marlins with tourism as well, and mahi-mahis and several other species. No? So the thing is that if we do not regulate tourism, it will be a big threat. We have in this state, in this region, because of a national park that we created 5 years ago with the support of Pew and Bertarelli Foundation. We did a national park, 150,000 square kilometers. And this area, it's doing spillover, and the map you're seeing, this region that you're seeing, is getting the benefits of that spillover from Revillagigedo. And there is a big discussion around the world right now in relation to OECMs, other efficient conservation measures. Those legal instruments do not have teeth. The only legal instrument that can regulate the biggest three threats that I just mentioned at the beginning, deep sea mining, fishing industry, and unregulated tourism, are marine protected areas. So if you use OECMs in my country, they do not really will work unless they are inside of an MPA. So the combination could be probably a good answer for that. This biosphere reserve has an amazing amount of different species. It's the only place in the world where you can find 9 different species of whale in the same region. So blue whales and fin whales, which are the first and one and two biggest animals that have ever existed in the planet. And we have humpback whales, we have gray whales and bright whales. This is the season right now for it. So the idea of this MPA is to be authorized by the fishing communities, which there are 25,000 fishers, as I mentioned, but they fish one by one. The fishing industry, as an example, in a place right in the south tip of this area, there is a city that's pretty popular in Mexico in relation to tourism. It's named Los Cabos. And in Los Cabos, there are big amounts of hotels. It's 27,000 rooms for the tourists to arrive in that area. So as an example, if a fishing vessel goes there and in one night they catch a huge amount of tons of fish, and this is the amount that the fishing communities from Los Cabos to La Paz, which is 400 kilometers, all those fishing communities catch the same amount of what they catch of fishing vessels catch in a night, they catch it through the year. So that's more or less the type of fisheries that we need to avoid from coming into this area. This region, this area, receives 3.3 million tourists per year. We've seen lately, we didn't have orcas. All the orcas that we had in this region were transient orcas. And right now we have 12 different families of orcas, and we have 130 orcas counted and all of them photographed. And the idea of the orcas being there is because they have been, because of the spillover of Reviejado National Park, which we created 5 years ago, they have a lot of food. So they are now, some of them are residents, and they have been reproducing in that area, and they have babies. So this is a beautiful thing to show to tourism. They are not regulated yet. And as they are not regulated yet, the idea is that there is a big threat, which other legal instruments in my country could not rule about it. So tourism could be also an opportunity or a threat. And it's also an opportunity because if we ask the visitors, 1 million visitors, to pay an entrance fee that goes straight to the government, but also we could probably use the money, ask for a voluntary fee to the tourists. And if you ask $1 or $2 for them, then you can guarantee the financial sustainability through the long term. For the support of this MPA, we've been having relationships with 6 different foundations: Pew, Bertarelli, Blue Marine Foundation, Blue Nature Alliance, Minderu, WIS Foundation, and a Mexican foundation as well. We've got the support for the money, so we've got the budget to do the implementation of this MPA. And if you really establish an MPA the size of this one, which is 200,000 square kilometers, we are benefiting, we're collaborating with the goals of 30 by 30, and this would be 7% of the exclusive economic zone of my country. So the idea is to be smart and to work together with all the authorities and to combine the different instruments. OECMs like fishing refuge fit perfectly inside a biosphere reserve, but without the biosphere reserve they have no meaning. They have no teeth, and they will only regulate the artisanal fishers, and we want to regulate the fishing industry. So I leave it like this, and I would have to say that marine protected areas are a legal instrument that around the world give us an opportunity to regulate tourism as well, deep sea mining and fishing industry. So we've proven it through the Reviejado National Park, and we're going to do a big effort again to do this new designation. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, Mario. So I'll now pass to Erica Horns, the Director of Coastal Health Strategy at Iberostar.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know I'm your last hurdle before lunch. So as good hospitality, I will focus. And I was given two questions to answer. One was the challenges that the pandemic brought upon us as a tourism industry. And the second one is, what are the benefits of regenerative tourism? And I want to switch that around and say, I want to talk about the opportunities that were created by the pandemic. And I want to talk about the challenges of not doing regenerative tourism. So on the one hand, we all know the devastation that it was for the tourism sector and the communities that depended and the countries that depended on tourism. But in that, Iberostar saw an opportunity to think about and listen to what governments were saying, to what the science community was saying, to what the NGOs was saying, and took this opportunity to build what I know from my experience 20 years in the sustainable tourism sector, the only sustainability team that has 30 people. Alone in coastal health, I have 12 and 3 scientists. This is a profit-making company. Why do I say this? It's because I see ourselves as a partner, and so does Iberostar, in this loop of finding solutions that we can't find alone. This is a conversation where not only academia, governments, and NGOs need to be a part of. Great to see also the financial commitments. But we need to make economic sense of the ocean for business. And that's where we come in. At Iberostar, during the pandemic, we were able to do things like reduce and completely eliminate plastic from our hotels, single-use plastic from our hotels, in a time where everybody else was increasing the use of single-use plastic for health reasons. We also, and we have here our seafood seafood director, she was able to get to a commitment that in Mexico we reached a target of only sustainable seafood in all our hotels last year. We have commitments towards a circular economy 2025, no waste to landfill. And then my program, so I'm a recruit from the COVID era, where we are looking at what is it that is impacting the business. And this is where I talk about the not doing regenerative tourism. You would think that it makes sense if we depend, 80% of the income of tourism depends on coasts and marine. You would think that the tourism industry would say, I have to protect the coasts and the ocean because that's my day-to-day income. Well, it isn't that easy. So we said, okay, this is our main income. We need beach for our customers to be happy. We need water that they can bathe in. And most importantly, climate change is in direct impact to the bottom line to every single tourism industry. For us, it's the #1 risk that we have in our income. So what does that mean for us? It means that we need to think about a different model, and not because we're doing philanthropy, but because this is the day-to-day business that we do. We have to prepare ourselves to be able to affront a changing parameter of costs. We need to be able, before we go and make an investment in a hotel, to make sure that in 20 years that investment is still there. But most importantly, we also need to make sure that the communities which we share the area that we are, the destinations that we're present, are also there and have benefited from what is the income that tourism is generating, and that they're shielded from the impacts of climate change. So I'll share with you a couple of examples of work that we are doing in order to align with that. We have a group of scientists working on coral restoration and mangrove restoration and dune restoration. Why? Because this is the best possible scenarios that we have in regenerating and working on nature-based solutions to protect the infrastructure, to protect the beach. So we're not only protecting our hotels, we're protecting all infrastructure, but we're also protecting the beach. We're also creating, through the protection of the corals, more income through fisheries by doing sustainable management. And I want to share a particular case, which is in Jamaica, where we've been working with a community that's been severely affected, a fishing community, to figure out how we can generate more fishing resources, while also protecting the infrastructure and the beach that we are losing, and we're able to measure that. And so with the government and the communities, we are now in the process of creating a protected area. And this protected area, we are using the fishermen from the community that is based right next to us in order to be wardens of that park. It is their park. It's an association with the community and the tourism sector. It benefits all of us. It creates better fishing opportunities for them by protecting the estuaries. And for us, it creates a coral reef that is healthy, that enables us to protect the beach. And then all of us can also benefit from the sustainable tourism opportunities that generate from visiting that reef. That is just one of the examples. We're looking at opportunities in which we build on blue carbon or carbon sequestration with communities. So we're looking in both in Mexico and the Dominican Republic at opportunities to be able to finance biodiversity conservation through capture of carbon, through carbon credits. And these are some of the innovation ideas that we are thinking of, that we partner with academia, governments, and NGOs to be able to carry out. We are one in a whole coastline. Without the engagement of the other business sectors, we can't achieve what we want to do. NGOs and academia cannot do this on their own. They can raise the flags, they can help us create ideas, but at the end of the day, it's those that are benefiting from the economic activity that have the most to lose and the most to gain. And working hand in hand with the government, I incite all of us that we think as an opportunity to work with the private sector, particularly the tourism sector, which isn't represented in many of these conferences. And we're very thankful to the government of Panama for the invitation to come to this event and share our experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica. So I'll just quickly summarize. I mean, I think a key point we heard from Ivan was the role of tourism to fairly distribute income to local communities, and the importance of that in preserving cultures and traditions as well as nature. And local communities were kind of a theme through a lot of this. Frederick, we heard about the opportunity for blue carbon to be a game changer and potentially support sustainable tourism and local communities. Mario, was it 8.8% of Mexican GDP is tourism? I mean, the scale of the opportunity to support just transition of artisanal fisheries and ultimately secure the long-term sustainable future for marine protected areas. Erica, it was great to hear about the power of profit-making companies as partners, and how to make economic sense of doing good for the ocean, and also to highlight the fact that climate change is the #1 risk facing the tourism industry. So I think that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for that summary. And also thank you all the panelists for their interventions here in this conversation. We will have our traditional picture. Well, thank you all for being here, for listening all the panels. We are going to take a lunch break and come back to the 8th conference on the oceans, our connection in Panama 2023. See you soon.
El proyecto de estructura poblacional de Anadara, que es la concha negra, como la conocemos comúnmente, es generar información clave para la toma de decisiones de manejo del recurso concha negra, que brinda pues muchos beneficios a la población, particularmente del sector de Chame. No se sabe cuál es la densidad de población del recurso, no sabemos por unidad de área cuántas conchas nos encontramos. Hay una preocupación que cada vez tienen que tomar más tiempo y consiguen menos conchas. Entonces, queremos pues aplicar técnicas científicas para determinar propiamente qué cantidad de concha negra encontramos en el sector, y de esa cantidad que encontramos, así como vemos en los censos de población humana, que los segmentan, digamos, por edad, por sexo de las personas, igualmente nosotros vamos a determinar qué conchas alcanzan una talla comercial, que la que es recomendada por la FAO es que tengan mínimo 47 milímetros. También determinaremos en qué etapas reproductivas encontramos a las conchas, si encontramos mayor cantidad de hembras o de machos. Todo esto son datos claves para la toma de decisiones para un mejor aprovechamiento del recurso.
Soy Eric Calderón, soy un ciudadano panameño que hoy en día estamos trabajando por la conservación de los océanos. Actualmente estamos llevando un proyecto que va enmarcado a la conferencia Our Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras ecológicas artificiales y educación ambiental desde la fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos. El proyecto más que todo abarca lo que sería construir una barrera a base de botellas plásticas, utilizando muchos materiales reciclados, y para obtener estos materiales se hacen algunas actividades o iniciativas para poderlos obtener. Adicional a eso, el proyecto no solamente son las barreras, más que todo es la parte de la educación ambiental, porque podremos tener miles de barreras a nivel mundial, pero si no hay una educación ambiental, seguiremos teniendo la misma problemática de la mala disposición final de los residuos. Bueno, los objetivos principales de este proyecto son pocos, pero abarcan bastante. El primero es poder confeccionar las barreras a partir de lo que son los residuos sacados de contaminación en limpiezas de playa o en los días de reciclaje. El segundo objetivo es colocar puntos limpios en la zona de Estero Rico, en la playa, para que los usuarios de estas playas pongan a disposición o de manera correcta estos residuos. Otro de los objetivos claves es poder concientizar a la población, principalmente a las comunidades que están cercanas a esta cuenca, de la importancia de la problemática y de la solución. Y otro de los proyectos o de los objetivos principales, más que todo, es la educación en las escuelas. Creemos firmemente que la educación ambiental es una solución.
Bocas Ocean es una plataforma en donde se va a divulgar contenido científico educativo. Entonces nuestra plataforma lo que ofrece es un método de divulgación científica, divertida. Le estamos implementando un foro, galería, para que pueda cualquier persona compartir fotos de alguna especie que haya visto, una estrella de mar. Como dato curioso, mi compañera y yo somos informáticos, no somos científicos, pero estamos muy interesados en estas áreas. Y pensando en esto fue que se creó la plataforma como tal. Ahora, también tendrán unas secciones en donde las personas podrán inscribirse para participar de forma gratuita en limpiezas de playa, en actividades como siembra de corales.
Mi nombre es Joana Abrego y nosotros vamos a hacer el proyecto aquí en Isla Colón, en la cual nosotros vamos a crear una economía circular, como ejemplo los trasmayos que se van a poder reciclar, y las actividades se van a realizar dentro de esto mismo.
Escogimos Isla Colón porque es de atractivo turístico, aparte porque queremos dejar un impacto en este archipiélago con los jóvenes y cualquier persona que quiera sumarse a nuestras actividades ecológicas, a la recolección.
Sí, ya estamos. Sí, ahí estás. ¿Ya escuché ahorita?
¿Aló?
Abre el 2, Quique. Sube al 2. Sube el lavalier 2 y el micrófono 2.
¿Aló? Ahí. Ey. 2, 3, sí. No, bajito. ¿El micrófono de mano?
El micrófono de mano 2.
Ahí sí. ¿Yo la escucho bien? Ah, estamos al lado. Ey. 2, 3, sí. Yo me escucho súper bien acá, pero...
Hola. Ahora sí.
¿Yo la escucho acá?
Yo también escucho ahora bien. ¿Ahora le dio más audio?
¿Le subiste un poco, Enrique?
¿Hola, usted me escuchan allá?
Sí, lo que es importante de las personas que ocupan micrófono solapa, que cuando acá le están instalando el micrófono, hay personas que dicen, no, yo me lo instalo. Y el micrófono cuando se lo instalan ellos, se lo ponen mirando hacia afuera o se lo tapan. Hubo una persona que se puso el micrófono por abajo de la camisa y quedó apuntando para otro lado. Por ende, es súper importante que la postura del micrófono la hagamos nosotros. Obviamente los chicos por respeto no van a...
Hola, ¿me escuchan allá?
Sí, te escucho.
Ahora voy a agregarle la sala para que escuchen también con la referencia de la sala. A ver, voy a agregarle la sala.
2, 3. Ahí ya estamos en la sala. Ya me escucho...
Ahí está saliendo...
Sí.
Ahí está saliendo afuera también.
Sí, se escucha bien. La foto, quería foto. Ah, pero yo también quiero una foto, pero para que estemos al lado. Esto es algo inédito. Bueno, siempre aquí...
Que van marcados a la conferencia Our Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras ecológicas artificiales y educación ambiental desde la fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos. El proyecto más que todo abarca lo que sería construir una barrera a base de botellas plásticas utilizando muchos materiales reciclados, y para obtener estos materiales se hacen algunas actividades o iniciativas para poderlos obtener. Adicional a eso, el proyecto no solamente son las barreras, más que todo es la parte de la educación ambiental, porque podremos tener miles de barreras a nivel mundial, pero si no hay una educación ambiental, seguiremos teniendo la misma problemática de la mala disposición final de los residuos. Bueno, los objetivos principales de este proyecto son pocos, pero abarcan bastante. El primero es poder confeccionar las barreras a partir de lo que son los residuos sacados de contaminación en limpiezas de playa o en los días de reciclaje. El segundo objetivo es colocar puntos limpios en la zona de Estero Rico, en la playa, para que los usuarios de estas playas pongan a disposición o de manera correcta estos residuos. Otro de los objetivos claves es poder concientizar a la población, principalmente a las comunidades que están cercanas a esta cuenca, de la importancia de la problemática y de la solución. Y otro de los proyectos o de los objetivos principales, más que todo, es la educación en las escuelas. Creemos firmemente que la educación ambiental es una solución.
Ocean es una plataforma en donde se va a divulgar contenido científico educativo. Entonces nuestra plataforma lo que ofrece es un método de divulgación científica, divertida. Le estamos implementando un foro, galería, para que pueda cualquier persona compartir fotos de alguna especie que haya visto, una estrella de mar. Como dato curioso, Mi compañera y yo somos informáticos, no somos científicos, pero estamos muy interesados en estas áreas. Y pensando en esto fue que se creó la plataforma como tal. Ahora, también tendrán unas secciones en donde las personas podrán inscribirse para participar de forma gratuita en limpiezas de playa, en actividades como siembra de corales.
Mi nombre es Joana Abrego y nosotros vamos a hacer el proyecto aquí en Isla Colón, en la cual nosotros vamos a crear una economía circular, como ejemplo los trasmayos que se van a poder reciclar y las actividades se van a realizar dentro de esto mismo.
Escogimos Isla Colón porque es de atractivo turístico, aparte porque queremos dejar un impacto en este archipiélago con los jóvenes y cualquier persona que quiera sumarse a nuestras actividades ecológicas, a la recolección de residuos plásticos, de basura marina. Y entonces queremos dejar ese impacto social en esta parte de la provincia, aquí en Isla Colón, y por qué no, que a futuro se vaya fomentando a nivel nacional.
Hola, mi nombre es Noemí León y hoy estamos aquí en la Estación Científica Coiba-Aipe, donde desarrollo mi proyecto de investigación sobre los mantos de rodolitos del Parque Nacional Coiba. Entre los principales beneficios de este proyecto puedo mencionar la nueva línea de investigación que se está generando en el país, la capacitación de más jóvenes sobre estudios de la flora marina y muy importante que nuestros datos nos van a permitir tomar decisiones para conservar y manejar nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto contribuye de una manera importante en el Parque Nacional Coiba porque nos permite conocer las especies de rodolitos que rodean la isla. También nos permite conocer la salud de este ecosistema y nos va a ayudar a manejar mejor nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto a lo largo del tiempo nos permite dar a conocer que estas algas en realidad forman un ecosistema que debe ser conservado. De hecho, estamos encontrando datos, información que gracias a los rodolitos se reclutan otras especies de importancia comercial como corales, como esponjas, peces también. Entonces necesitamos conservar este ecosistema. Definitivamente estudiar la flora marina es un mundo nuevo por descubrir en nuestras costas.
El objetivo principal del proyecto Barrios Ecológicos es mejorar espacios públicos abandonados que se encuentran en áreas vulnerables adyacentes a zonas naturales, para transformarlos en sitios que potencien y protegen su ubicación.
Barrios Ecológicos consiste en 3 puntos. Primero, la participación ciudadana desde la comunidad para crear pensamiento crítico para lograr el segundo punto, que es la conservación de los espacios naturales, en este caso los ríos urbanos. Desde el tercer punto, el espacio público. ¿Pero por qué el espacio público? Porque desde ahí creamos identidad, creamos comunidad, creamos momentos en donde podemos hacernos preguntas y pensar ¿qué estamos haciendo mal? Y en este caso estamos aquí en la desembocadura del río Matías Hernández, en la bahía de Panamá, en donde recibimos toneladas de basura. ¿Culpa de quién? Culpa de todos, lastimosamente. Y aquí buscamos crear ese espacio para crear conciencia. Este proyecto impulsará el turismo de bajo impacto en San Miguelito, que es este caso, porque daremos espacio para conocer lo que realmente tiene de riqueza en las riberas del río Matías Hernández.
Y también, muy importante, la mejora de la imagen de la única biblioteca pública de San Miguelito, en este caso, la biblioteca de Marta.
Todos los actos tienen un gran impacto, desde los más pequeños hasta los más grandes. A esa quebrada que le damos la espalda a la comunidad, a ese pataconcito que pasamos manejando a toda velocidad y no nos da igual, a esos árboles que se están secando en el parque. Bueno, ahí está. Esas son las playas llenas de basura de las que no podemos ir hoy en Panamá. Es ahora o nunca, es ahora donde tenemos que hacer el cambio. Es ahora donde agarramos a nuestros vecinos, agarramos a nuestros amigos de la universidad y nos organizamos para cambiar no solo el país,
nombre es Nairobi. Tequina significa remedio. Lo que pensamos hacer con este proyecto es mapear y cubrir la batimetría o sacar la batimetría más bien de toda la bahía de Puerto Lindo y relacionar la información con la comunidad, porque tenemos la información de lo que hay acá, pero ¿quién lo genera? ¿Quién genera la contaminación? Las personas. Entonces necesitamos tener esa relación para poder llegar a líneas de acción que puedan ser corregidas o tratadas. Okay. Bueno, inicialmente pues tenemos el apoyo de Ocean para poder dar el impulso, podemos equiparnos más que nada, y próximamente nosotros también estamos buscando, identificando algunos posibles inversores que puedan apoyarnos en el tiempo.
Mi nombre es Ariel Enrique Aizcrúa, soy de la Universidad Tecnológica, curso en la Ingeniería Geomática, soy operador de dron con mis compañeros. En el grupo Tequina me encargo de la parte tecnológica, ¿no?, de la creación de mapas. A través con estos datos de batimetría, lo que vamos a descubrir o a verificar sobre el lecho marino, la cantidad de sedimentos que hay, el comportamiento que hay en el fondo marino. También utilizaremos la data o informaciones de imágenes y videos con inteligencia artificial para detectar especies en peligro de extinción, o también en la parte de la basura marina que se encuentra en el fondo del lago.
Soy Marisa Quintero, proponente del proyecto Estructura Poblacional de Anadara del área protegida Manglares Bahía de Chame, que es donde nos encontramos ahorita mismo. Lo que busca el proyecto de estructura poblacional de Anadara, que es la concha negra, como la conocemos comúnmente, es generar información clave para la toma de decisiones de manejo del recurso concha negra, que brinda pues muchos beneficios a la población, particularmente del sector de Chame. No se sabe cuál es la densidad de población del recurso, no sabemos por unidad de área cuántas conchas nos encontramos. Hay una preocupación que cada vez tienen que tomar más tiempo y consiguen menos conchas. Entonces, queremos pues aplicar técnicas científicas para determinar propiamente qué cantidad de concha negra encontramos en el sector, y de esa cantidad que encontramos, así como vemos en los censos de población humana, que los segmentan, digamos, por edad, por sexo de las personas, igualmente nosotros vamos a determinar qué conchas alcanzan una talla comercial, que la que es recomendada por la FAO es que tengan mínimo 47 milímetros. También determinaremos en qué etapas reproductivas encontramos a las conchas, si encontramos mayor cantidad de hembras o de machos. Todo esto son datos claves para la toma de decisiones para un mejor aprovechamiento del recurso.
Soy Eric Calderón, soy un ciudadano panameño que hoy en día estamos trabajando por la conservación de los océanos. Actualmente estamos llevando un proyecto que va enmarcado a la conferencia Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras ecológicas artificiales y educación ambiental desde la fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos. El proyecto más que todo abarca lo que sería construir una barrera a base de botellas plásticas, utilizando muchos materiales reciclados, y para obtener estos materiales se hacen algunas actividades o iniciativas para poderlos obtener. Adicional a eso, el proyecto no solamente son las barreras, más que todo es la parte de la educación ambiental, porque podremos tener miles de barreras a nivel mundial, pero si no hay una educación ambiental seguiremos teniendo la misma problemática de la mala disposición final de los residuos. Bueno, los objetivos principales de este proyecto son pocos, pero abarcan bastante. El primero es poder confeccionar las barreras a partir de lo que son los residuos sacados de contaminación en limpiezas de playa o en los días de reciclaje. El segundo objetivo es colocar puntos limpios en la zona de Estero Rico, en la playa, para que los usuarios de estas playas pongan a disposición o de manera correcta estos residuos. Otro de los objetivos claves es poder concientizar a la población, principalmente a las comunidades que están cercanas a esta cuenca, de la importancia de la problemática y de la solución. Y otro de los proyectos o de los objetivos principales, más que todo, es la educación en las escuelas. Creemos firmemente que la educación ambiental es una solución.
Ocean es una plataforma en donde se va a divulgar contenido científico educativo. Entonces nuestra plataforma lo que ofrece es un método de divulgación científica, divertida. Le estamos implementando un foro, galería, para que pueda cualquier persona compartir fotos de alguna especie que haya visto, una estrella de mar. Como dato curioso, mi compañera y yo somos informáticos, no somos científicos, pero estamos muy interesados en estas áreas. Y pensando en esto fue que se creó la plataforma como tal. Ahora, también tendrán unas secciones en donde las personas podrán inscribirse para participar de forma gratuita en limpiezas de playa, en actividades como siembra de corales.
Mi nombre es Joana Abrego y nosotros vamos a hacer el proyecto aquí en Isla Colón, en la cual nosotros vamos a crear una economía circular, como ejemplo los trasmayos que se van a poder reciclar, y las actividades se van a realizar dentro de esto mismo.
Escogimos Isla Colón porque es de atractivo turístico, aparte porque queremos dejar un impacto en este archipiélago con los jóvenes y cualquier persona que quiera sumarse a nuestras actividades ecológicas, a la recolección de residuos plásticos, de basura marina. Y entonces queremos dejar ese impacto social en esta parte de la provincia, aquí en Isla Colón, y por qué no, que a futuro se vaya fomentando a nivel nacional.
Hola, mi nombre es Noemí León y hoy estamos aquí en la Estación Científica Coibaipe, donde desarrollo mi proyecto de investigación sobre los mantos de rodolitos del Parque Nacional Coiba. Entre los principales beneficios de este proyecto puedo mencionar la nueva línea de investigación que se está generando en el país, la capacitación de más jóvenes sobre estudios de la flora marina y, muy importante, que nuestros datos nos van a permitir tomar decisiones para conservar y manejar nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto contribuye de una manera importante en el Parque Nacional Coiba porque nos permite conocer las especies de rodolitos que rodean la isla. También nos permite conocer la salud de este ecosistema y nos va a ayudar a manejar mejor nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto a lo largo del tiempo nos permite dar a conocer que estas algas en realidad forman un ecosistema que debe ser conservado. De hecho, estamos encontrando datos, información que gracias a los rodolitos se reclutan otras especies de importancia comercial como corales, como esponjas, peces también. Entonces necesitamos conservar este ecosistema. Definitivamente estudiar la flora marina es un mundo nuevo por descubrir en nuestras costas.
El objetivo principal del proyecto Barrios Ecológicos es mejorar espacios públicos abandonados que se encuentran en áreas vulnerables adyacentes a zonas naturales, para transformarlos en sitios que potencien y protegen su ubicación.
Barrios ecológicos consiste en 3 puntos. Primero, la participación ciudadana desde la comunidad para crear pensamiento crítico para lograr el segundo punto, que es la conservación de los espacios naturales, en este caso los ríos urbanos. Desde el tercer punto, el espacio público. ¿Pero por qué el espacio público? Porque desde ahí creamos identidad, creamos comunidad, creamos momentos en donde podemos hacernos preguntas y pensar, ¿qué estamos haciendo mal? Y en este caso estamos aquí en la desembocadura del río Matías Hernández, en la bahía de Panamá, en donde recibimos toneladas de basura. ¿Culpa de quién? Culpa de todos, lastimosamente. Y aquí buscamos crear ese espacio para crear conciencia. Este proyecto impulsará el turismo de bajo impacto en San Miguelito, que es este caso, porque daremos espacio para conocer lo que realmente tiene de riqueza en las riberas del río Matías Hernández.
Y también, muy importante, la mejora de la imagen de la única biblioteca pública de San Miguelito, en este caso, la biblioteca salvar. Todos los actos tienen un gran impacto, desde los más pequeños hasta los más grandes. A esa quebrada que le damos la espalda a la comunidad, a ese pataconcito que pasamos manejando a toda velocidad y no nos da igual, a esos árboles que se están secando en el parque. Bueno, ahí está. Esas son las playas llenas de basura a las que no podemos ir hoy en Panamá. Es ahora o nunca, es ahora donde tenemos que hacer el cambio. Es ahora donde agarramos a nuestros vecinos, agarramos a nuestros amigos de la universidad y nos organizamos para cambiar no solo el país, sino el mundo entero, porque no solo somos nosotros los que habitamos aquí, sino todos los animales, todo el ecosistema que nos rodea y son nuestra casa, es nuestra casa también.
Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Nairobi. Tequina significa remedio. Lo que pensamos hacer con este proyecto es mapear y cubrir la batimetría o sacar la batimetría más bien de toda la bahía de Puerto Lindo y relacionar la información con la comunidad, porque tenemos la información de lo que hay acá, pero ¿quién lo genera? ¿Quién genera la contaminación? Las personas. Entonces necesitamos tener esa relación para poder llegar a líneas de acción que puedan ser corregidas o tratadas. Bueno, inicialmente pues tenemos el apoyo de Ocean para poder dar el impulso, podemos equiparnos más que nada, y próximamente nosotros también estamos buscando, identificando algunos posibles inversores que puedan apoyarnos en el tiempo.
Mi nombre es Ariel Enrique Aizpurúa, soy de la Universidad Tecnológica, curso en la ingeniería geomática, soy operador de dron con mis compañeros. En el grupo Tequina me encargo de la parte tecnológica, ¿no?, de la creación de mapas. A través con estos datos de batimetría, lo que vamos a descubrir o a verificar sobre el lecho marino, la cantidad de sedimentos que hay, el comportamiento que hay en el fondo marino. También utilizaremos la data o informaciones de imágenes y videos con inteligencia artificial para detectar especies en peligro de extinción, o también en la parte de la basura marina que se encuentra en el fondo del lago.
Soy Marisa Quintero, proponente del proyecto Estructura Poblacional de Anadara del área protegida Manglares Bahía de Chame, que es donde nos encontramos ahorita mismo. Lo que busca el proyecto de estructura poblacional de Anadara, que es la concha negra, como la conocemos comúnmente, es generar información clave para la toma de decisiones de manejo del recurso concha negra, que brinda pues muchos beneficios a la población, particularmente del sector de Chame. No se sabe cuál es la densidad de población del recurso, no sabemos por unidad de área cuántas conchas nos encontramos. Hay una preocupación que cada vez tienen que tomar más tiempo y consiguen menos conchas. Entonces, queremos pues aplicar técnicas científicas para determinar propiamente qué cantidad de concha negra encontramos en el sector, y de esa cantidad que encontramos, así como vemos en los censos de población humana, que los segmentan, digamos, por edad, por sexo de las personas, igualmente nosotros vamos a determinar qué conchas alcanzan una talla comercial, que la que es recomendada por la FAO es que tengan mínimo 47 milímetros. También determinaremos en qué etapas reproductivas encontramos a las conchas, si encontramos mayor cantidad de hembras o de machos. Todo esto son datos claves para la toma de decisiones para un mejor aprovechamiento del recurso.
Soy Eric Calderón, soy un ciudadano panameño que hoy en día estamos trabajando por la conservación de los océanos. Actualmente estamos llevando un proyecto que va enmarcado a la conferencia Our Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras ecológicas artificiales y educación ambiental desde la fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos. El proyecto más que todo abarca lo que sería construir una barrera a base de botellas plásticas utilizando muchos materiales reciclados, y para obtener estos materiales se hacen algunas actividades o iniciativas para poderlos obtener. Adicional a eso, el proyecto no solamente son las barreras, más que todo es la parte de la educación ambiental, porque podremos tener miles de barreras a nivel mundial, pero si no hay una educación ambiental seguiremos teniendo la misma problemática de la mala disposición final de los residuos. Bueno, los objetivos principales de este proyecto son pocos, pero abarcan bastante. El primero es poder confeccionar las barreras a partir de lo que son los residuos sacados de contaminación en limpiezas de playa o en los días de reciclaje. El segundo objetivo es colocar puntos limpios en la zona de Estero Rico, en la playa, para que los usuarios de estas playas pongan a disposición o de manera correcta estos residuos. Otro de los objetivos claves es poder concientizar a la población, principalmente a las comunidades que están cercanas a esta cuenca, de la importancia de la problemática y de la solución. Y otro de los proyectos o de los objetivos principales, más que todo, es la educación en las escuelas. Creemos firmemente que la educación ambiental es una solución.
Ocean es una plataforma en donde se va a divulgar contenido científico educativo. Entonces nuestra plataforma lo que ofrece es un método de divulgación científica, divertida. Le estamos implementando un foro, galería, para que pueda cualquier persona compartir fotos de alguna especie que haya visto, una estrella de mar. Como dato curioso, mi compañera y yo somos informáticos, no somos científicos, pero estamos muy interesados en estas áreas. Y pensando en esto fue que se creó la plataforma como tal. Ahora, también tendrán unas secciones en donde las personas podrán inscribirse para participar de forma gratuita en limpiezas de playa, en actividades como siembra de corales.
Mi nombre es Joana Abrego y nosotros vamos a hacer el proyecto aquí en Isla Colón, en la cual nosotros vamos a crear una economía circular, como ejemplo los trasmayos que se van a poder reciclar, y las actividades se van a realizar dentro de esto mismo.
Escogimos Isla Colón porque es de atractivo turístico, aparte porque queremos dejar un impacto en este archipiélago con los jóvenes y cualquier persona que quiera sumarse a nuestras actividades ecológicas, a la recolección de residuos plásticos, de basura marina. Y entonces queremos dejar ese impacto social en esta parte de la provincia, aquí en Isla Colón, y por qué no, que a futuro se vaya fomentando a nivel nacional.
Hola, mi nombre es Noemí León y hoy estamos aquí en la Estación Científica Coibaipe, donde desarrollo mi proyecto de investigación sobre los mantos de rodolitos del Parque Nacional Coiba. Entre los principales beneficios de este proyecto puedo mencionar la nueva línea de investigación que se está generando en el país, la capacitación de más jóvenes sobre estudios de la flora marina y muy importante que nuestros datos nos van a permitir tomar decisiones para conservar y manejar nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto contribuye de una manera importante en el Parque Nacional Coiba porque nos permite conocer las especies de rodolitos que rodean la isla. También nos permite conocer la salud de este ecosistema y nos va a ayudar a manejar mejor nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto a lo largo del tiempo nos permite dar a conocer que estas algas en realidad forman un ecosistema que debe ser conservado. De hecho, estamos encontrando datos, información que gracias a los rodolitos se reclutan otras especies de importancia comercial como corales, como esponjas, peces también. Entonces necesitamos conservar este ecosistema. Definitivamente estudiar la flora marina es un mundo nuevo por descubrir en nuestras costas.
El objetivo principal del proyecto Barrios Ecológicos es mejorar espacios públicos abandonados que se encuentran en áreas vulnerables adyacentes a zonas naturales, para transformarlos en sitios que potencien y protegen su ubicación.
Barrios Ecológicos consiste en 3 puntos. Primero, la participación ciudadana desde la comunidad para crear pensamiento crítico para lograr el segundo punto, que es la conservación de los espacios naturales, en este caso los ríos urbanos. Desde el tercer punto, el espacio público. ¿Pero por qué el espacio público? Porque desde ahí creamos identidad, creamos comunidad, creamos momentos en donde podemos hacernos preguntas y pensar ¿qué estamos haciendo mal? Y en este caso estamos aquí en la desembocadura del río Matías Hernández, en la bahía de Panamá, en donde recibimos toneladas de basura. ¿Culpa de quién? Culpa de todos, lastimosamente. Y aquí buscamos crear ese espacio para crear conciencia. Este proyecto impulsará el turismo de bajo impacto en San Miguelito, que es este caso, porque daremos espacio para conocer lo que realmente tiene de riqueza en las riberas del río Matías Hernández.
Y también, muy importante, la mejora de la imagen de la única biblioteca pública de San Miguelito, en este caso, la biblioteca de Marta.
Todos los actos tienen un gran impacto, desde los más pequeños hasta los más grandes. A esa quebrada que le damos la espalda a la comunidad, a ese pataconcito que pasamos manejando a toda velocidad y no nos da igual, a esos árboles que se están secando en el parque. Bueno, ahí está. Esas son las playas llenas de basura de las que no podemos ir hoy en Panamá. Es ahora o nunca, es ahora donde tenemos que hacer el cambio. Es ahora donde agarramos a nuestros vecinos, agarramos a nuestros amigos de la universidad y nos organizamos para cambiar no solo el país, sino el mundo entero, porque no solo somos nosotros los que habitamos aquí, sino todos los animales, todo el ecosistema que nos rodea y son nuestra casa, es nuestra casa también.
Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Nairobi. Tequina significa remedio. Lo que pensamos hacer con este proyecto es mapear y cubrir la batimetría o sacar la batimetría más bien de toda la bahía de Puerto Lindo y relacionar la información con la comunidad, porque tenemos la información de lo que hay acá, pero ¿quién lo genera? ¿Quién genera la contaminación? Las personas. Entonces necesitamos tener esa relación para poder llegar a líneas de acción que puedan ser corregidas o tratadas. Okay. Bueno, inicialmente pues tenemos el apoyo de Ocean para poder dar el impulso, podemos equiparnos más que nada, y próximamente nosotros también estamos buscando, identificando algunos posibles inversores que puedan apoyarnos en el tiempo.
Mi nombre es Ariel Enrique Aizcurua, soy de la Universidad Tecnológica, curso en la ingeniería geomática, soy operador de dron con mis compañeros. En el grupo Tequina me encargo de la parte tecnológica, ¿no?, de la creación de mapas. A través con estos datos de batimetría, lo que vamos a descubrir o a verificar sobre el lecho marino, la cantidad de sedimentos que hay, el comportamiento que hay en el fondo marino. También utilizaremos la data o informaciones de imágenes y videos con inteligencia artificial para detectar especies en peligro de extinción, o también en la parte de la basura marina que se encuentra en el fondo del lago.
Soy Marisa Quintero, proponente del proyecto Estructura Poblacional de Anadara del área protegida Manglares Bahía de Chame, que es donde nos encontramos ahorita mismo. Lo que busca el proyecto de estructura poblacional de Anadara, que es la concha negra, como la conocemos comúnmente, es generar información clave para la toma de decisiones de manejo del recurso concha negra, que brinda pues muchos beneficios a la población, particularmente del sector de Chame. No se sabe cuál es la densidad de población del recurso, no sabemos por unidad de área cuántas conchas nos encontramos. Hay una preocupación que cada vez tienen que tomar más tiempo y consiguen menos conchas. Entonces, queremos pues aplicar técnicas científicas para determinar propiamente qué cantidad de concha negra encontramos en el sector, y de esa cantidad que encontramos, así como vemos en los censos de población humana, que los segmentan, digamos, por edad, por sexo de las personas, igualmente nosotros vamos a determinar qué conchas alcanzan una talla comercial, que la que es recomendada por la FAO es que tengan mínimo 47 milímetros. También determinaremos en qué etapas reproductivas encontramos a las conchas, si encontramos mayor cantidad de hembras o de machos. Todo esto son datos claves para la toma de decisiones para un mejor aprovechamiento del recurso.
Soy Eric Calderón, soy un ciudadano panameño que hoy en día estamos trabajando por la conservación de los océanos. Actualmente estamos llevando un proyecto que va enmarcado a la conferencia Our Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras Ecológicas Artificiales y Educación Ambiental desde la Fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos. El proyecto más que todo abarca lo que sería construir una barrera a base de botellas plásticas, utilizando muchos materiales reciclados, y para obtener estos materiales se hacen algunas actividades o iniciativas para poderlos obtener. Adicional a eso, el proyecto no solamente son las barreras, más que todo es la parte de la educación ambiental, porque podremos tener miles de barreras a nivel mundial, pero si no hay una educación ambiental, seguiremos teniendo la misma problemática de la mala disposición final de los residuos. Bueno, los objetivos principales de este proyecto son pocos, pero abarcan bastante. El primero es poder confeccionar las barreras a partir de lo que son los residuos sacados de contaminación en limpiezas de playa o en los días de reciclaje. El segundo objetivo es colocar puntos limpios en la zona de Estero Rico, en la playa, para que los usuarios de estas playas pongan a disposición o de manera correcta estos residuos. Otro de los objetivos claves es poder concientizar a la población, principalmente a las comunidades que están cercanas a esta cuenca, de la importancia de la problemática y de la solución. Y otro de los proyectos o de los objetivos principales, más que todo, es la educación en las escuelas. Creemos firmemente que la educación ambiental es una solución.
Ocean es una plataforma en donde se va a divulgar contenido científico educativo. Entonces nuestra plataforma lo que ofrece es un método de divulgación científica, divertida. Le estamos implementando un foro, galería, para que pueda cualquier persona compartir fotos de alguna especie que haya visto, una estrella de mar. Como dato curioso, mi compañera y yo somos informáticos, no somos científicos, pero estamos muy interesados en estas áreas. Y pensando en esto fue que se creó la plataforma como tal. Ahora, también tendrán unas secciones en donde las personas podrán inscribirse para participar de forma gratuita en limpiezas de playa, en actividades como siembra de corales.
Mi nombre es Joana Abrego y nosotros vamos a hacer el proyecto aquí en Isla Colón, en la cual nosotros vamos a crear una economía circular, como ejemplo los trasmayos que se van a poder reciclar y las actividades se van a realizar dentro de esto mismo.
Escogimos Isla Colón porque es de atractivo turístico, aparte porque queremos dejar un impacto en este archipiélago con los jóvenes y cualquier persona que quiera sumarse a nuestras actividades ecológicas, a la recolección de residuos plásticos, de basura marina. Y entonces queremos dejar ese impacto social en esta parte de la provincia, aquí en Isla Colón, y por qué no, que a futuro se vaya fomentando a nivel nacional.
Hola, mi nombre es Noemí León y hoy estamos aquí en la Estación Científica Coibaipe, donde desarrollo mi proyecto de investigación sobre los mantos de rodolitos del Parque Nacional Coiba. Entre los principales beneficios de este proyecto puedo mencionar la nueva línea de investigación que se está generando en el país, la capacitación de más jóvenes sobre estudios de la flora marina y muy importante que nuestros datos nos van a permitir tomar decisiones para conservar y manejar nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto contribuye de una manera importante en el Parque Nacional Coiba porque nos permite conocer las especies de rodolitos que rodean la isla. También nos permite conocer la salud de este ecosistema y nos va a ayudar a manejar mejor nuestros recursos marinos. Este proyecto a lo largo del tiempo nos permite dar a conocer que estas algas en realidad forman un ecosistema que debe ser conservado. De hecho, estamos encontrando datos, información que gracias a los rodolitos se reclutan otras especies de importancia comercial como corales, como esponjas, peces también. Entonces necesitamos conservar este ecosistema. Definitivamente estudiar la flora marina es un mundo nuevo por descubrir en nuestras costas.
El objetivo principal del proyecto Barrios Ecológicos es mejorar espacios públicos abandonados que se encuentran en áreas vulnerables adyacentes a zonas naturales, para transformarlos en sitios que potencien y protegen su ubicación.
Barrios ecológicos consiste en 3 puntos. Primero, la participación ciudadana desde la comunidad para crear pensamiento crítico para lograr el segundo punto, que es la conservación de los espacios naturales, en este caso los ríos urbanos. Desde el tercer punto, el espacio público. ¿Pero por qué el espacio público? Porque desde ahí creamos identidad, creamos comunidad, creamos momentos en donde podemos hacernos preguntas y pensar ¿qué estamos haciendo mal? Y en este caso estamos aquí en la desembocadura del río Matías Hernández, en la bahía de Panamá, en donde recibimos toneladas de basura. ¿Culpa de quién? Culpa de todos, lastimosamente. Y aquí buscamos crear ese espacio para crear conciencia. Este proyecto impulsará el turismo de bajo impacto en San Miguelito, que es este caso, porque daremos espacio para conocer lo que realmente tiene de riqueza en las riberas del río Matías Hernández.
Y también, muy importante, la mejora de la imagen de la única biblioteca pública de San Miguelito, en este caso, la biblioteca de Martorell. Todos los actos tienen un gran impacto, desde los más pequeños hasta los más grandes. A esa quebrada que le damos la espalda a la comunidad, a ese pataconcito que pasamos manejando a toda velocidad y no nos da igual, a esos árboles que se están secando en el parque. Bueno, ahí está. Esas son las playas llenas de basura de las que no podemos ir hoy en Panamá. Es ahora o nunca, es ahora donde tenemos que hacer el cambio. Es ahora donde agarramos a nuestros vecinos, agarramos a nuestros amigos de la universidad y nos organizamos para cambiar no solo el país, sino el mundo entero, porque no solo somos nosotros los que habitamos aquí, sino todos los animales, todo el ecosistema que nos rodea y son nuestra casa, es nuestra casa también.
Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Nairobi. Tequina significa remedio. Lo que pensamos hacer con este proyecto es mapear y cubrir la batimetría o sacar la batimetría más bien de toda la bahía de Puerto Lindo y relacionar la información con la comunidad, porque tenemos la información de lo que hay acá, pero ¿quién lo genera? ¿Quién genera la contaminación? Las personas. Entonces necesitamos tener esa relación para poder llegar a líneas de acción que puedan ser corregidas o tratadas. Bueno, inicialmente pues tenemos el apoyo de Ocean para poder dar el impulso, podemos equiparnos más que nada, y próximamente nosotros también estamos buscando, identificando algunos posibles inversores que puedan apoyarnos en el tiempo.
Mi nombre es Ariel Enrique Aizcrúa, soy de la Universidad Tecnológica, curso en la ingeniería geomática, soy operador de dron con mis compañeros. En el grupo Tequina me encargo de la parte tecnológica, ¿no?, de la creación de mapas. A través con estos datos de batimetría, lo que vamos a descubrir o a verificar sobre el lecho marino, la cantidad de sedimentos que hay, el comportamiento que hay en el fondo marino. También utilizaremos la data o informaciones de imágenes y videos con inteligencia artificial para detectar especies en peligro de extinción, o también en la parte de la basura marina que se encuentra en el fondo del lago.
Soy Marisa Quintero, proponente del proyecto Estructura Poblacional de Anadara del área protegida Manglares Bahía de Chame, que es donde nos encontramos ahorita mismo. Lo que busca el proyecto de estructura poblacional de Anadara, que es la concha negra, como la conocemos comúnmente, es generar información clave para la toma de decisiones de manejo del recurso concha negra, que brinda pues muchos beneficios a la población, particularmente del sector de Chame. No se sabe cuál es la densidad de población del recurso, no sabemos por unidad de área cuántas conchas nos encontramos. Hay una preocupación que cada vez tienen que tomar más tiempo y consiguen menos conchas. Entonces, queremos pues aplicar técnicas científicas para determinar propiamente qué cantidad de concha negra encontramos en el sector, y de esa cantidad que encontramos, así como vemos en los censos de población humana, que los segmentan, digamos, por edad, por sexo de las personas, igualmente nosotros vamos a determinar qué conchas alcanzan una talla comercial, que la que es recomendada por la FAO es que tengan mínimo 47 milímetros. También determinaremos en qué etapas reproductivas encontramos a las conchas, si encontramos mayor cantidad de hembras o de machos. Todo esto son datos claves para la toma de decisiones para un mejor aprovechamiento del recurso.
Soy Eric Calderón, soy un niño que hoy en día estamos trabajando por la conservación de los océanos. Actualmente estamos llevando un proyecto que va enmarcado a la conferencia Our Ocean. Este proyecto tiene como título Barreras Ecológicas Artificiales y Educación Ambiental desde la Fuente. Es un proyecto que consiste principalmente en evitar la contaminación marina por los residuos plásticos.
this important conference on the oceans, our oceans, here in Panama 2023. Please have a seat. We're gonna start. Okay. As you know, in this conference, we have had the opportunity to hear concrete commitments that have been proposed by different organizations to protect the oceans. So we are happy to welcome the new commitments. We want to invite to the stage the Allen Institute for Technology.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I'll just get right to it. Over the next 3 years, through its Skylight platform, the Allen Institute for AI, AI2, commits to providing governments, NGOs, and the international community with $1.5 million in commercial satellite imagery needed to better capture activities at sea and dramatically reduce the cost associated with enforcing marine protected areas, exclusive economic zones, and the high seas. This complements the publicly available satellite radar imagery already provided through the platform. In addition, AI2 pledges to invest $1.5 million US dollars to develop computer vision algorithms to detect dark vessels and make them available through the Skylight platform at no cost to MPA managers and others working to protect our oceans. We wish to do this to especially highlight that this support will be delivered with and through our partners in the Joint Analytical Cell, the International MCS Network, Global Fishing Watch, TRIGMAT Tracking, and C4ADS, whose mission it is to make these advanced technologies and data easier to understand, adopt, and use to deliver action to address IU fishing and other threats to our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We continue inviting here the Wild Aid Marine.
Hello, my name is Megan Brosnan, and I am the Senior Director of Wild Aid's Global Marine Program. Wild Aid commits $4.4 million US dollars to expand to 25 additional marine areas and reach 100 sites by 2024 to apply effective enforcement solutions to deter illegal fishing and strengthen the protection of critical wildlife and habitats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we receive here the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Manuel Baranja. I'm the Director of the Fisheries and Agriculture Division at the FAO. Last year at the Our Oceans Conference and UN Ocean Conference, the FAO pledged $184 million in a number of projects on climate change adaptation, fisheries sustainability, fighting marine pollution, and development of the blue economy. This year, we are pleased to say that we are committing an extra $2 million to complete the negotiations for the new guidelines for global sustainability of aquaculture growth. These guidelines will be completed in May this year after profound negotiations with member countries, and will be implementing them as soon as they are approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Now please welcome the government of Belgium.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chris Lenners from the Marine Environment Department of the Government of Belgium. Belgium has committed 100,000 euros to strengthen enforcement policy for the Belgian North Sea and Belgian flagged vessels. It's not just about enforcing shipping laws, it's also about protecting our marine environment. The North Sea is home to an abundance of marine life. Harbor seals are impacted by marine litter, and we have found northern gannets entangled. Waste from small ships can have devastating effects of marine life, causing harm and even death. This is not acceptable. By prioritizing prosecution and implementing new projects, we aim to execute enforcement of maritime laws violations in a more effective and efficient manner. The first project, digital reporting, will facilitate official reports of infraction digitally and send it to the public prosecutor directly. The second project, called Cross-Border, ensures minor infraction can be effectively and efficiently prosecuted by utilizing a financial settlement resolution resulting in a short time between the infringement and the punishment. This will help protect our marine ecosystems, ensuring that they remain healthy and vibrant for generations to come. Let us work together to make a positive impact on our ocean and secure a brighter future for our marine ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We invite to the stage the Earth Eco International Organization.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Muñoz Colón. I'm a marine biology student from Puerto Rico and a fellow of Earth Eco International, working to advance community-led marine protected areas. Earth Eco International is dedicated to building a global youth movement to protect and restore our ocean planet. We seek to create access to emerging career opportunities in sustainable blue economy. In partnership with La Mer Blue Heart Oceans Fund, Earth Eco International is pleased to launch a new fellowship program engaging youth of color in frontline communities in North America as a force for ocean restoration. Youths ages from 17 to 20 will be selected to participate in a 10-week paid summer fellowship focused on regenerative ocean aquaculture with a specific emphasis on kelp. The fellowship model will include 3 key components: virtual learning, hands-on experience, and the creation and execution of youth-driven aquaculture projects. The first-of-its-kind program will expand career pathways for youth entering the sustainable blue economy. The fellowship will culminate with the Forum Uniting Fellows and Earth Eco's network of youth leaders to advance in ocean-based climate solutions through policy and entrepreneurship actions. The content and ideas generated at the convening will be democratized and shared with over 700 youth leaders from over 50 countries within Earth Eco's online platform, which will enable them to take action in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We continue inviting to the stage Fugro.
Hello, my name is David Miller, and I'm Government Accounts Director with Fugro, the leading private sector data specialist. I'm pleased to present Fugro's new commitment, which is global in nature and supports the theme of creating a sustainable blue economy. What do all 6 areas of action for our ocean conference have in common? They all require or benefit from knowledge of the depth and shape of the seafloor. Yet, only 24% of the world's oceans have been mapped by direct observation. To address this gap, the Nippon Foundation and JEBCO teamed up to support and form Seabed 2030, an officially endorsed program of the Ocean Decade, which aims to inspire the complete mapping of the world's oceans by the year 2030 and to compile all of the bathymetric data into the freely available JEBCO grid. These data are needed to address many significant challenges posed by population growth and climate change, and to ensure the successful transition to sustainable blue economies. As a founding partner of Seabed 2030, Fugro has been contributing bathymetric data collected by our survey vessels while transiting between projects around the world. To date, over 2.36 million square kilometers of data collected by Fugro ships have been contributed to Seabed 2030. This is equivalent to an area roughly 4.5 times the size of Central America. We commit to increase the number of Fugro vessels participating in the program from the current 31% of our global fleet to at least 90% in 2025. These data improve the coverage and accuracy of the GEBCO grid, which is used to support science, policy development, and responsible management of the world's oceans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Now we receive on the stage the Think Beyond Plastic Foundation.
Buenas tardes. My name is Daniela Russo. I'm the co-founder of Think Beyond Plastic Foundation. In 2014, at the inaugural Our Oceans conference, we announced the creation of Think Beyond Innovation Center to accelerate innovation with focus on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with special focus on the ocean. In these past 9 years, we have developed 135 startups, developed innovations that reduce microfiber leakage into the ocean, plastic alternatives such as biobenign materials, sustainable chemistry, and new product delivery systems that address the greatest cause of plastic pollution, single-use disposable plastics. Innovation needs new conservation leaders with an innovation mindset and capacity to take risks and make big decisions. And so today, we announce a $2 million commitment towards the expansion of our Blue Pioneers Accelerator, which we launched in partnership with University of California. The Blue Pioneers Accelerator prepares emerging ocean conservation leaders from around the world to expand their leadership roles, to tackle the world's most serious ocean challenges, and to grow their complex problem-solving capacity by employing leading Silicon Valley lean startup approach and other cutting-edge innovative management methods. These are our next generation leaders. We prepare them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela. Please welcome to the Corporación Andina de Fomento. Maybe later. Let's continue, and please welcome the Government of Australia.
Let me begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of Panama. First Nations people have been stewards of the Australian landscape for over 65,000 years, and their connection to sea country and the ocean remains strong in the modern world. We want to ensure First Nations are at the centre of Australia's ocean management. We're expanding sea country programs, Indigenous protected areas, and we'll double our Indigenous Rangers program. Oceans are an absolute pillar of our economy, and this week at the first ever Ocean Business Leaders Summit, Australia's Minister for the Environment and Water launched consultations for our Sustainable Ocean Plan, a key commitment we made as a founding member of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. Last week also, the government announced plans to triple the size of the Macquarie Island Marine Park in the Southern Ocean, growing our marine protected areas to 48.2% of Australian oceans. International cooperation on sustainable ocean management is a priority for the Australian government, particularly in the Pacific, recognising that climate change is the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, people and security of the peoples of the Pacifics. Partnership is a key theme of this conference, and in sharing one of the 14 new commitments Australia makes at this Our Ocean conference, I'm pleased to emphasise science-industry partnership in our $59 million Australian dollar investment in the Marine Bioproducts Cooperative Research Centre. which aims to fast-track the growth of next-generation marine bioindustry, driving innovation and across marine biomass, seaweed and microalgae, production, advanced manufacturing and product development. Y para terminar, quiero agradecer a nuestros anfitriones, Panamá, por una conferencia tan enriquecedora. Gracias.
Great Spanish, William. Thank you. Well, to finish this moment of commitments that we love, we want to invite to the scenario the government of Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia affirmed its commitment to developing this marine and fisheries sector with a blue economy approach. Therefore, Indonesia announced its commitment to developing 60 fishing villages in 2023. The development will be conducted with a blue economy approach and related capacity building to ensure the sustainability of resources management as well as the prosperity of the community. Moreover, Indonesia, through the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, will intensify efforts to manage marine plastic waste participation of local fisheries in 2023 through the Love the Ocean Month or Bulan Cinta Laut program. Within this program, every year the fishers will pause fishing for the month to collect marine plastic waste, and sustainability managed is through circular economy schemes targeting an increase of 10% of the collected waste compared to the previous year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank all the organizations, governments, companies that are working dedicated towards protecting our ocean. Now we will begin our next panel. Over 90% of global trade happens on the oceans. Although maritime transport causes fewer environmental impacts than air or land alternatives, it is still responsible for greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants. This is why it is necessary to integrate science and the new technologies to improve safety and maritime transport procedures, becoming every time more friendly with the marine environment. Likewise, to strengthen capabilities and alliances, as well as participation of stakeholders from the private and public sectors to achieve adequate surveillance and control of the activities that take place on the ocean. Please, let's welcome our keynote speaker, Kitak Lim, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization.
Thank you, moderator, ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here once again in Panama. I would like to congratulate to the organizers, in particular, Government of Panama and the United States, on the highly successful organizing of this, our ocean conference. It is extremely timely and relevant. The ocean is at the heart of building a sustainable future and enabling the welfare and prosperity of generations to come. Shipping is a prime user of the ocean. It is our responsibility to ensure that all our efforts work toward creating a healthy, sustainable ocean based on responsible business practices. We owe it to future generations to ensure that we leave them a planet that can sustain humankind for generations to come. As we gather here in the close proximity to the Panama Canal, a key conduit for maritime trade, we are all reminded that maritime transport continues to be the most economic and environmentally sustainable mode of transportation for large volume of cargoes. This is fairly obvious to see the operation and the contribution of the Panama Canal to the global supply chain. As the global regulator for shipping, IMO continues to ensure that the maritime sector delivers cargo safely and securely and sustainably around the world, with a continuous improvement in efficiency. On this voyage, shipping must embrace decarbonization alongside the digitalization and innovative technology, including automation, while ensuring the human element is kept front and the center of this technological transition. Seafarers are key to shipping, and their well-being is paramount. In just 3 days' time, on 6th of March, will mark the 75th anniversary of the adoption of IMO Convention, which established the organization. Through these decades, the international regulatory regime adopted by IMO has constantly evolved to keep up with the lessons learned from incidents and from new demands, such as the imperatives of tackling climate change and accommodating changing technology. IMO's work on safety, security, and the facilitation of maritime traffic remains at the core of our business, along with our efforts to protect the oceans. This year, we are also celebrating 50 years since the Marine Pollution Prevention Convention, called MARPOL, was adopted to protect the marine environment from pollution from ships. MARPOL regulations have made a difference to how ships are built, designed, and operated, and its rules have been adapted over the years to ensure that our ocean is protected from shipping activities. It has made an immeasurable difference to the marine environment, will continue to do so. But the biggest challenge to the planet and ocean is climate change. IMO member states are currently actively engaged in upgrading the IMO decarbonization strategy, which was adopted 2018. We will see the adoption of an upgraded strategy in July this year. Intense work on this revision will take place until then, as all voices must be heard to achieve consensus. I firmly believe that IMO member states must be ambitious and bold enough to elevate the vision and the level of ambition toward 2050. There is no doubt that revised GHG decarbonization strategy will set the framework for the way forward in support of decarbonizing shipping. This will build on the work to date to cut GHG emissions from shipping, as the voyage toward decarbonization is already underway. The latest set of measures to cut carbon intensity of shipping are now in force. I'm convinced that these will drive innovation toward transforming shipping. Member states are committed in developing a basket of candidate midterm measures, technical and economic elements that will set the global shipping on an ambitious path toward phasing out GHG emissions. IMO is in tandem working to support member states in implementing these measures to ensure that no one is left behind in this transition toward decarbonized future for shipping. I see great opportunities for countries to be part of the new green future. Many will support production and the supply of low and zero carbon fuels, while others will benefit from opportunities such as the uptake of retrofitting and shipbuilding activities. IMO will support this process. IMO's trademark cooperation and dialogue will be more important than ever in delivering what is expected of the organization to address not only climate change, but also biodiversity loss and the marine pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, shipping has gone many successful transitions over the centuries and has voyaged through a new beginnings. We are navigating an uncharted waterway for the first time. We need all unstinting courage. The waterway may be stormy at times, but we will together through cooperation, collaboration, and the solidarity ensure that this voyage is successful. I also remain confident about the future of shipping and the maritime sector as it continues to evolve. And I'm very positive about the shipping's desire to contribute to improving the health of the planet and to support sustainable development for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for your important remarks. Now we are going to start this new panel. Keeping this topic in mind, let's hear what they have to tell us. I want to introduce the moderator. That will be Major Lloyd Jones, Chief Executive Officer on the Belize Port. The panelists will be Carlos del Toro, United States Secretary of the Navy, Ilia Espino de Marota, Deputy Administrator on the Panama Canal, Andrew Stephens, Executive Director on the Sustainable Shipping Initiative, Denise Aeto, Director of the Center for Coastal Management on the Africa Center of Excellence in Coastal Resilience, and Cleopatra Doumbia Henry, President of the World Maritime University. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Mistress of Ceremonies. Pleasant good afternoon, everybody. My name is Major Lloyd Jones, and I have the honor of moderating this afternoon's session. I think we will all agree that it is an undeniable fact that international shipping has contributed immensely to the development of humankind across all dimensions: economic, social, cultural. The world as we know it would not be the same without international shipping. And we're not talking about decades of contributions. We're talking literally centuries of contribution to human development based on international shipping. Be that as it may, though, international shipping is not without its downside. International shipping represents a significant risk of oil pollution to our ocean spaces. It is still the largest noise polluter in our oceans. And of course, the issue of climate change continues to present challenges for international shipping. According to the IMO's fourth GHG study produced in 2020, in 2018, international shipping contributed 2.89% of global emissions. If it were a country, it would be sixth in the world, behind only China, the United States, India, Russia, and Japan, and then just slightly ahead of Brazil. How does the IMO, how does all the strategic partners related to international shipping ensure that we do more to arrest this challenge? The other issue that confronts international shipping is the strategic vulnerabilities. Over the last 3 years or so, 3 seismic events reminded us how vulnerable we are with these long and complex maritime supply chains. The first, of course, was COVID-19. We're all mindful of how quickly we found our supermarket shelves empty and the fear that that created across the globe. The second seismic event was the blockage of the Suez Canal. Those 6 days and 7 hours were excruciating, not just from an economic point of view, but also in terms of strategic vulnerabilities created by or to naval forces around the world. And then, of course, there is the ongoing conflict in the Ukraine. We are now seeing, ladies and gentlemen, the unprecedented application of economic force in response to military action in Ukraine. The effectiveness of the application of such force depends entirely or significantly upon the effectiveness of the sanctions. And equally, we're seeing on the other side attempts to avoid those sanctions. More and more ships are going dark, and if a ship can ply the oceans invisible to us, not only is that a threat to economic activity, but also a threat to national security. Shipping depends, as you well know, on seaports, a critical node in the overall maritime logistics chain. And seaports, in turn, depend heavily on access to coastal areas. According to the United Nations, about 40% of global population reside in our coastal areas. And so, inevitably, there are going to be conflicts in terms of the use of those spaces. Seaports require the erection of man-made structures, dredging, which alters and can, in fact, impact negatively on the health of coastal systems. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a challenge that confronts us in 2023. How do we ensure the long-term sustainability of maritime transport within a framework that is safe and secure, but a framework that is mindful of the almost 3 billion people who reside in coastal areas and whose livelihoods and well-being depend on the health of our ocean spaces? Thankfully, I am joined on the stage today by 5 illustrious panelists who will share with you their thoughts and their ideas about how we coexist in our ocean spaces and how we do more to protect those ocean spaces. Our panel discussion will follow pretty much the same format that you've seen before. I will ask 2 general questions, and then each panelist in turn will get to answer according to his or her own specialist area. The first question is, mindful of all that is being done currently by the IMO and others, what mitigation and adaptation strategies to climate change should be developed by the maritime industry to guarantee the continuity of its operation in the short, medium, and long term. And then the second general question is, what are the security challenges today and those that are emerging that challenge the maritime industry? What are the priorities in terms of those challenges, those security challenges, and how do you address them? So, that being said, I will turn to Mr. Carlos for his views on those questions.
Well, thank you so much, Major, and it's a great honor to be on this stage with a fellow alumni of the Navy War College.
Thank you, sir.
From your opening statement, I could tell that you learned many lessons while you were there, the same lessons that I learned when I was there in 1996. It's a great honor and a great privilege to be the Secretary of the Navy of the United States. I take that responsibility very seriously, and that's why I'm committed to have come to this our Oceans Conference. I'm thankful to the President, the First Lady, and all the ministers of Panama for putting together this extraordinary forum for us to discuss these very important issues. And I am, in fact, the first Secretary of the U.S. Navy to come to this conference, but I will assure you that I will not be the last. I myself plan on coming year after year after year. I've learned so much here from the thought leaders on the stage, thought leaders in the audience who've shared so many great ideas together. The U.S. has made maritime security issues a priority, and included our announcements on this conference will be over $72 million to combat illegal fishing and other illicit activities, support to maritime security and law enforcement, capacity building, and the strengthening of maritime governance. I often say that talk is cheap, actions matter. And I think the most important thing that we could do after leaving this conference is for all of us to actually take actions that make a difference as we come together over the course of the next year. I believe also that it is fitting that an international leader on ocean and climate action will be the first nation to receive an important climate resilience decision-making tool from the Office of Naval Research, our steadfast partner, Palau. And we are very proud to have extended that dashboard and the funding necessary for Palau to receive that very critical instrument. I'm also proud of the green shipping corridors that the United States is working on with all of you. I'm encouraged that our steadfast Pacific Island partners in particular are coming together on the Blue Pacific Shipping Initiative led by our friends in Fiji and the Marshall Islands. The commercial maritime industry is very important to the United States, of course. It always has been since we were founded in 1795 to provide maritime security to our commercial fleet that connected our fledgling nation at the time to the outside world and built our economy. And that theory is very much true today. In fact, I often say that that Amazon package that comes to your front door sometimes every day is gets to you because of the commitment of navies and Marine forces and Coast Guard men and women in all of our nations serving proudly across the globe every day to ensure that the sea lanes of communications always stay open in a peaceful manner so that all nations can trade freely together so that we can lift the economies of all the countries of the world. We should not lose sight of that. Across all our countries, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of sailors and Marines that serve on the seas. In the United States alone, we have approximately 300 ships. And any given one day, there's a third of them that are out to sea protecting our sea lanes of communications. It's so very important. And so there's much that we could learn, actually, from the commercial industry. The decarbonization of U.S. Navy ships is incredibly important. As I said, we have 100 ships operating on any given day. There's lots of initiatives that we're dedicated to, creating new hull coatings and hull cleaning formulas, basically, to reduce biofueling, for example, so that we can increase the fuel efficiencies of those ships. Stern flaps across the propellers so that we can actually make them more fuel efficient. The use of LED lights throughout our own ships. And we've learned a lot throughout the years from both commercial ships and cruise lines as well, too, about how to increase fuel efficiency across all of our ships. Optimum tracked ship routing, refueling at sea planners to be more efficient. The Genesis shipboard energy dashboard so that all our operators at any one given moment in time can see how efficiently we're operating that particular ship. And there's many others, hybrid propulsion plants, for example, that take advantage of electricity and other means basically for more improved ships. Fuel injection systems to optimize our fuel injection for efficiency across all our classes of ships. We are deeply dedicated to continuing this line of effort. We're standing up our Naval Innovation Center at the Navy Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, to work very closely with private sector industry, because as I said earlier today, it takes a community of everyone working together. Governments, private sector industries, NGOs, all coming to the table to share common ideas so that we can actually take advantages of the best ideas out there collaboratively to get us to a better place. So again, thank you, Major, for the opportunity to be here, and let's continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. So now we'll ask Ilya for her thoughts.
I'm going to share a brief PowerPoint, and I have a small video that will show a little bit of what we're doing. So if they can project. It's not, okay. Try it again. There we go. So with this initiative that the Panama Canal had about protecting the whales and reducing the speed, I want to give you a couple of statistics of what we have achieved in a few years. We started this program in 2014, and we have been able to, by applying the traffic separation schemes, according to the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute, that the fatal accidents between whales and vessels were 38% lower in 2017 and 2019 compared to 2009 and 2011. In addition to that, because of the reduction in the speed, we have been able to reduce or save more than 30,000 tons of CO2 in total between 2017 and 2021, depending on the ship type. So this is one of the initiatives that we are doing to help our oceans and contribute it to shipping. We also have a green route, and we have many programs in 4 different axes: digital transformation, human capital, research and development, and human capital. So if we look at operations, internally we are also trying to do slow speeding in our tugboats, in our daily operations, to try to reduce some of the carbon emissions. As far as digital transformation, we have the greenhouse program, which is the green route, where we assign, we have 3 different programs for our clients. We have the Green Recognition Award, which is an award that is given to clients that are ecologically friendly. We have the ranking, the greenhouse, the best customer ranking. There's 2 levels, and according on how you are using your fuels, your ship efficiency, you get different rankings that give you a higher score as a ranking to be able to make reservations through the Panama Canal. So there's a bonus there for doing good practices. And we also have a calculator that allows our customers to know how much carbon emissions they save through our shortcut compared to the alternative routes. Mainly our #1 route is the east coast of USA to Asia. So you can compare what are your emissions if you use the Panama Canal route versus Suez or versus the Cape of Good Hope. So in that way, we're also contributing with our clients to be aware of what they're doing. And of course, the watershed, which is of primary importance for the Panama Canal. We operate from rainfall. We are a canal that is from sea level to mountains to sea level. So we depend on rainfall, and we have seen the change in the climate patterns. We have a very dry 2016, a very dry 2019. So we're implementing a $2 billion project to secure enough water for potable water for 50% of the population of Panama drinks water from our lakes, and also for shipping. And if we think about Gatun Lake was built in 2014, and Alajuela Lake in 1914 and 1939, the population has increased significantly in the country, and the shipping So that's a very scarce resource for us. Hybrid tugboats we're purchasing right now, we have a bid for 20 new tugs where this will allow us to reduce 10 to 12% of the carbon emissions in our tugboat fleet. We operate 45 tugboats. We are making a replacement of 20 of them. So they're not being hybrid, but also they will be able to run in biofuels. So this is also an investment internally to reduce our own carbon footprint. And talking about safety, we have all the protocols from MARPOL and all of the protocols for oil pollution control. We have patrolling to make sure that they're compliant with. So we're also looking at a safe, continuous, and efficient operation of the Panama Canal for the well-being of the world and world commerce. Like you mentioned, shipping for world commerce is key. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Andrew, share with us your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Go
I'm not
ahead.
sure it's on. To provide some context for why I'm here first, the Sustainable Shipping Initiative is a non-profit organization which was founded back in 2010 with members spanning the shipping value chain or ecosystem. We spent 12 years looking at everything from decarbonization to seafarers' rights to circularity and sustainable ship recycling, all within the objective of creating a sustainable future for the sector across the environmental, social, and socio-economic pillars. We believe that a sustainable shipping sector is a decarbonized, resilient, and equitable sector, and achieving this requires action on a number of fronts, from zero-emission fuels and technologies for decarbonization to seafarers' rights and a just and equitable transition, transparent and inclusive governance processes, and more. A sustainable shipping industry is not only possible but necessary. Food, medicine, construction materials are some of the products moved around the world by sea. Shipping will remain a critical sector in the future, but it needs future-proofing. Rising sea levels and more extreme weather creates risks for port infrastructures. Rising temperatures and ocean acidification are causing changes to our ocean that will change the way the sector is able to operate in the future. On land, we may see fuel sources diminish or disappear, materials become more costly, and any other number of impacts that we haven't thought of yet that will reverberate across all sectors. If we take a moment to think about the oceans and to link this back to what you've heard from many over the past couple of days, that the ocean is a hub for biodiversity that millions rely on, oceans for their livelihoods, health, and nutrition. That the ocean is critical in fighting the climate crisis and limiting warming to below 1.5 degrees in alignment with the Paris Agreement. What does that mean for shipping? Aside from the obvious that shipping is dependent on a resilient ocean and coastal system, there are a number of issues that shipping has the ability and the responsibility to work on. Ocean noise, invasive species, whale strikes, and marine pollution, to name a few. But the biggest challenge faced by the maritime sector today is decarbonization. There is still so much uncertainty around what fuels will be viable, available, and investment decisions are coming up now. We are a third of the way through this decade of action, and with vessel lifespans of around 30 years and sometimes longer, ships built today will still be at sea in 2050. According to the climate champions and the Getting to Zero Coalition, we need 5% scalable, zero-emission fuels in shipping's fuel mix by 2030, rapidly scaling in the 2040s to be on a pathway to zero by 2050. On the SSI roadmap, we call for 60% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030 and 90% by 2040 to achieve zero by the magic 2050. These are ambitious targets based on a simple fact. We need to start taking action now. It's a difficult transition, but one that also has significant potential for supporting the global energy transition. We need shipping in order to keep warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Decarbonized, resilient, and sustainable supply chains can enable an adaptable, sustainable global system. And this needs to be built into ship design, alternative fuels, new port infrastructure. Fortunately, that means there are many ways to act, and we see positive signals of change. Maersk and CMA CGM, two of the largest container cargo companies, are ordering ships that run on methanol, and the first for Maersk will be delivered this year, we heard, during these 2 days. Ship owners are voluntarily rerouting ships around Sri Lanka to avoid whale populations, and initiatives like the Port of Vancouver's ECO program reward slow steaming, which protects marine life and reduces emissions. No single organization can solve this alone. We have the opportunity to collaborate and coordinate action across stakeholders and across sectors, learning from each other to collectively future-proof shipping and ensure that it continues meeting current and future generations' needs. Let's make the most out of this opportunity and transform our sector together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Next, we'll ask Dennis to share his thoughts, particularly in terms of the research that you have done in coastal areas.
Right. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I bring you greetings from the Africa Center of Excellence in Coastal Resilience at the University of Cape Coast. Just a brief on our center. Our center was established 10 years ago within the University of Cape Coast, which is one of the rare seafront universities in the world. And we have partnered with the World Bank to achieve this Center of Excellence status. And over the last 10 years, we have promoted research, training, and capacity building on the continent of Africa, with about 50% of our student population, mostly females on the continent. Currently, we have students from 15 African countries, and we work on various topics pertaining to aquatic food systems, climate change adaptation, mitigation, and just recently we've introduced a new program, what we call Blue Economic Governance and Social Resilience, working with the School of Applied Economics. So there are quite a number of initiatives that we've been involved in, including policy advocacy for small-scale artisanal fishers and policy development within to promote coastal development work on the continent. On the issues that has been raised, obviously we need to have a strong paradigm shift. We certainly need to envision a desirable future where sustainable aquatic food systems, with reference to not just aquaculture but also wild capture fisheries, is able to rely sustainably within a nexus of climate resilience and biodiversity conservation. And I think these three issues need to be tied together because we certainly need to harness the potential of a changing climate. You know, with aquatic biodiversity production, in this case we're looking at fisheries, because for coastal communities, particularly for developing countries, this is a very key issue to look at. Whilst at this, shipping presents a major challenge, particularly when it comes to fishing vessels. And to many people, the mention of security at sea refers to the images of naval battles, piracy, and nations maybe protecting their shores from foreign aggression. And when we talk about maritime transport, often we connote just merchant vessels. And as we have already been told by the Secretary General of the IMO, Majority of the transport of goods and services usually goes through the sea. However, within that context, we usually forget about the impact of fishing vessels, perhaps because they constitute just about 15% of overall shipping activities or ships that apply within the marine environment. I would certainly wish to draw your attention to the fact that within this context, many coastal communities do actually face immediate maritime security as a result of maritime insecurity, as a result of fishing vessels that are fishing illegally, what we do term IUU, illegal, unreported, involving illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activities. In a recent report by the FAO in 2022, in its Fisheries and Aquaculture report, it was estimated that about 90% of global fish stocks has been fully exploited, overexploited, or depleted. And this was largely attributed to IUU fishing, which largely also involves fish transshipment. This is certainly an unlawful maritime activity involving ships, where certainly the beneficial ownership and control lies elsewhere, other than the country of the flag of the vessel. And this is a very big problem, particularly for developing countries, including countries such as Ghana, where I come from. More often than not, the registries of these flags of convenience lies in developing countries, lies in the hands of developing countries with very low capacity when it comes to the MCS systems in place. Let me highlight some few facts for you to deepen the discussion. IUU has gone on record as the third most lucrative natural resource crime after timber and mining. Global IUU fisheries catch is worth $23.5 billion annually. This was reported by the United Nations. In West Africa alone, IUU fishing costs about $1.3 billion yearly. In my country, it was estimated in 2017 to be more than $50 billion. These activities certainly is a problem for local coastal communities. They do not just impact on the livelihoods of fishers, but also we should look at the entire value chain that also involve women. These activities, certainly IUU fishing in particular, contributes also to noise and oil pollution, particularly the seabed. If you know how the trawl process goes, basically sweeping everything under the ocean floor within the inshore exclusive zone. And so we need to rethink changes in our economic systems, particularly when it comes to consumption and the use of and some of these illegal practices. So with these issues, referring to the Somalia example, you see that there are clear links between IUU fishing and piracy, because when coastal communities do not have the fish, eventually they become pirates at sea. And the Somalia case study certainly provides us food for thought, where lack of fish or dwindling stocks has been a major source of insecurity and has become major and became drivers of piracy. And we've seen so many examples of this. On the question of climate change impacts, we certainly do understand that a warmer future would present new challenges that even makes it even more difficult to control IUU fishing. Why am I saying this? Certainly with ocean warming, fish stocks will definitely find different migratory routes, and this would also mean areas that has never been been explored by fishing vessels would certainly be engaged. And within that context, ocean acidification would become a major issue My colleague Andrew did mention the problems that shipping actually brings. On board, ocean acidification will become a major issue. The issue of deoxygenation, which might also affect certain marine species, as well as the entire marine ecosystems and marine food webs. And within the context of local fishing communities, we will then need to look at interventions that will build their resilience. We need to strengthen the resilience of these coastal communities, particularly in locations where climate change could be entrenched in the face of eroding shorelines. And so fishing-dependent communities would be at the brunt of all these challenges. We need to strengthen evidence base through research, because that is what has been highlighted, evidence based through research. We need to build capacity of young people to be able to understand and strengthen the policy advocacy. We need to invest heavily in postgraduate, master's and PhD training, as well as build the capacity of professions within government institutions through short courses, and as well as promote broad engagement with policy makers. So these are some interventions that we need to certainly look at. But ultimately, we need to expand beneficial ownership registries. If we are able to do that, it will be a major step towards enhancing transparency in the fisheries sector.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Dennis, thank you very much. And it's a good segue into our next panelist. You spoke just now about the need to improve on graduate and postgraduate courses, relevant courses, which leads us to our next panelist, the president of the World Maritime University. Doctor, please.
Thank you. Thank you. The ocean is vast, and monitoring it is a challenge. The ocean is the lifeblood of many countries, over 90% of trade being carried across the ocean. An ocean which also gives sustainability and sustenance to billions around the world. Not only is the ocean vast, much of it lies beyond any national jurisdiction. While well-known threats such as piracy exist, there is a whole substrata of activities that undermine the rule of law and threaten countries globally. Trafficking, people, drugs, weapons. Rampant, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, exploiting vulnerable people, species, and nations. Cyber attacks. What if the navigation system fails? Mass migration, border disputes. These are some of the big issues of our times. Crime is hatched on land, uses the sea as a conduit, and the fruits of crime are enjoyed on land. Crime is a business and lives as a shadow, or black, if we call it, economy, alongside the legitimate economy. Both depend on market forces. the discussion about crime or the manifestation of security threats usually involves two important elements. First, motive. That is, easy profit for a pirate or the person involved in armed robbery. What about a terrorist? Opportunity, that is the influence of geography, reduced speed when transmitting a busy waterway, or the absence of the state's capability to enforce the rule of law, or neglecting to introduce necessary security measures. Indeed, what we need is cooperation, collaboration, and political will. We have many of the tools, we just need to work together and to use these tools. Turning to another perspective, WMU, the World Maritime University, of which I am the president, is an academic arm of the International Maritime Organization. The World Maritime University is striving to play its part to advance research, contribute to education, and ensure the capacities are built worldwide for a safer, secure, and sustainable shipping. Innovative solutions to combat maritime security challenges would need to take science-informed approach, focusing on maritime education, research, and capacity building. Maritime safety and security have been mainstreamed in all of our university, the World Maritime University's academic program. The university's biggest specialization, maritime safety and environmental administration, has been designed for experts who serve or will serve at a senior level in public and private maritime organizations in the field of advice and policy implementation on IMO's standards related to maritime safety and security, occupational health and safety, as well as the marine environmental issues. It provides a comprehensive management tool required by senior maritime personnel to implement safety, security, and environmental protection standards. With 5,807 alumni from 170 countries and territories, the World Maritime University has a remarkable global presence and an invaluable network of maritime and ocean leaders. To date, 1,624, that is 28%, of maritime safety and security professionals have graduated from the World Maritime University and from its programs relating to, particularly to maritime safety and security. They are able to support their ministries and their institutions to understand and to take action to implement all the relevant instruments of the IMO relating to maritime security, and to take action to implement all of the other instruments that they have not yet adopted. Our alumni hold positions of prominence around the world. They serve as senior maritime officials in ministries, as directors of shipping companies and ports, as heads of maritime and international academies and naval organizations. And many of them represent their home countries at the IMO and in international fora and other organizations. As the global center of excellence, recognized by the IMO and the United Nations General Assembly, the World Maritime University plays a significant role in maritime and oceans education, research, capacity building, and economic development, while promoting the role of women in the maritime sector. Another important activity of the World Maritime University relates to the diverse research programs. Currently, WMU is implementing 4 research projects relating to maritime safety and security. I will not give you the details of these, but education is one of the most powerful tools for empowering people, changing attitudes, and solving complex problems. Illegal, unregulated fishing, as well as unreported fishing, is a complex international governance and sustainability problem that is multifaceted and needs to be tackled from many different aspects. In order to solve the problem in the real world, it requires particularly that developing countries who need it most must have the power to effect change in their communities and their institutions. In partnership with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, for example, I took an example of the Republic of Korea, WMU is delivering a major capacity building program called CAPFISH that draws upon global expertise in fisheries, such as the United Nations agency directly involved in fishing, therefore FAO, ILO, and IMO. Through a series of educational workshops, the CAPFISH project disseminates the expertise of the UN specialized agencies, as well as academic and practical knowledge for maritime professionals from across the developing world. So as we face one of the most challenging times, we need to take into consideration the big picture and to remind ourselves of the need for some strategies. Global research, education, and development, including common funding and the mechanisms that go along with it, these will be key to ensuring a successful and sustainable maritime safety and security. Global capacity building and research, as well as, of course, importantly, education, will be essential in meeting our common goal, a goal of the maritime industry, where WMU, the World Maritime University, will continue to play its part to inspire leadership for a sustainable maritime and oceans future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your attention. And before I wrap up, let me just remind you of what we heard from our panelists this afternoon. We heard about all of the things that the United States Navy has been doing to transition its fleet to a more climate-friendly fleet. We also heard from the Panama Canal Authority about its efforts to assist in the global challenges facing shipping and the pollution related thereto. In particular, the ranking system that should inspire shippers and ship owners to do those things which are right so that they get notched up just a little bit more on that line entering the canal. Andrew then told us about the efforts of the Sustainable Shipping Initiative and reminded us of the importance of finding those technological solutions because, as you put it, the investment decisions are being made today. And 30 years, you will have to live with that decision that is made today. And I think we will all agree the importance of making that transition to cleaner fuels, better technology, and new ways of doing business. And then Dennis told us about the great work that he has been doing, the importance of research, evidence-based decision-making, and involving the younger generation. Particularly, I noted the significant numbers of females that you've been working with in your country. And again, reminded us of the importance of education. And of course, Madam President told us about all of the wonderful work that the WMU has been doing in building maritime leadership. More than 5,000 graduates from 170 countries. The time is now, ladies and gentlemen, for us to put those thoughts and training and capacities into action and to do more to strengthen and improve international shipping. As important as it is to our global well-being, we have to do more to make it better, more efficient, more secure, and of course, safer. So with that, I thank you so very much for your kind attention, and I thank the panelists for their contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Major Lloyd Jones for this brilliant moderation of the panel, for all the panelists for their ideas shared here during this afternoon. We are almost closing this important second day of our Oceans Conference. So now we want to give you an opportunity to share more ideas in a brief coffee of 10 minutes that you can have outside the salon. Thank you very much. We're going to start with the last part of the conference. Thank you very much. Did you enjoy your 10 minutes break? Was long, no? Okay, welcome back to the last part of this important conference. Before I start, I'd like to take a quick moment to invite some very special guests on this stage. These guests are the future leaders of the world, and in so many cases, they are right now leading the force to change the world. They are ocean protectors and ocean advocates. 2 days ago, our Ocean Conference, in collaboration with Sustainable Ocean Alliance, held our Ocean Youth Leadership, which invited 77 youth leaders from around the world representing 45 different nations. Let us give a strong applause for Sofia Barbosa from Sustainable Ocean Alliance and the winners of our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit, Ocean Solutions Sprint winners.
Muy buenas tardes. Hello and good afternoon to the attendees of the Our Ocean Conference. My name is Sofia Barbosa and I am the Global Community Manager at Sustainable Ocean Alliance. A few days ago, we just hosted the 6th Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit in partnership with the Our Ocean organizers and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. After receiving more than 1,000 applications, this program brought together more than 70 youth leaders from over 40 countries. For the final portion of the summit, youth were split into teams based on the areas of action of this conference. They received a biomimicry training from the Biomimicry Institute in Costa Rica, and then had only 4 hours to develop their own nature-inspired solutions with support from international mentors. The summit concluded with all teams pitching their solutions, and I am proud to be on stage here with the Sustainable Blue Economy Team 2, the winning team of the Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit. They developed Eutrogil, a mechanism to prevent eutrophication and excess sediments that negatively impact coral reefs. I will now hand it over to the team to introduce themselves and to share their solution with all of you.
Hi, my name is Josephine Edward, and I am from India. I'm a marine scientist, and I'm also the founder and the CEO of the Lady Marine Consultancy firm. Thank you.
I am Edwin Spelias, marine biologist and co-founder of Aquafarm Organization from Tanzania. Thank you.
I'm Marina Porto from Brazil, and I'm a sustainability consultant and venture capitalist at the Footprint firm based in Copenhagen.
I'm Alice from France, and I'm working on climate adaptation and natural-based solutions.
Hi, my name is Andrea Ruzo. I am from Spain, and I'm the director of the Equal Foundation.
Hi, my name is Nacia. I'm from Trinidad, and I'm a marine biologist in Jamaica, and I'm planning to do my PhD soon. Oh, and also, we have a team member that left early. So her name is Warisara. She's from Thailand, and she's a blue carbon specialist. Okay, so we'll get right into our presentation. So, like I said, I currently live and work in Jamaica, and such I'm very familiar with the coral reef communities there. And as we know, healthy coral reefs are very important for several things, including coastal protection for our low-lying communities, as well as maintaining marine biodiversity, which is very important for fisheries. However, in my line of work, it is clear to see that increasing human activities such as agriculture and increasing coastal development creates excess sediments and nutrients that run off and harmfully affect these coral reefs and in turn our own livelihoods. So this is our problem. How do we go about removing these sediments as well as preventing them from getting to the coral reefs? And also, how do we go about creating new alternatives for our local communities and also business opportunities? So we took to our biomimicry co-mentors. So we have the basking shark, which filters sediments using its cylindrical internal structure and its circular water movement that prevents the clogging of the physical sediments. And then we have the giant lavation, which filters the chemical nutrients such as nitrates and phosphates, and it takes what it needs into its jelly structure, which is made of proteins and cellulose. So now we will get into the actual mechanism.
Thank you so much. Okay, so this is the solution we created based on the two mentors we had before. We called it the Utrogill. This Utrogill is a cylinder with a small size that has an entrance and an end, and the outside is focused on the shell, on the shark we were seeing before. The structure is made of bioresponsible material. We thought about something like shell, something that will not put more contaminants in the water. And then the inside is covered by a protein and cellulose jelly that will capture the nutrients. So how it works, on the entrance, the nutrients and the sediments will go into. Those of a bigger size will be left outside, and the nutrients will be kept by that jelly we were talking now. The outside will be clean water going back into the system, so avoiding this eutrophication we were mentioning. It will be a low-cost production item, as well as low maintenance costs, so it can be easily scalable in other regions. The impacts we are looking for are mainly three, based on the environmental, economic, and social aspects. The first one, the environmental part, we are looking for nature restoration, so we are looking to protect the coral reefs and as well to clean the water surrounding those coral reefs. We are looking for a circular model that will help us as well get income from this device. So the nutrients, we are looking forward to sell it to the fertilizers organizations as to produce eco-fertilizers, and then the sediments will be used to sell to the construction industry. Last but not least, we are looking to engage the community that are living also around these areas, because we think this is essential, and we will ask them to take part of the maintenance of the system, so we will as well create local jobs. What we are thinking is that we can move this from Jamaica to the world, so we are thinking about the first pilot phase that will create a structure with around 10 cylinders. Those are the technical details on Discovery Bay, the place my colleague was talking about in Jamaica. This pilot phase, the objective is to first measure the environmental impact our solution will have, and also to test the assumptions we are doing right now. And then after that, we are looking to replicate it in other regions of Jamaica and also likely all around the world in the following years. So this was a little bit our solution. I hope you liked it, and this is our team.
Thank you so much for sharing your nature-inspired solution with us. This was an incredible interdisciplinary effort, and I really want to emphasize that these team members met each other for the very first time just a few days ago. They created the solution by listening to each other, observing nature, and then moving into action. And all of this in only 4 hours. Imagine what else might be possible if we, as the youngest species on Earth, listen more deeply and closely to nature. This is also one of the 11 solutions that were created here, and I'd like to celebrate all of the youth leaders that came to Panama to share their vision, expertise, and creativity. I'd like to invite all of the other youth leaders that participated in the Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit to now briefly stand up. We encourage you to connect with each and every one of these brilliant youth leaders. Thank you so much to the beautiful country and people of Panama for welcoming us. Muchas gracias, Panamá, por su bienvenida, y que viva Panamá.
Thank you very much. It's an amazing example of solutions, fast solutions to move for a better future. Now, we need to know more about this initiative. As a part of Panama's commitment with the Our Ocean Conference, the national government of Panama, under the leadership of President Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, announced our Ocean nationwide contest to encourage young minds to find solutions related to the 6 areas of action that distinguish this event: marine protected areas, marine pollution, sustainable fisheries, sustainable blue economy, climate change, and maritime security. The government of Panama understands the importance to have formed young leaders to help conserve the ocean. They are our present. They are very happy. They are our future, which is why Panama is committed to developing new leaders and offer them the tools and opportunities to find solutions. The contest gathered almost 100 proposals, in which 6 of them were chosen to be implemented. For this purpose, the government of Panama, private sector, and NGOs financed these magnificent projects. In addition, we are proud to have one of our Ocean Youth Leadership Summits delegates in the next panel that we will hear soon. But first, let's have a quick moment to learn a little bit about our Ocean National Contest in this video. That was the video. Well, you know we need to be very simple and flexible. That's why we are here, to change. So after this interesting piece and all the applauses of the public, did you like the video? Now is the time to hear the voices of the future, our young environmental leaders and influencers. Please welcome to this stage our moderator, Masanori Kobayashi, Senior Research Fellow from the Sakawa Peace Foundation. And the panelists, Ismiljan Agnes, Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy of Slovenia, Alejandro Castillo Lopez, Senior Program Officer from Alumbra Innovation Foundation, and Niyone Murai, Youth Summer spokesperson. Thank you very much for being here.
Hola, buenas tardes. Welcome to the Panel 7 Youth Panel, Transformation for a Sustainable Future. After listening to the very enthusiastic presentation by the youth leaders, we would like to provide further feedbacks and reflections as to how we can really engage more effectively the youth leaders and enhance the impact of the actions that the youth leaders are promoting for achieving sustainable ocean. As introduced, my name is Masanori Kobayashi, Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasaka Peace Foundations. We are very pleased to be part of this conference, and together with the government of Panama and the Sustainable Ocean Alliance and the other partners, we are also pleased to sponsor the youth delegates who are here to share their compassion, wisdom to achieve sustainable ocean. I used to be young, but I moderate these sessions with other leading participants here. As first, I have a pleasure to introduce Her Excellency Similian Kretz, Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Slovenia, who will share her ideas and perspectives as to how we can engage more effectively the youth leaders for achieving global environmental objectives and sustainable ocean. Ambassador, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me at the outset commend Panama for organizing, for hosting this conference, and of course also for organizing the youth part of the conference. And I think it is almost impossible to compete with what we have heard just a couple of minutes ago. But let me try to focus on some of the issues from the government perspective angle. What can we do as representatives of governments? I would frame my reply to your question around two keywords: mainstreaming and education. I think it's necessary to mainstream youth voice into decision-making process, into delegations, for example, to the UN General Assembly, to UN Water Week later this month in New York. This is at least that we can do. More challenging is to have regular dialogue with young people. And even more challenging is to listen to the brilliant ideas that they have as young researchers, as young entrepreneurs, and to promote, for example, startups that are focusing on climate change, oceans, and so on and so forth. And the other aspect that I mentioned is education. Of course, everything starts with it. We would like to know more. We have to engage on the foundation, on the basis of knowledge. And this is something that we, as government, representatives of governments, can do more systematically. One example that we have in Slovenia, we have, for example, network of eco schools. There are several projects to engage kids in the protection of environment. One particular that I want to mention is very similar to what we have heard yesterday. It is called Plastic Pirates, and it is about educating children through their engagement on the ground. Children would collect plastic litter from the rivers, from the lakes, from the sea, and researchers and scientists will help them know more about the negative impacts of this plastic. This project was launched by Germany a couple of years ago. It was extended to 11 European countries, and we would want to have it extended to the whole Mediterranean when we take over the Barcelona Convention process later this year. But let me not be too long. I think it's better to engage later on with, in some discussion if we would have time and if we would be permitted. So I would stop here and come back later if necessary.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Net. And for the global environmental programs, regional cooperation, international cooperation is really very important, and diplomacy really plays a role. And I really admire your idea of engaging youth in global environmental policy and diplomacy at the early stage, so that we can really ensure the continuity and the long-lasting actions for achieving sustainable ocean and resolving global environmental challenges. I have a pleasure now to introduce Mr. Neon Murray. He's a renewable energy consultant in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm sure that you have given lots of ideas to the team that have just made a presentation. He has been working on the actions to deal with outbreak of the sargassum seaweed in the Caribbean, and he really does very impressive activities. But tell us more about why you got interested in sargassum and actions to tackle with that sargassum outbreak, and what is actually doing for this sargassum outbreak in the Caribbean.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Neon Murray. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I am a graduate with a master's in renewable energy with focus in bioenergy. The sargassum seaweed would be my feedstock. I plan to propose a project, hopefully with funding, to scale it, to change the biogas scene for the Caribbean. There isn't much renewable energy with bioenergy in the Caribbean right now. The sargassum seaweed is a serious problem due to nutrient runoff from most of the farming done in the Caribbean. The blooms of the sargassum seaweed has increased over the years. If you don't know about it, you really need to get into it. The sargassum seaweed travels as far from Mexico down to Trinidad and Tobago. It covers our beaches, it decomposes, and it smells really bad. Right? So my project for renewables would have been to create a biodigester which will ferment grass and create fertilizer as well as biomethane, biogas, as a form of gas for a secondary school in Trinidad and Tobago. So the proposed project now is to change my feedstock to sargassum seaweed because of its rampancy in the Caribbean. I also plan to use, here in Panama, I noticed they have the BOB to capture the bottles that would have been coming down the stream. I want to try to scale that to capture the sargassum seaweed before it hits our shores and collect that sargassum and turn it into biogas.
Thank you. This nuisance of sargassum traveling from the different parts of the Caribbean regions. I saw that it's only marine plastics that travels around, but sargasso actually arrives your Trinidad and Tobago from different countries. And then he is really genius in trying to combat that nuisance as a source of bioenergy, and also this byproduct of the residues are used as the fertilizers to promote organic agriculture. So to change or combat these problems into solutions, I think he's trying to demonstrate that to us. Thank you indeed for sharing your activities, Neon. Now I have a pleasure to introduce Alejandro Castillo. He is from the Alumbra Innovation Foundations in La Paz, Mexico. So, Alejandro, please tell us how you are engaging the youth in the actions to achieve sustainable ocean.
Well, from this conference, it's been very clear that there's a lot going on, but the troubles that we have are huge. The problems that we need to solve are huge. So we need a lot more Sylvia Earls, Jacques Cousteau's, Neon Murray's to help us solve this problem. So how do we go about doing that? For me, the most important thing where we need to start is we need to get more kids out into the water and reconnect with nature. That connection is being lost, and we need to rebuild that. Every kid living in a coastal country should have the chance to go in the water. These kids that I show here in the pictures are from La Paz. They live next to the Gulf of California, and 20% of them had never been on the ocean, despite living next to the ocean. So we need to ensure that they have the possibilities of getting there despite their socioeconomic conditions. So that's step one. Then we need to have those kids that are already so in love and curious and caring about the ocean. We need to give them the necessary tools to develop themselves, to be part of the blue economy. So how do we provide them with capacities, experience? So we need to equip them with those capacities. And we have an example of kids or young people that have been participating in these ocean practices, ocean heroes programs, and they go out into the ocean and learn how to do eDNA sampling or underwater monitoring, and we're equipping them. But then, after the program's over, the economic need makes them go back to their homes and find a job wherever that's possible. And many times, that's not within the blue economy. So we need to grow the blue economy. We need to increase the opportunities for youth to engage that. And that's where stage 3 comes, no? And what we need to develop for those youth that are already in love with nature because they were there when they were kids, now they have the tools. So how do we bring them in and build their livelihoods around the blue economy? So for that, we believe that we need to develop innovation spaces and communities where we integrate government action with academic sectors, with businesses, to continue innovating and creating new spaces for this youth to participate. And based on that, we can provide them with mentorships, internships. We can do funding, youth innovation accelerators. And that's how we start building the whole career pathway for these kids that love the ocean, that have the capacities to be employed in the economy. So I think those are the key things we need to do to have more people like Neon here.
Thank you. Okay, so please let me go around one more time. That maybe I ask Neon because Alejandro, based in Mexico, running for this philanthropy organization, trying to help you in dealing with Sargassum, maybe coming from Mexico. So this kind of inter-regional or transnational cooperation seems to be quite important. But Neon, why did you get interested in these Sargassum issues? How did you really learn how to deal with this Sargassum to combat that into the biogas and also convert it to the fertilizers? Yeah, it's automatic.
Okay, sorry. All right. First off, I would like to thank Dr. Harak Singh, Dr. Indra Harak Singh. She is the founder of the Renewable Energy Master's Program at the University of the West Indies. She isn't here. She was supposed to be here, but she was unable to attend. Bioenergy, first started for me when I did my first year at Masters. Professor Jens Born, he's from Germany. He flew all the way to Trinidad to teach us. And he sparked like energy in me for bioenergy. Then there was the option of doing the advanced course. Now the advanced course would be a project because first we will have to learn the basics, you know. And he used grass as the form of feedstock, and I saw the issue with seaweed. Seaweed is, I can tell you, I do not like to smell things bad. But Tobago is one of our smaller islands. The entire beach is covered in sargassum seaweed. It is decaying. It smells really bad. And the island is small, so the entire island smells really bad. Imagine living in that. And this only happens around Easter time, so we're thinking March to about June, because it will decay by June or dry up by June, right? Bioenergy is really important to me. It has become really important to me. I feel like everyone in the Caribbean should not just leave the sargassum seaweed to rot. Why not use it to create energy? You know? We need to move away from oil and gas. There's options to make a cleaner form of energy by just collecting sargassum seaweed. How hard is that? So, if anybody wants to do a little funding here and there, we could do a upscale project where each island would be able to have at least one biodigester to show to students, because we need to take the students, the future, into account. You know, show them that they could take something as small as grass or the sargassum seaweed that they are smelling in their backyard and create renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Neon. And as you see, that he got the mentor from Germany, who came to Trinidad. So this international knowledge transfer or mentorship probably helped him in finding a solution to the problem he has encountered. Let me again ask Alejandro, your experience. I'm sure that students and the youth in other countries may wants to have a kind of partnership that the NEON has developed with you in resolving the problems. What are the kind of lessons or advice as to how the youth leaders can actually develop a partnership with like a philanthropic organization like yours, or even the venture capitalists that who are speaking in the previous sessions? Can you tell us what would be the clues as to how the youth leaders can develop a partnership with organizations like yours or the other venture capital financiers and organizations?
Well, one thing that's very clear as well is that action is urgent. We need to start doing and talk less and do more. And we need to create those kind of spaces for young people to be able to learn more, have all the technical advice that was necessary to make sure that this prototype, which is a great idea, has all the technical and all the capacities that the world has to solve that problem, and we can integrate this German teacher that he had and inspired, and many other capacities that are out there. The problems are very complex, no? And there's no one solution. That problem that we're describing has to do with many different things happening all over the world, because everything is connected. So things are happening in land, with agriculture, deforestation, and it's all connected. So we need multiple people tackling these problems in many ways. So I think that one of the things that we need, especially in the Global South is developing excellent centers for innovation that are focused on solving these problems. No? In the North, in the Global North, there's several of them. In the Global South, there's not many. So we need to develop those, and I just want to say that we're going to be developing one of those in La Paz, Mexico. We're going to start the construction of this Ocean Innovation Center in the next years. We're going to have an amazing place where kids, youth, will be able to have the opportunity to come and incubate those kind of projects and then provide some solutions to these ocean problems that we're facing.
Thank you, Alejandro. I really like your idea of innovation center for sustainable ocean. We should really set up a platform to share knowledge and innovations and social collaborations to achieve sustainable ocean. And I really appreciate this partnership between Alejandro and Neon. And Neon was telling me that he has a YouTube site that you can also search his name and it can appear under his name, and you can get visual images as to how he's actually tackling these Sargassum problems and converting it to the bioenergy and fertilizers as well. Yeah, I'd like to come back to Ambassador Similiana Kunet. I guess that she was telling me this European efforts as to how you can engage the European youth in the European regional action. But yes, the ocean, global issue, climate change as well. How can we really replicate that European efforts, and how we can engage the youth in the other regions to work together and promote consolidated global actions to achieve sustainable ocean and tackling climate challenges. Ambassador Knetz, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Diplomacy is about negotiations. We have heard earlier today about important negotiations taking place in the framework of International Maritime Organization. We are somehow preparing for the next COP with a very strong wish that it will be more successful than the last one, which, according to many of us, didn't achieve, Paris Agreement ambitious. So there are several layers of what we are speaking these couple of days. One is these wonderful examples of searching for solutions and economy, blue economy. And the other layer, of course, is to have this global approach on to setting standards. And this has to go hand in hand. We cannot do it without what you are doing, but we cannot do it without or achieve it without what diplomacy that is on global scale is doing as well. And in all aspects, we need to work together, all generations, to have youth on board, to have older people on board, to have both genders on board. So it is something that we really have to listen to each other more carefully and really try to work faster, as has already been said. Sometimes it is important to talk, but sometimes it is even more important to work. So thank you very much for having me here and to be able to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Similian Kunet, for your perspectives. We should maintain our ambitions to achieve more outcome at the international conferences, and it has to be inclusive and it has to be global to achieve our sustainable ocean and tackle climate change. I really sensed very enormous enthusiasms and compassions of the youth for the last few days, and I think we should cherish our partnership with youth And I really see the values of promoting intergenerational partnership as well. Young people, middle level, senior people, we should share knowledge. And we should also share the values for maintaining our global environmental conditions and achieve sustainable ocean, tackle climate change. We live on one planet, and we have to achieve our global goals of sustaining our global commons. And for this, we really need to support the enthusiasm and compassion of the young people to convert it into the concrete actions. And to do so, we really need to help and develop a partnership. They need funding, they need technology, they need science. And I think that kind of partnership really remains important. And let's reinforce our partnership and promote concerted actions to achieve our common goals. With this, I'd like to ask you to give a big round of applause to, of course, 3 panelists, but as well as the youth leaders for sharing their wisdom and achievement. So I'd like to conclude this panel, youth panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, Nyoni, Smiliana, and Masonori for this fascinating panel. It is a great way to end this conference. After 2 days of conference and panels, we have shared some amazing insights in what the future of our ocean beholds. We would now like to invite Her Excellency Janaína Tiwanei Mencomo, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Vice Ministers Vladimir Franco and Gil del Carmen Otero of Foreign Relations and Multilateral Affairs and Cooperation for some brief words from the Minister.
Testing, yes. I am honored to be here, and on behalf of the government of Panama and the leadership of President Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, we want to thank you all. We want to thank the NGOs. We want to thank the private sector. We want to thank the governments. And we want to thank the youth. Thank you for being part of this special moment for Panama and a special moment for the oceans. I think, as I told you before, initially, Panama is a country that breathes through the ocean. Our raison d'être is the ocean. The geopolitics of Panama is based in the oceans, and we divided our country to unify the oceans so that the world could benefit. Today, we are also pleased that we are fulfilling that mission. We are fulfilling the mission to bring the world together to save the oceans. So I want to thank you all. And I want to thank you especially because we have reached 341 new commitments. And also, the amount, as a consequence, is $19,978 million. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to wish the best to the government of Greece. We hope you have a successful our ocean, and we are committed to share all the knowledge, to share all the challenges, And we will be very happy to go there and do that there. So thank you very much. I also want to give a special thanks to the government of the United States and to Secretary Kerry that is honoring us today with his presence and yesterday too. And especially also to all the institutions of the Panamanian government and the civil servants that have worked together as a team, as the President tells us, to work as a team to find and to finally reach the goal. Thank you very much, and I wish Greece the best. Thank you. Gracias, Gio. Gracias.
Thanks, Madam Minister, for that words. Well, the ocean is a common good, and this conference is too. That is why it travels the world, sharing ideas and possibilities for our common future. So now we will start the closing ceremony and the official handover. We invite Mrs. Yasmin Colón de Cortizo, First Lady of the Republic of Panama, and Petros Varelidis, the Secretary General, Natural Environment and Waters in the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Hellenic Republic, and Mr. John Kerry, United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, to this stage for the official handover for the 9th edition of our Ocean Conference 2024. The sculpture you're watching on this stage was created by the distinguished and award-winning artist from Panama, Gabriela Batista. It represents the diversity of our ocean and sends a message of preservation of endangered marine species. Now it's the time for the trespass. Well, now we want to invite the Secretary General of Natural Environment and Waters in the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Hellenic Republic, Petros Varelidis, to the stage.
Thank you, Panama. It's a great honor to hosting the next our Ocean Conference. Congratulations for your great hospitality and for the great commitments that have been made, and for the year-long process that led to these commitments. We will build upon these commitments next year in Greece, where we hope that all of you can attend. Thank you very much.
Just
the Minister.
I just broke protocol, and I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because I want to call the Minister of Environment of Panama and the Minister of Agriculture and the Director of Fishing to the stage, please.
You know that pictures are very important in this conference. Say Greece. Thank you very much for all of you for this ceremony. This is the time to say goodbye. Time passed, so we will share anew our ocean conference next year in a very great place, which is Greece. Thank you so much for all of you, for your patience, for your conversations, for your ideas, for sharing. Sharing is the most important secret for the future. So have a great travel to your home, and see you soon. Goodbye.